Hey my lovely people, tonight we're diving into one of the strangest patterns in medieval history, those moments when entire towns seem to lose their minds, dancing plagues, mass hysterias, outbreaks of laughter or panic with no clear cause. Was it poisoned bread? Superstition? Could it be the water's influence or a deeper mental issue? Now I know I talked about the dancing plague here on the channel not too long ago, so why not a deeper dive into that and many more strange encounters? So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, please let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It's always a joy to see how far we reach each night. Now dim your lights, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's get this rolling. Imagine yourself strolling along Strasbourg's cobblestone streets on a typical July morning in 1518. The sun is warming your face, merchants are hawking their wares, and you're thinking about what's for dinner. Then, as you turn a corner, you encounter something that prompts you to wonder if you've inadvertently stumbled into a surreal realm. There's a woman in the town square dancing. Her dancing is not the pleasant, festive kind you'd expect at a wedding or harvest celebration, but rather frantic, desperate. She's been dancing for hours, her feet bleeding, her dress torn. Her name is Frau Trophia, and she's about to become the most famous dancer in medieval history, though not for reasons she'd ever want. You'd think someone would stop her, right? Help her, maybe fetch a physician or a priest. But here's where things get genuinely weird. Instead of one person dancing themselves to exhaustion, more people start joining in. Not because they want to, mind you, but because they literally can't stop themselves. It's like watching a terrible magic trick where the magician has lost control of the spell. Within a week, about 30 people are dancing non-stop in the square. By the end of the month, that number had swelled to around 400. 400 people dancing until their feet bleed, until they collapse from exhaustion, until some of them actually die from it. The local authorities are baffled. The church is calling it divine punishment. Physicians are perplexed and propose increased dancing as a remedy, a suggestion as effective as prescribing fire for burn injuries. What you're seeing is one of history's strangest mass hysteria events, though the people living through it don't know that. They call it the dancing plague, or St. Vitus's dance. Vitus's dance, and it's just one example of how entire communities could lose their collective minds in medieval times. Now, you might be wondering how something like this could possibly happen. After all, you live in an age where you can Google, "Why am I dancing uncontrollably?" and get 17 different medical explanations before you finish your morning coffee. But imagine living in a world where every unexplained phenomenon is either a miracle, a curse, or divine retribution. Where the line between the physical and spiritual world is about as clear as mud after a rainstorm. The dancing plague of Strasbourg wasn't an isolated incident either. Similar outbreaks had been recorded across Europe for centuries. There was the great dancing epidemic of 1374 that swept through the Holy Roman Empire, affecting thousands of people across multiple cities. Towns would wake up to find their neighbours gyrating in the streets, unable to stop, begging for help between gasps for air. What makes these episodes particularly fascinating is how they spread. Not through the air like the plague, but through sight and suggestion. As you observed your neighbour dancing frantically, a sudden realization occurred in your mind. Suddenly your feet would start tapping. Your body would start moving without your consent. It was as if madness itself was contagious, spreading from person to person like gossip at a market. The authorities tried everything. They brought in musicians thinking that if people needed to dance, they might as well dance to proper music. They built stages, hired professional dancers, and even brought in priests to perform exorcisms. Nothing worked. The dancing continued day and night until the afflicted collapsed from sheer exhaustion. Eventually the outbreaks would burn themselves out, leaving behind a community traumatized and confused. The survivors would wake up as if from a dream, their feet mangled, their bodies broken, with no clear memory of why they'd been compelled to dance in the first place. The dead would be buried, the injured would heal, and life would return to normal until the next outbreak struck somewhere else. But the dancing plague was just the beginning of our story about medieval mass hysteria. It was the opening act in a much larger theatre of collective madness that would sweep across Europe for centuries. You're settling into your evening routine now, maybe with a warm drink and a comfortable chair, and you're probably thinking that dancing plagues are about as strange as medieval madness gets. Well, buckle up. because we're about to travel to a small French town where things got so bizarre that Hollywood would reject the script as too unbelievable. The year is 1632, and you're in Loudun, a sleepy town in western France. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone else's business, where the most exciting thing that usually happens is the weekly market day. The town has a convent, the convent of the Ursulines, where a group of nuns lives a quiet life of prayer and contemplation, or at least that's what they're supposed to be doing. Sister Jeanne des Anges, the Mother Superior, starts having what she describes as visions. But these aren't the peaceful, heavenly visions you might expect from a nun. She claims that demons possess her during these violent, disturbing episodes. She contorts her body in impossible ways, speaks in languages she's never learned, and displays knowledge of things she couldn't possibly know. Now, if the case were just one nun having a spiritual crisis, it might have been handled quietly within the convent walls. But possession, like yawning, turns out to be remarkably contagious. Soon, other nuns start exhibiting the same symptoms. They writhe on the floor, speak in tongues, and claim to be inhabited by demons with names like Asmodeus, Astaroth, and Beelzebub. Quite the roster of biblical bad guys. The local authorities are called in, and they're faced with a problem that would challenge even modern crisis management teams. An entire convent of nuns, believed to be the most holy women in the community, asserts that demons possess them. It's like finding out that your local fire department has been setting fires, or that your town's safety inspector is afraid of ladders. The church brings in exorcists, because that's what you do when demons show up to the party uninvited. But here's where the story takes a turn that would make a soap opera writer feel embarrassed. The nuns, in their possessed state, start naming the person responsible for their condition. They accuse a local priest, Urbain Grandier, of practicing witchcraft and cursing them from afar. Grandier, by all accounts, was not a particularly popular fellow. He was handsome and charismatic, and had a reputation for being a bit too friendly with the local women. In a small town, that's like painting a target on your back, and then wondering why people keep shooting arrows at you. The possessed nuns asserted that he had spiritually seduced them, infiltrating their dreams and compelling them to commit sins fit for a sailor. The whole affair becomes a public spectacle. People travel from miles around to witness the exorcisms, like it's some kind of medieval reality show. The nuns perform their possessions in front of crowds, speaking in demonic voices, revealing supposed secrets, and putting on displays that would make a circus performer jealous. But here's what makes this story particularly tragic. Grandier probably wasn't guilty of anything more serious than being unpopular, and maybe a bit too fond of wine and women. The evidence against him consisted mainly of the testimonies of the possessed nuns and some dubious pacts with the devil that looked suspiciously like they'd been written by someone trying unsuccessfully to forge medieval handwriting. The case becomes a legal and religious nightmare. You have civil authorities, church officials, and royal representatives all getting involved. Everyone wants to be the one who solved the great demon crisis of Loudun. Meanwhile, the poor nuns are trapped in their performance, unable to stop the charade without admitting fraud, which would land them in serious trouble. The exorcisms continue for months, with crowds gathering to watch the spectacle. The nuns writhe and scream, the exorcists chant and pray, and the whole town becomes consumed by this supernatural drama. It's like having a horror movie playing in your town square every day, except everyone insists it's real. Eventually, Grandier is arrested, tried, and executed for witchcraft. The nuns, conveniently, begin to recover shortly after his death. Their demons, apparently satisfied with their revenge, pack up and leave town. The crowds disperse, the excitement dies down, and Loudun returns to being just another quiet French town with a fascinating story to tell. By now, you probably believe that possessed nuns represent the height of medieval strangeness, but you would be mistaken. At times, mass hysteria manifested in less terrifying and more, well, let's just say, ridiculous forms. Picture yourself in a German convent sometime in the Middle Ages. You're expecting the usual sounds of monastic life, gentle chanting, the whisper of pages turning, maybe the soft shuffle of sandaled feet on stone floors. Instead, you're greeted by a sound that makes you wonder if you've accidentally wandered into a huge pet store. The nuns are meowing. The entire convent, not just one or two, is meowing. They meow during prayers, they meow during meals, and they meow while they're supposed to be working. It starts with just one sister, who begins making small cat-like sounds during evening prayers. The other nuns try to ignore it at first, but soon they find themselves fighting the urge to meow along. Within days, the whole convent sounds like a medieval cat cafe. The Mother Superior is beside herself, trying to maintain order, while her charges are sitting in their pews going meow, 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 in what might be the world's strangest choir performance. The local townspeople start gathering outside the convent walls, not sure whether to be concerned or amused. The church authorities are called in, and they're faced with a problem that doesn't exactly have a chapter in the official handbook. How do you perform an exorcism on a cat? Do you sprinkle holy water? Do you attempt to reason with demons who seem to possess a humorous nature? The whole situation is like trying to have a serious theological discussion with a room full of people who keep interrupting with meow. However, it's important to note that mass hysteria doesn't always make sense or adhere to the expected rules. The meowing nuns weren't possessed by demons or cursed by witches. They were experiencing what we'd now recognise as a form of conversion disorder, where psychological stress manifests as physical symptoms. Their minds were dealing with the pressures of religious life, the isolation of the convent, and the general stress of medieval existence by turning them into cats. The solution, when it finally came, was both simple and ridiculous. The local authorities threatened to bring in soldiers to whip the nuns until they stopped meowing. Apparently, the threat of beating them broke whatever psychological spell had turned them into felines. The meowing stopped almost immediately, and the convent returned to its normal quiet routine. Similar cases popped up across Europe. There were nuns who barked like dogs, others who claimed to be chickens and insisted on laying eggs, though they were disappointingly unsuccessful at this endeavour. Some convents experienced outbreaks of uncontrollable laughter, which sounds delightful until you realise these women were laughing for hours on end, unable to stop even when they were exhausted and their sides ached. These episodes tell us something important about medieval life, particularly for women in religious communities. Imagine being locked away from the world, expected to be perfect and holy, with no outlet for normal human emotions or desires. Your days are meticulously planned, your thoughts are expected to be pure, and any deviation from this ideal is deemed sinful. In this environment, the mind sometimes finds creative ways to rebel. If you can't express anger or frustration directly, maybe you'll start barking like a dog. If you can't have fun or be playful, perhaps you'll become a cat who meows during prayers. It's as if your psyche engages in a metamorphosis, discovering methods to convey taboo elements of human nature within the shelter of perceived insanity. The authorities didn't understand this, of course. They saw these outbreaks as either divine punishment or demonic influence. The idea that stress and repression could cause physical symptoms was foreign to medieval thinking. They lived in a world where the spiritual and physical were intimately connected, where your soul's condition directly affected your body's health. What's particularly intriguing is how these episodes spread through communities. One person's psychological break becomes a template for others experiencing similar stress. It's like psychological contagion, where seeing someone else's symptoms gives your mind permission to express its distress in the same way. The meowing nuns eventually returned to their normal lives, but their story became part of the rich tapestry of medieval madness, a reminder that sometimes the human mind copes with unbearable circumstances by becoming delightfully, absurdly creative. You're getting comfortable with these stories of medieval madness, but now we need to talk about one of the most heartbreaking examples of mass hysteria in history. It's a story that involves children, religious fervour, and the kind of tragic ending that makes you want to hug every kid you know. The year is 1212, and you're in the French countryside near the town of Cloyes. In the midst of summer, a 12-year-old shepherd boy named Stephen, tending his flock, experiences a vision. Jesus Christ himself appears to the boy, hands him a letter, and tells him to lead a crusade to the Holy Land. This is not an army of knights and soldiers, but rather a crusade led by children. Now, you might assume that adults would dismiss a 12-year-old who claims to have received divine instructions to lead a military campaign and send him back to his sheep. But these are medieval times, when miracles and visions are common, and the crusades have been going on for over a century with mixed results. Maybe, the thinking goes, God wants to try a different approach. Stephen begins preaching, and his message is simple. The Mediterranean Sea will part before the children, just like the Red Sea parted for Moses. They'll walk across the seafloor to the Holy Land, where their pure hearts and innocent faith will succeed, where armed knights have failed. The sight of these holy children will so move the Muslims that they will instantly convert to Christianity. It's a beautiful, naive idea that would make a lovely children's story if it weren't so tragic. But here's the thing about mass hysteria. It doesn't always involve dancing or meowing or possession. Occasionally it takes the form of shared delusions, where entire communities become convinced of something that seems impossible to outsiders. Word of Stephen's mission rapidly disseminates throughout the French countryside. Children start leaving their homes, abandoning their families, and flocking to join this divine crusade. We're talking about thousands of children, some as young as 6 years old, all convinced that they're part of God's plan to reclaim Jerusalem. The movement isn't limited to France either. Around the same time, a German boy named Nicholas starts his children's crusade, claiming that he too has received divine instructions. The two movements feed off each other, creating a wave of religious hysteria that sweeps across Europe. You have to understand the context to grasp how such an event could happen. Medieval children lived in a world where religious stories were more real than reality itself. They grew up hearing tales of miracles, of saints who could work wonders, and of divine interventions in human affairs. The idea that God might choose children for a special mission didn't seem far-fetched. It seemed like the kind of thing that happened in the stories they heard every day. The adult response was mixed. Some parents tried to stop their children, but others saw the movement as genuinely divine. Local clergy were divided between those who supported the crusade and those who tried to discourage it. The church hierarchy were mostly opposed, but their messages didn't always reach the local level in time to prevent the exodus. As the children march toward the coast, reality begins to intrude on their vision. They're hungry, worn out, and far from home. Some turn back, but others press on, driven by faith and the momentum of the crowd. When they finally reach the Mediterranean, the sea does not part. The children stand on the beach, waiting for their miracle, and nothing happens. What follows is a tragedy that medieval chroniclers struggle to record. Some children try to return home, only to find that their families have rejected them, or that they can't survive the journey. Others are taken advantage of by unscrupulous adults who see an opportunity to profit from their misfortune. Many end up in slavery or worse. The Children's Crusade, as it came to be known, wasn't really a crusade at all. Mass hysteria, disguised as religious fervour, ignited a shared delusion that resonated deeply in the medieval psyche. It was the desperate hope that innocence and faith could succeed where violence and politics had failed. The story became legend, growing in the telling until it was hard to separate fact from fiction. However, the fundamental tragedy persists. Thousands of children, engulfed in a surge of religious fervour, endured the consequences of adult shortcomings and medieval faith. You're probably ready for something a little less tragic than the Children's Crusade, but I'm afraid we're diving into another dark chapter of medieval madness. This time, it's not about possessed nuns or dancing plagues, but about a mysterious illness that could kill you in a day and had an entire kingdom living in terror. The year is 1485, and you're in England just after the Battle of Bosworth Field. Henry Tudor has just defeated Richard III and become Henry VII, starting the Tudor dynasty. It should be a time of celebration and new beginnings, but instead, a mysterious illness appears that will haunt England for the next 70 years. They call it the sweating sickness, or English sweat, and it's unlike anything the medieval world has seen before. The symptoms are terrifying in their speed and intensity. You wake up feeling fine, maybe noticing a slight headache or a bit of fatigue. Within hours, you're drenched in sweat, burning with fever, and experiencing a sense of impending doom that's so intense it feels like the hand of death itself is reaching for you. The sweating sickness doesn't discriminate. It affects both the rich and the poor, the young and the old, the healthy and the infirm. In fact, it seems to prefer the wealthy and well-fed, which is the opposite of most medieval diseases. The poor, who usually bore the brunt of epidemics, often escaped this one entirely. It's as if the disease has a twisted sense of social justice. What makes the sweating sickness particularly terrifying is its speed. Most medieval diseases give you time to prepare, to say goodbye, and to put your affairs in order. The plague might take weeks to kill you, giving you plenty of time to contemplate your sins and make peace with God. Is the sweating sickness a threat? You could be dead within 24 hours of feeling the first symptoms. The treatment protocols that develop around the disease are as bizarre as the illness itself. Physicians insist that patients must stay awake for 24 hours after symptoms begin. If you fall asleep, you'll die. Families take shifts to keep their loved ones awake by slapping them, talking to them, and doing anything else to prevent them from drifting off. They also prohibit you from eating or drinking anything for the first 24 hours. This procedure is supposed to help your body sweat out the illness. Imagine being feverish, terrified, and exhausted, and being told you can't have so much as a sip of water. It's like being tortured in the name of medical treatment. The sweating sickness creates a culture of paranoia and fear. People become afraid to travel, afraid to gather in groups, and afraid to leave their homes. The disease seems to strike without warning or pattern, making it impossible to predict or prevent. It's like living under the threat of a random lightning strike, except the lightning is invisible and can kill you in your sleep. King Henry VII himself becomes obsessed with the disease, constantly fleeing from one residence to another whenever cases are reported nearby. His court becomes a travelling circus of fear, packed up and moved at the first sign of sweating sickness in the area. The King of England, the most powerful man in the country, is reduced to running from an enemy he can't see or understand. The disease comes in waves, appearing suddenly, killing hundreds or thousands of people, then disappearing just as mysteriously. It strikes in 1485, 1508, 1517, 1528, and finally in 1551, before vanishing forever. Each outbreak brings fresh terror, as people wonder if the next outbreak will be the one that kills them. What's particularly maddening about the sweating sickness is that it remains a mystery to this day. Modern medical historians have proposed various theories. It might have been a form of hantavirus, or perhaps a type of influenza, or even a form of anthrax. But we'll never know for certain what caused this strange illness that appeared from nowhere and disappeared just as mysteriously. The psychological impact of the sweating sickness was enormous. It created a generation of people who lived in constant fear of sudden death, who saw every headache as a potential death sentence, and who couldn't trust their own bodies to keep them alive from one day to the next. It was a slow-moving wave of mass hysteria, a collective anxiety that engulfed an entire kingdom for decades. Now that we've covered most of the ways medieval people could lose their minds collectively, there's one more type of madness we need to discuss. The kind that happens when reality becomes too much to bear and people retreat into fantasy. This story isn't about dancing or possession or mysterious illnesses, but about the delicate line between sanity and dreams. Let's travel to the Spanish region of La Mancha in the late medieval period, when the age of chivalry is dying but refuses to admit it. You're in a landscape of windmills and dusty plains, where the old ways are crumbling under the weight of changing times. The knights errant, who once roamed the countryside to right wrongs and rescue damsels, are becoming obsolete as they are replaced by merchants, bureaucrats, and the grinding machinery of modern life. Into this world steps a man whose real name we never learn, but whom we know as Don Quixote. He's not particularly young, not particularly strong, and certainly not particularly sane by conventional standards. But he's read too many books about chivalry and romance, and his mind has become so saturated with these stories that he can no longer distinguish between fiction and reality. Don Quixote sees the world not as it is, but as he believes it should be. Windmills become giants to be fought, inns become castles to be defended, and peasant girls become princesses to be rescued. His madness is complete and systematic. He's created an entire alternate reality where the rules of chivalric romance still apply. What makes Don Quixote's story relevant to our discussion of medieval madness is how it reflects a broader cultural phenomenon. The late medieval period was full of people who couldn't quite accept that the world was changing, who clung to outdated ideals and impossible dreams. Don Quixote's individual madness mirrors the collective madness of a society in transition. The windmills that Don Quixote famously attacks aren't just windmills, they're symbols of the new world that's replacing the old. They represent technology, efficiency, and the mechanization of life. When he charges at them with his lance, he's not just fighting imaginary giants, he's fighting the entire modern world. But here's what's beautiful about Don Quixote's madness. It's not entirely without merit. Yes, he's delusional, but his delusions are based on noble ideals. He wants to protect the innocent, defend the weak, and right wrongs. His methods are crazy, but his motivations are admirable. He resembles a shattered compass that persistently guides towards the true north, despite its inability to aid in navigation. The people Don Quixote encounters on his adventures respond to his madness in various ways. While some attempt to heal him, others seek to take advantage of him, and still others find solace in his unattainable ideals. His faithful companion, Sancho Panza, represents the voice of common sense, constantly trying to bring his master back to reality while being gradually infected by his dreams. What's particularly intriguing is how Don Quixote's madness affects those around him. People start playing along with his delusions, sometimes out of kindness, sometimes out of cruelty, and sometimes out of a secret longing for the magical world he inhabits. His madness becomes contagious, not in the way of the dancing plague or the possessed nuns, but in the way that dreams can be transmissible. The windmills of La Mancha become a metaphor for the impossible battles we all fight against the forces of change and reality. Don Quixote's madness is both tragic and heroic. Tragic because it's based on delusions, heroic because it refuses to surrender to a world that has lost its capacity for wonder. In the end, Don Quixote's story is about the fine line between madness and vision, between delusion and hope. He's mad, certainly, but he's also the only one who still believes in the possibility of magic in a world that's becoming increasingly mechanical and mundane. His windmills stand as monuments to a particular kind of medieval madness, the madness of refusing to accept that the age of miracles is over, of insisting that there's still room in the world for impossible dreams and impractical ideals. You've come with me on this journey through medieval madness, from dancing plagues to possessed nuns to delusional knights, and you might be wondering what it all means. What can these strange episodes of collective insanity tell us about the people who lived through them, and perhaps about ourselves? The first thing to understand is that medieval madness wasn't really about madness at all. It was about stress, pressure, and the human mind's remarkable ability to find creative solutions to impossible problems. All of these episodes, from the most tragic to the most absurd, were reactions to truly unbearable situations. Think about the dancing plague of Strasbourg. This incident wasn't happening in a vacuum. It was occurring during a time of terrible hardship. The city was dealing with famine, disease, and social upheaval. People were dying of starvation, the economy was collapsing, and there seemed to be no hope for improvement. In this context, the dancing plague becomes not a mysterious supernatural event, but a perfectly understandable psychological response to unbearable stress. When your world is falling apart and you have no control over any of it, sometimes your mind finds ways to take back control, even if those ways seem completely irrational. The dancers couldn't stop the famine or cure the plague, but they could dance. They could turn their helplessness into action, even if that action was ultimately self-destructive. The possessed nuns of Loudoun were dealing with their form of impossible pressure. They were expected to be perfect, to suppress all human desires and emotions, and to live lives of absolute purity in a world that was anything but pure. Their possession gave them permission to express all the anger, sexuality and rebellion that their religious vows forbade them to acknowledge. They found a loophole. As nuns, they couldn't be angry, lustful or defiant, but as possessed people, they could. The demons served as convenient scapegoats for human emotions that lacked any other outlet. The children of the Children's Crusade were reacting to a distinct form of pressure, the strain of existing in a world that appeared to have lost its direction. The adult crusades had failed, the church was mired in corruption, and the promised kingdom of heaven seemed farther away than ever. The Children's Crusade was an attempt to return to a pure, simple faith that could succeed, where adult complexity had failed. Even Don Quixote's madness makes sense when you understand it as a response to a world that had lost its sense of meaning and purpose. He couldn't accept that the age of heroes was over, that the world had become mundane and mechanical. His madness was a form of protest, a refusal to accept that magic and wonder had no place in the modern world. What's fascinating about all these episodes is how they spread. Medieval madness was contagious, but not in the way we typically think of contagion. It spread through suggestion, through the power of shared belief, and through the human tendency to mirror the behaviour of those around us. When you saw your neighbour dancing uncontrollably, part of your mind began to wonder what it would feel like to let go of control so completely. This incident tells us something important about medieval society. It was a world where the boundaries between individual and community were much more fluid than they are today. People lived in close proximity, shared common beliefs and fears, and were highly attuned to the emotional states of those around them. In such a world, psychological distress could spread rapidly. But perhaps the most important thing these stories tell us is that the human mind is remarkably resilient and creative. It rebels against the unchangeable, finds ways to cope, and expresses the inexpressible in impossible situations. Sometimes these coping mechanisms look like madness to outsiders, but they serve important psychological functions for the people experiencing them. The dancing play gave people a way to express their despair and helplessness. The possessed nuns found a way to rebel against impossible expectations. The Children's Crusade provided hope in a hopeless world. Don Quixote's delusions allowed him to maintain his ideals in a world that had abandoned them. In the end, medieval madness wasn't really about losing one's mind. It was about finding alternative ways to use one's brain when conventional approaches failed. It was about the human spirit's steadfastness in the face of seemingly insurmountable circumstances. These episodes remind us that the line between sanity and madness is thinner than we like to think, and that sometimes what looks like madness from the outside is actually a perfectly reasonable response to unreasonable circumstances. They also remind us that we're all connected in ways we don't always understand, and the distress of one person can become the distress of many. So the next time you're facing impossible circumstances, remember the dancers of Strasbourg, the nuns of Loudoun, the Children Crusaders, and the Knight of La Mancha. Remember that the human mind is endlessly creative in finding ways to cope, to express, and to hope. And remember that sometimes the most rational response to an irrational world is to embrace a little madness of your own. After all, in a world full of windmills that pretend to be giants, maybe the crazed ones are the only ones who see clearly. And that's it for our tiny bit of history for tonight. If you can't sleep because you're anxious or have insomnia, please know that I always understand how you feel. We share a variety of stories from both the past and present on this channel, allowing you to choose something different if you wish. Now I will see you later, my friends. Sleep well and take care. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, France was a land of contrasts. By candlelight in a grand chateau's garden, a curious noblewoman listens as a witty philosopher describes the stars above. He explains that those stars are suns like our own, each perhaps circled by the worlds of their own. A radical idea in an age when questioning the heavens could be dangerous. The scene could be lifted from Bernard de Fontenelle's Conversations on the Plurality of Worlds, 1686, a clever book where a lady and a scientist stroll nightly under the sky discussing Copernicus's sun-centered universe. Fontenelle's charming prose made the latest scientific discoveries accessible to the layperson, planting seeds of curiosity, even as Louis XIV's strict rule cast long shadows. His ideas, along with those of fellow thinker Pierre Bayle, formed a foundation for what would soon be called the Enlightenment. At the turn of the 18th century, official France was still firmly absolutist and devoutly Catholic. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had revoked the Edict of Nantes in 1685, driving Protestants like Bailey into exile. Yet even as the king insisted on religious unity, dissenting ideas quietly took root. In his Safe Haven Abroad, Bayle wrote a sceptical historical and critical dictionary, 1697, that poked holes in dogma and advocated tolerance. These volumes, printed in Amsterdam and London, were smuggled over the borders in barrels of cloth and hidden compartments, finding eager readers in Paris and Lyon. A tradition was beginning. Forbidden ideas could not be easily extinguished. Bailey's call for a society of pluralistic views, a daring notion that people of different beliefs might live together in peace, resonated with a small but growing circle of French minds. Quietly, the monopoly of church and crown on truth was being challenged by pamphlets and letters passed hand to hand. After Louis XIV's death in 1715, the atmosphere in France relaxed somewhat, allowing these early sparks to flare up. In Paris, coffee houses and literary clubs buzzed with talk. One towering figure of this early Enlightenment was Baron de Montesquieu, a provincial nobleman with a dry wit and keen insight. In 1721, Montesquieu published The Persian Letters, a playful novel of letters in which two fictional Persian travellers lampoon French customs. Nothing was sacred in its pages: Parisian high society, the pretensions of the king's court, the absurdities of the Catholic clergy. All were held up to gentle ridicule through these eyes of outsiders. Readers were amused and intrigued. Beneath the satire lay serious critiques of absolutism and religious hypocrisy. The book, though published anonymously, created a stir. It was passed from salon to salon, read aloud in amused whispers. France's own institutions were being examined as if under a foreign lens, and many found them wanting. Montesquieu's success emboldened others. Soon he would take his analysis further. Retiring to his estate, he quietly toiled on a magnum opus about laws and governments around the world. By the 1730s, the term philosophe was coming into use. Not quite the same as philosopher, it meant a man, or occasionally a woman, of ideas who applied reason to all areas of life. These Enlightenment thinkers saw themselves as bringing light into the dark corners of ignorance and oppression. They drew inspiration from English writers like John Locke and scientists like Isaac Newton, whose works were now circulating in French translation. In fact, a fashionable young writer named Voltaire had travelled to England and returned in 1729 bubbling with enthusiasm for Newton's physics and the English spirit of free debate. He set about spreading both. With his vivacious lover Émilie du Châtelet, herself a brilliant mathematician, Voltaire explained Newton's findings in French and praised England's relatively liberal society in his letters on the English. Though the French authorities condemned his book and briefly imprisoned its author for it, the ideas could not be unread. The taste of intellectual freedom abroad only sharpened French appetites for more. Thus, in the decades before the Revolution, the early stirrings of Enlightenment thought took hold. A handful of bold voices, Fontenelle with his popular science, Bayle with his sceptical erudition, Montesquieu with his satire, and Voltaire with his sharp pen, prepared the ground. Their writing circulated in manuscript and in contraband print, fertilising minds from Paris to the provinces. Over supper tables and university halls, people began asking new questions. Could reason, not tradition, guide human affairs? Must religious uniformity trump individual conscience? Could a king's authority have limits set by natural law? These questions, sown in the early 1700s, would sprout dramatically as the century progressed. For now they were still whispered, but the Enlightenment in France had begun, a dawn of new thinking that promised to chase away medieval shadows. In the mid-18th century, some of the most radical ideas in France were not plotted in dark alleys but discussed over champagne in elegant drawing rooms. The Parisian salon was a unique institution, part social club, part intellectual seminar, typically hosted by a wealthy or aristocratic woman, the salonière. These gatherings brought together writers, philosophers, artists and statesmen under one chandelier. On a given evening you might find the sharp-tongued Voltaire trading barbs with a bishop, or Jean-Jacques Rousseau shyly unveiling his latest essay to a circle of curious marquises. Salons were private and by invitation only, yet they became engines of public discourse. There was a democratic, cosmopolitan and tolerant atmosphere, rare for the time nobles, bourgeoisie, and even an occasional artisan or foreign savant mingled politely, united by a love of wit and ideas. Here Enlightenment thought took on a human face as diverse guests debated art, science, and politics late into the night. The women who ran these salons wielded subtle power in a society that otherwise confined female influence. Take Madame Geoffrin, for example. Born Marie-Thérèse Rodet-Geoffrin by the 1740s, she had established herself as the premier hostess of Paris. Every Monday, her well-appointed home on the Rue Saint-Honoré welcomed the leading writers and philosophes to dinner. Wednesdays were reserved for artists. With motherly charm, Madame Geoffrin presided over the conversation, tactfully steering away from overly explosive topics so as to keep the gathering convivial. She even provided financial support to struggling men of letters, quietly paying debts or buying paintings from her artist guests. The respect she commanded was such that even the crusty Voltaire deferred to her. In her salon one had to follow certain rules. Wit was appreciated, but vulgarity was not. Lively debate was welcome, but shouting and personal attacks were frowned upon. Under her guidance, the tone remained civil, clever, and enlightening, a model of the refinement of manners and speech that salons originally aimed for. Other salonières adopted different styles. Madame de Dudefend, an older contemporary of Geoffrin, hosted gatherings from 1745 onward, but famously disdained the more radical philosophe, except for Voltaire, whom she adored. Her salon favoured high society gossip and classical letters over bold new philosophy. In contrast, the witty Mademoiselle Julie de Lespinasse ran a more freewheeling salon in the 1770s. Julie had been tutored in the art by Madame du Deffand until a falling out, and, with a small stipend from Madame Geoffrin, struck out on her own. She innovated by opening her home almost every evening to a select but mixed company. Young intellectuals, older statesmen and foreign visitors. Nibbles and wine were served, nothing lavish, but the talk flowed. One frequent guest, the writer Jean-François Marmontel, marvelled at Julia's ability to inspire frank discussion. He described her as an astonishing compound of reason and wisdom, with the liveliest mind and most ardent soul. Under her edifice, philosophers from diverse generations convened and exchanged ideas, while even the poorest scholars were welcome to express their thoughts. Such inclusion was unusual. In many salons, one's rank and attire still mattered, but Julia de Lespinasse proved that intellectual passion could trump pedigree. A typical salon evening might unfold like this. As dusk fell, a liveried footman admitted guests to a candlelit parlour decorated with art. Gentle music played in the next room. Elegant women in silks and men in embroidered coats formed small clusters, exchanging news and bons mots. The hostess circulated, deftly introducing a young poet to a renowned scientist or drawing a shy scholar into a lively debate about the latest play. Conversation was the main event. Good salon guest had something to bring to this conversation, at the very least wit and elegant French. A rising dramatist might recite a scene from his new comedy, met with applause and gentle critique. A visiting American like Benjamin Franklin might regale the company with tales of scientific experiments with lightning. Serious discussions could break out, the merits of Voltaire's newest tract or Rousseau's eccentric theories on education. But if tempers flared or someone droned on too long, the hostess would smoothly change the subject or propose a diversion, perhaps a brief chamber music performance or a round of cards. The result was a peculiar mix of ludic and learned. By evening's end, ideas that might have been seditious in print could be bandied about safely in the salon, cushioned by politeness and mutual respect. The salon thus served as an incubator for Enlightenment ideas. It connected thinkers to patrons. Many an author found a publisher or a financier through salon contacts. It allowed women a rare opportunity to engage in intellectual life, albeit as conveners rather than professors, with notable exceptions like Emily du Châtelet, who, though not a salonière, proved women could match men in science. Salons also helped erode class barriers, if only slightly. Some hostesses prided themselves on gathering a potpourri of talents regardless of noble birth. There were limits, of course. Peasants and labourers did not stroll into these parlours. The salons primarily catered to the elite, who were open to new talent and ideas, not just those inherited from their lineage. In these candlelit rooms, the public sphere had a private cradle. Before newspapers could freely criticise the king or church, and before any elected assembly existed in France, the salons were training grounds for reasoned debate. They fostered what one historian later called the Republic of Letters, a community of minds that transcended social ranks and national borders. Foreigners like the Scottish historian David Hume or the Italian economist Cesare Beccaria were feted at Paris salons when they visited. In turn, French philosophers built networks of correspondence with thinkers abroad. The cosmopolitan chatter in Madame Geoffrin's salon had echoes in London, Geneva or Berlin as ideas spread. By the 1770s and 1780s, even as economic troubles and political conflict loomed in France, one could still find on any given evening a salon in full swing, a microcosm of an ideal Enlightenment society, where conversation flowed freely, differences were bridged by civility, and a new rational France was imagined in talk long before it existed in fact. By the middle of the 18th century, the written word in France was undergoing an explosive proliferation. In bustling Parisian print shops and in secret presses hidden in attics or across the border, printers churned out mountains of paper, books, pamphlets, journals, broadsides. An insatiable reading public had arisen, hungry for everything from scandalous verse to serious treatises on philosophy. The statistics tell part of the story. By the 1780s, literacy had risen markedly. Roughly half of French men and a quarter of women could read, almost double the rates from a century earlier. More people reading meant more demand for reading material. Where the state or the church tried to censor or limit that material, enterprising publishers found ways to supply it regardless. A veritable underground press emerged, and with it a new kind of intellectual warrior. the hack writer and the clandestine bookseller. Together they would spread Enlightenment ideas to every corner of France, even as authorities scrambled to stem the tide. Officially, the French crown maintained strict censorship. All books were supposed to be approved by royal censors and carry the censor's name. Hundreds of titles were outright banned. The Catholic Church, through the Sorbonne faculty and the infamous Index Librorum Prohibitorum, Index of Prohibited Books, also condemned works deemed heretical or immoral. Punishments for illegal printing could be severe: fines, imprisonment, even the gallows for repeat offenders. But by the 1770s, enforcement was increasingly like plugging holes in a sieve. The appetite for new ideas was too strong and the profits to be made from satisfying it too tempting. Smugglers carried forbidden books into France by the crate, stashing them in false-bottom wagons, or floating them down rivers at night. It was said that in some frontier towns, nearly every customs officer could be bribed. Meanwhile, within France, pirate printers secretly duplicated popular works without permission. One way or another, what was officially banned often ended up widely read. A few examples illustrate the cat-and-mouse game of publishing. In 1759, the monumental project of the Encyclopédie, the great encyclopedia of sciences, arts, and trades edited by Denis Diderot, was banned by King Louis XV after the first 7 volumes, under pressure from church authorities who found its articles too impious. But Diderot did not abandon it. Thanks to sympathetic insiders, not least the enlightened censor Malgerbe, Diderot continued the work in secret, finishing 10 more volumes of articles and plates under a false imprint in Switzerland. Officially, the encyclopedies were suppressed. In reality, subscribers received the remaining volumes clandestinely by 1765. As one contemporary quipped, the authorities had winked at the enterprise. They pretended to shut it down to appease the church, but turned a blind eye to its continued existence because it employed hundreds of workers and had powerful supporters. This delicate dance, ban in name, tolerate in practice, typified the later old regime's lax censorship. By 1780, Diderot's encyclopédie stood complete at 35 volumes, an astonishing trove of Enlightenment knowledge made available to the public, despite all edicts to the contrary. In addition to the Encyclopédie, Geneva, Amsterdam, London, and the Rhineland produced illicit literature. Scholars believe that around 600 prohibited books circulated in France before the Revolution. These included philosophical books, scurrilous political pamphlets, and censored novels. According to historian Robert Darnton, several were forbidden bestsellers, books too filthy or seditious for the censors, but eagerly read by everyone who could. Rousseau's Emile on education and the social contract were prohibited in 1762, but pirated volumes spread and made him famous. Obscene leaflets criticising the royal family's morals and crazy stories about the king's ministers were other underground bestsellers. Grub Street writers, hack authors living hand-to-mouth in Paris who wrote whatever sold, specialised in libelles, libellous pamphlets. To get money, such writers might mock the king's mistress one week, compose a natural rights tract the next, and spy for the police the next. Voltaire and Diderot mocked this literary underworld. Voltaire called hack writers things. Ironically, radical ideas sometimes spread through these less recognised venues. The hackers, hungry and alienated from the previous regime, hated authority and fueled the revolution. Print circulation is immense. A recent police inventory of a seized bookstore or the Bastille's confiscated shipment documents shows thousands of illegal books. Popular illegal titles have been republished many times. In the 70s, the Swiss underground publisher Société Typographique de Neuchâtel transported tens of thousands of volumes into France, from Voltaire's philosophical fables to prohibited novels. By 1796, 20 sanctioned and 50 pirated volumes of the forbidden anti-colonial work History of the Two Indies 1770 surfaced. Abbé Raynal's History of the Two Indies, which boldly denounced slavery and tyranny, was banned by the French government and exiled, while the clergy despised him as one of the most seditious writers, which only piqued readers' interest. Despite the embargo, the book was a bestseller and influenced American colonists with its human rights advocacy. The paradox of French Enlightenment publishing was that repression often increased a work's fame and audience. Reading revolutions spread outside the capital. Provincial cities developed lending libraries and reading societies, where members pooled funds to buy books and newspapers under the watchful eye of a suspicious bishop or magistrate. Literature was available to many residents and artisans by the 1780s. Budget-friendly Bibliothèque Bleue books simplified Enlightenment ideals, fairy tales, and practical information. Peddlers sold chapbooks in local marketplaces, spreading new ideas. In a tavern, a peasant may hear a hot story about the king's mistress, or a Voltaire joke. Of course, not everyone liked this print deluge. Conservative voices argued that excessive reading, especially forbidden materials, was corrupting ordinary people. One booklet at a time, some worried that authority was losing respect. They were partly right. Before 1789, printed words affected French public opinion. Pamphlet avalanche swayed public opinion after high-profile scandals or trials, like the Diamond Necklace Affair, 1785, involving Queen Marie Antoinette. Enlightenment authors inform and influence public opinion. They thought education and critical thinking could improve society. It worked, but it also fueled high expectations and simmering discontent. A Parisian kiosk sold a cheap Rousseau leaflet on the eve of the Revolution stating, "Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains." A bawdy song mocking the fat archbishop or a broadsheet celebrating America's successful uprising against its ruler were available. Rights, liberty and equality, formerly discussed in salons, have permeated common consciousness. The future was printed on legal and unlawful presses. Despite their efforts, the old order's guardians could not unprint it. The clatter of the printer's type and the rustle of secretly turned pages shook a changing France. In a modest Paris apartment in the 1750s, two brilliant men sit exchanging letters, not amicably, but as rivals locked in intellectual combat. On one side is Voltaire, the most famous wit of the age, now in his 60s, polished, urbane, a skeptic who relishes skewering folly. On the other, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 2 decades younger, intensely earnest, a loner who distrusts the very society Voltaire so enjoys. They rarely meet in person, but across miles they trade barbs in print. Upon reading Rousseau's latest work, Voltaire cannot resist sending a withering reply. "I have received, sir, your new book against the human species, and I thank you for it," Voltaire writes with biting sarcasm. "No one has ever employed so much intelligence to make us all stupid. Reading your book inspires a strong desire to take action." His words drip with mock praise. Rousseau's idealization of primitive man, Voltaire implies, is absurd. Civilization may be flawed, but it's far better than the savage life Rousseau extols. This famous quip that Rousseau's philosophy is enough to make a man want to become a beast epitomizes the clash between two towering Enlightenment thinkers whose visions of human nature and society were worlds apart. The Enlightenment was not a singular entity, rather, it represented a multitude of diverse perspectives, frequently engaged in intense debate. Voltaire and Rousseau's rivalry is legendary. Voltaire championed reason, science, and a certain cosmopolitan elitism. He believed enlightened monarchs, ideally advised by philosophers like himself, could gradually improve society. Religion, to Voltaire, was useful as a social glue, but needed purging of superstition. Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, a fanaticism he would famously declare of the church's abuses. Rousseau, by contrast, distrusted the pretensions of polite society. He thought civilization had corrupted man's originally good nature. In works like Discourse on Inequality, he argued that arts and sciences had led not to progress, but to vanity and oppression. His ideal was a simpler life in harmony with nature, and a political community based on genuine equality and the general will of the people, as he later outlined in the Social Contract. To Voltaire, the idea sounded naive at best, dangerous at worst. Their correspondence started courteously but soured over time. After the devastating Lisbon earthquake of 1755, Voltaire wrote a poem questioning providence. How could a just God slaughter innocents? Rousseau oddly rebuked Voltaire, saying people should not question God's plan, and that if men didn't live packed in cities, the quake would do less harm. Voltaire privately scoffed that Rousseau wanted to send mankind backwards. "One longs, in reading your book, to walk on all fours," he jeered, stung by Rousseau's critique. Rousseau, for his part, grew increasingly convinced that Voltaire and his clique were conspiring against him, mocking him behind his back. By the 70s, their relationship had fractured completely. Rousseau even refused Voltaire's offer of refuge when Rousseau was fleeing arrest. The Voltaire-Rousseau split was not just personal, it symbolized a deeper divergence in Enlightenment thought. Voltaire stood for the party of reason, progress through enlightened authority and sharp criticism of tradition. Rousseau became the voice of the party of feeling, valuing emotion, authenticity, and the wisdom of the common man over the polished salon sophisticature. Their quarrel highlighted contradictions. The Enlightenment celebrated reason, yet Rousseau accused reason's apostles of being cold and elitist. It preached equality, yet Voltaire privately disdained the uneducated masses and preferred benevolent despotism to democracy. In their ways, each was prophetic. Voltaire of the liberal, secular values that would shape modern Europe, Rousseau of the romantic, democratic, and even revolutionary currents that would soon erupt. It's fitting that both men died in 1778, a decade before the Revolution, almost as if fate meant to clear the stage for the drama to come. Beyond this famous duo, the Enlightenment was rife with intellectual rivalries and collaborations. Diderot and D'Alembert, co-editors of the Encyclopédie, had their share of squabbles. D'Alembert quit the project in frustration in 1759, leaving Diderot to slog through the remaining volumes largely alone. Diderot also fell out bitterly with Rousseau, who had once been his close friend. Diderot and Baron de Holbach welcomed Rousseau as a kindred spirit in the 1740s, but as Rousseau's ideas diverged and his paranoia grew, he came to believe Diderot had portrayed him negatively in a satirical play. Their friendship collapsed, illustrating how personal slights could fracture even those working for the same broad cause. Meanwhile, Baron de Holbach, host of a famously irreverent salon of atheists, published The System of Nature 1770, a book denying the existence of God outright. This extreme materialism alarmed even Voltaire, who attacked Holbach's atheism as fanatical in its own way. Voltaire believed society needed belief in God as a moral bedrock. If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him, he quipped. Holbach and Diderot, however, privately ridiculed Voltaire's deism as a lack of nerve. To them, reason pointed to a universe without need of a divine being. Thus, even among philosophes united against the Church's tyranny, there were deep fractures about religion's role. Another poignant clash involved Montesquieu and Rousseau's political theory. Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, argued for a balanced constitution, like Britain's, with powers separated among king, parliament, and courts, a moderate vision to prevent despotism. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, dismissed Montesquieu's model as too aristocratic. Instead, Rousseau envisioned a republic so egalitarian that in theory, everyone would obey laws they themselves willed. Voltaire found Rousseau's political ideas as impractical as his primitivism. He quipped that Rousseau's ideal republic was a city of ghosts, and indeed Rousseau's notion that citizens be forced to be free if they violate the general will would trouble critics for its potential for tyranny. Yet these quarrels were not destructive in the long run. Rather, they enriched the Enlightenment's legacy by presenting contrasting ideas that later generations could draw upon. In the salons and in print, rival philosophers might lampoon each other, but they also all contributed to a broader movement questioning the status quo. Occasionally the debates got personal and nasty. Pamphlets full of character assassination flew about. Voltaire was a master of the artful insult. When a pompous critic, the Abbé Desfontaines, attacked him, Voltaire retaliated by portraying Desfontaines as a criminal and a fool in a biting satire, effectively destroying the man's reputation. Rousseau too lashed out. In his later years, he wrote withering letters accusing former friends of treachery. Still, these human dramas had larger consequences. The sharp exchanges clarified differences in thought. What was the best form of government? The true foundation of morality? What is the role of religion? Through argument, the philosophy refined their positions. By the 70s, a new generation was emerging too. Figures like Condorcet, a mathematician and protégé of D'Alembert, admired both Voltaire and Rousseau trying to synthesize Enlightenment ideals with practical reforms. Condorcet would advocate for the abolition of slavery and women's rights, pushing the Enlightenment's egalitarian logic further than his predecessors dared. Meanwhile, the rifts among the older philosophers presaged splits in the coming revolution. Aristocratic liberals versus radical democrats, deists versus atheists, and pragmatists versus idealists. The Enlightenment was not one sun but a constellation, with Voltaire and Rousseau as two bright stars often in eclipse of each other. Their clashes, bitter though they were, gave the era much of its dynamism. The salon gossip about Voltaire versus Rousseau was the talk of intellectual Europe. Interestingly, when both Rousseau and Voltaire passed away in 1778, They received brief eulogies as if they had been complimentary heroes. Within a few years, the French Revolution would enshrine them by interring both their ashes in the Panthéon in Paris, Voltaire in 1791, Rousseau in 94, symbolically reconciling the two in the Republic of Posterity. France, it turned out, would need both Voltaire's razor wit and Rousseau's passionate cry for freedom as it hurtled toward a new age. The Palace of Versailles courtyard was packed on a sunny September afternoon in 1783, with eyes fixed on the sky. Two provincial brothers, the Montgolfier brothers, were ready to attempt the first hot air balloon flight by the living creatures in front of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. A sheep, duck and rooster were placed into a wicker basket under a taffeta balloon at the sound of a cannon. A second cannon fire announced release. As the balloon gracefully climbed 600 metres, tens of thousands of people gasped. It carried its barnyard aeronauts through the heavens for 8 minutes. Royal biologists quickly examined the animals, which were alive and eating hay, after it softly landed a few kilometres away. The audience applauded. The king was thrilled, albeit the inventors deftly avoided his suggestion to use convicted felons as test passengers. More than amusement, this balloon flight symbolised the Enlightenment's faith in science and reason to expand the conceivable. That moment, even the ancient dream of flight seemed possible. Ingenuity and experimentation had turned imagination into reality before the French public. French Enlightenment science pervaded daily life and great politics. Savants, learned men and a few women, who passionately studied nature, rose in the 18th century. They studied chemistry, anatomy, botany, astronomy and electrical. Importantly, they sought practical social reforms. The former Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris was full of experiments. Antoine Lavoisier, a rich Parisian tax officer who loved chemistry, discovered oxygen's role in combustion and established the idea of mass conservation. Lavoisier and his wife Marie, who illustrated and took notes, measured gases and metals with astonishing precision in their home laboratory. He proved that rusting metal gains weight by mixing with airborne oxygen, disproving the phlogiston idea. Such work paved the way for modern chemistry. Lavoisier was a systematic, empirical Enlightenment savant who felt knowledge should advance humanity. Outside the lab, he improved France's gunpowder industry, helping the military, and agricultural research to boost yields. Science historically clashed with religious theology, but by mid-century many clergy were fascinated by it. After the Galileo episode a century earlier, the Church was cautious. Jesuit instructors in France adjusted Cartesian and Newtonian principles. Still, tensions grew. In the 1770s, the Comte de Buffon, the king's naturalist, proposed that the world may be far older than the Bible's 6,000 years. Paris's Faculty of Theology forced him to include a pious disclaimer in his book. Enlightenment science favoured natural explanations above magical ones, contrary to traditional beliefs. Many devout Christians saw scientific findings as proof of God's laws. Medicine and public health were where science and belief intersected most. The introduction of smallpox inoculation, a predecessor to vaccination, was noteworthy. Millions, including royalty, had been erased or scarred by smallpox. After Louis XV died brutally of smallpox in 1774, the new King Louis XVI decided to undergo inoculation, a risky, purposeful infection to bestow immunity. Marie Antoinette supported it. Parisian milliners produced the pouf à l'inoculation, a hairdo with symbols of medicine and victory, a serpent-entwined rod, a rising sun for the king, and an olive branch for peace, to commemorate the royal inoculation's success. Fashion and science were linked. The pouf made inoculation look cool and calm public worries. After the monarchy's high-profile sponsorship, what many considered a dubious, possibly impious activity, deliberately infecting someone, gained legitimacy. It was the moment when empirical knowledge, inoculation success in England and the Ottoman Empire, triumphed superstition. People's veins were filled with Enlightenment notions. Enlightenment science influenced common devices and advances. The elite enjoyed mechanical and scientific exhibitions. Salons had electrical machines with spinning glass globes that generated static electricity, sparking and raising arm hair. These machines were novelty but important research tools. When American scientist Benjamin Franklin showed lightning was electrical by harnessing it with a kite, Europe was enthralled. France copied the experiment. Franklin was a star in Paris as a revolutionary diplomat and scientist. and his lightning rod creation was praised as a reasoned defence against nature. By the 1780s, even churches were putting lightning rods, possibly recognising that saving a steeple from blowing up was worth it. Some churchmen first opposed them, believing that it was blasphemous to meddle with the artillery of heaven. So science quietly challenged the idea that disasters were divine will by treating them as mechanical issues. No subject was too obscure for the philosophers to probe. Enlightenment thinkers compared doctors' discussions about the heart to a state's circulation of commerce. Philosophy considered classifying human civilizations like naturalists did species. The encyclopedia includes many scientific articles and images, from anatomical diagrams to windmill improvement designs, aiming to gather and disseminate essential knowledge. To catalogue and communicate practical information was an Enlightenment ideal. Knowledge should not be hidden or guild-bound, but shared for the common good. Diderot published on metallurgy, music theory and other subjects because he believed nature and art might liberate minds and enhance life. During this era, the state often linked scientific development to its goals, fostering a culture of enlightened absolutism. Louis XVI and his ministers wanted to use science to improve armaments, maps and agriculture. In the 1760s, the French government supported the enormous meridian voyages to estimate the Earth's form, reflecting Enlightenment curiosity and state pride. The Academy of Sciences researched ways to enhance navigation and chronometers and gave prizes for practical answers. Nutritionists like Parmentier staged meals featuring potato dishes to convince aristocracy it could prevent starvation. To promote potatoes, Parmentier had a field guarded by troops but let peasants steal from it at night. In urban living, the Enlightenment provided new conveniences. Paris's nightly street illumination improved, bringing enlightenment. Public places like the Jardin du Roi, now Jardin des Plantes, offered botanical gardens and a small zoo, representing the era's natural science curriculum. Travelling lecturers demonstrated physics experiments, such as how an air pump could smother a bird in a vacuum jar, ugly, but a dramatic lesson in air. Crowds watched. These shows blurred the lines between education and spectacle. Science was trendy by the 1780s. In clubs, men debated the ideas of Newton and Descartes, while aristocratic women wore small lightning rods as jewellery. The revolutionary idea of rationally evaluating and engineering society also drew inspiration from science. As scientists sought natural rules, philosophers sought social laws. Scientists' skill in describing the world encouraged them to question whether social structures like the monarchy, church, and feudal privileges were logical or historical accidents. Why not redesign a kingdom if a balloon could fly? Science wasn't politically neutral. Some Enlightenment savants faced persecution and challenges. Revolutionaries denounced Lavoisier for being a tax collector in 1794, despite his gunpowder and chemistry advances. Despite his scientific credentials, Lavoisier faced execution when the public turned against experts with links to the Ancien Regime. The Republic has no need of scientists, the judge allegedly declared, rejecting mercy requests. The new administration returned Lavoisier's things to his widow with a note. To the widow of Lavoisier, who was falsely convicted, a year after his execution, acknowledging his innocence and genius, mathematician Lagrange mourned, "It took them only an instant to cut off that head, and 100 years may not suffice to produce another like it." The convergence of Enlightenment science and revolutionary politics was fragile. Science permeated salons, state policies, and street culture in Enlightenment France. It offered control over nature and reflected society. People cooked, healed, travelled, and illuminated their homes differently. It also influenced their thinking by encouraging them to believe that empirical observation and reason could explain and improve the natural and human world. They would put this optimism to the test, but it held significant power. The Montgolfier balloon soaring to cheers at Versailles showed how knowledge may lift humanity. Once a place of gods and mystery, the sky today hosted human achievement. Everything appeared possible currently, and a social and political revolution was about to happen, spurred in part by Enlightenment science's confidence and inquisitive attitude. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes, religio-bigotry, superstition, and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown's Spandard censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age of Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Legibictory superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown's Famdad censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. The mathematician, philosopher, and liberal nobleman Marquis de Condorcet died in a dismal Bourg-la-Reine jail cell in August of 1794. He fled from the extremist Jacobin regime that called him a traitor. Condorcet, who championed human rights, slavery abolition, and women's suffrage, almost alone among his peers, was now a victim of the revolution he supported. His lifeless body was uncovered by guards. He may have died from disease and exhaustion or from poison he hid when the guillotine approached. The terror's gloom killed one of the Enlightenment's brightest lights. His demise typified the tragic irony that befell many Enlightenment luminaries during the revolutionary storm. Their promised progress had turned on them. As previously mentioned, Lavoisier faced execution despite his claims that his scientific efforts benefited the nation. Madame Geoffrin's daughter saw her salon acquaintances scattered, some executed, as genteel reform conversations gave way to mobs. Even after their deaths in 1793, Voltaire and Rousseau were disputed by revolutionaries, with radicals favouring Rousseau's egalitarianism and moderates Voltaire's tolerance. The Enlightenment inspired the revolution, but the revolution tested it. The French Revolution both upheld and undermined Enlightenment values. On one hand, it formalised many philosophers' essential ideas. Based on Montesquieu, Voltaire, Rousseau and Locke, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, 1789, advocated freedom of speech and religion, equality before the law, and the right to resist injustice. The philosopher's dream of a meritocratic society was realised on August 1789, when feudal privileges and tithes were abolished in one night. The Constitution of 1791 established a constitutional monarchy with a Montesquieu-like division of powers. The Revolution fulfilled Voltaire's calls for toleration by seizing church property in 1790 and awarding full citizenship to Protestants and Jews in 1791. When Louis XVI was guillotined in 1793, Rousseau's vision of popular sovereignty, the people's will above divine right kingship, was most clearly confirmed. However, the Revolution's violent, illiberal turn troubled many. The Enlightenment sought to replace tyranny with reasoned conversation, not crowd or one-party power. The Committee of Public Safety murdered thousands of enemies of the Revolution during the Reign of Terror, 1793-4, a terrible inversion of Enlightenment ideas. Reason gave way to another frenzy. Under Robespierre, the revolutionaries formed a municipal religion of the Supreme Being and held deistic festivals, a guillotine-enforced version of Rousseau's civil religion. People executed under the guise of reason for being aristocrats or moderate republicans would have horrified Voltaire. The terror exposed an Enlightenment contradiction. The confidence in a single truth, rational or ideological, can lead to tyranny. Philosophers like de Holbach and Helvetius were as intolerant of religious people as atheists. The Revolution showed how abstract enlightenment may become dogmatism. No one shall spread darkness, on pain of death. Many Enlightenment thinkers did not want democracy. Voltaire favoured an enlightened monarch over an uninformed mob. Some intellectuals said early revolutionary assemblies' disarray showed Voltaire was right about the Quenelle rabble. Before his 1784 death, Diderot had become pessimistic, arguing that despotism might only cease when the last monarch was strangled with the last priest's entrails, a dismal hyperbole the revolutionaries half-jokingly repeated. Diderot probably wouldn't have celebrated the 1793 mass guillotining. Philosophers had not solved how to justly implement principles. This gap existed between theory and practice. Enlightenment supporters faced social contradictions. Few addressed women's condition directly, although they promised equality. Though a proponent of democracy, Rousseau believed women should be educated exclusively to please men and stay at home, contrary to Olympe de Gouges and Condorcet, who authored an essay in 1790 advocating for women's political rights. After writing a Declaration of the Rights of Woman, the revolutionary authority guillotined de Gouges. The Enlightenment fraternity had excluded their sisters from universal rights. There was division among Enlightenment views on race and slavery. Some, like Diderot and Condorcet, strongly criticised slavery as against natural law. The 1788 Society of Friends of the Blacks, founded by Enlightenment-influenced men, sought abolition. Others, like Voltaire, criticised the slave trade in the abstract but made racist statements and invested in colonial corporations. Enlightenment, universal human nature battled with pseudoscientific racism, ironically, a consequence of species classification. The revolution abolished slavery in 1794 after a massive slave insurrection in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, but Napoleon reinstalled it. Ideal and reality differed. Relationship between intellect and emotion was another tension. Rousseau noted that humans are not rational, but the Enlightenment praised reason. The revolution showed that passions, anger at injustices, desire for vengeance, hope for glory, drive events more than academic treatises. Romanticism, a 19th century counterattack, accused the Enlightenment of disregarding the heart, tradition and faith. Edmund Burke in England and Joseph de Maistre in France held the philosophes unfairly. responsible for the revolution's bloodshed by unmooring society from traditional institutions. They said that the Enlightenment's abstract reasoning had dissolved authority and led to chaos and Napoleon's rule. While this view is debatable, by the early 1800s, the Enlightenment was hailed for the declaration of rights and scientific advancement, but also accused of revolution. Long-term, the French Enlightenment left a deep and mostly good influence. It inspired the French, American, and later independence movements worldwide. Many Enlightenment goals were achieved in the 19th century, including the abolition of slavery in European empires, France in 1848, Britain 1833, the spread of public education, the rise of secular states and the reduction of church temporal power, the gradual and uneven expansion of suffrage, and the advancement of science and technology without dogma. The 1948 UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights is based on Enlightenment ideas. Today we echo Voltaire's calls for press and conscience freedom. Governments cite Montesquieu when creating checks and balances. When protesters invoke the will of the people, Rousseau is followed. However, the Enlightenment left more uncertain legacies. The scientific revolution and industrial society were fueled by reason, but romantics and later existentialists criticized it for promoting technocracy and soulless rationality. Westerners defended imperialism as bringing civilization, an attitude oddly at conflict with the Enlightenment's empathy, but facilitated by its aim. Enlightenment secularism allowed diversity to develop, but also left a spiritual hole that 19th and 20th century ideologies and nationalisms strove to fill, not always for the better. After Napoleon's collapse in 1815, France's monarchy re-established church dominance and conservative tendencies. Intellectual life had changed, thus the genie could not be put back. French politics alternated between liberal and conservative in the mid-19th century, but Enlightenment ideas set the standard. Even conservatives had to justify themselves in terms of logical government and national interest, not divine authority. France will officially divorce church and state in 1905, fulfilling the philosophes' aim of a secular republic based on liberté, égalité, fraternité. Enlightenment principles filtered through revolutionary experience. The French Enlightenment did not finish neatly in 1789. The revolution was chaotic and its aftermath complicated. Perhaps that emphasises a last Enlightenment lesson. The movement always understood that human affairs are imperfect and progress zigzags. Diderot observed, "Passions are the only orators that always persuade, conceding that reason doesn't control the world." Later in life, Voltaire tempered his mockery with appeals for steady improvement, not utopia. Even radical Rousseau cautioned that abrupt upheaval could lead to harsher despotism. Many Enlightenment thinkers realised that Enlightenment would be a long-term tense project. Thus the Enlightenment's twilight transformed rather than ended. People called themselves ideologues or intellectuals instead of philosophes in the 19th century, but they inherited the Enlightenment's realm. Questioning authority, demanding reasoned answers, and claiming individual dignity became entrenched in Western civilization. When we read Voltaire's witty, courageous writings, Rousseau's profound challenges, Diderot's encyclopedic labours, or Condorcet's prescient humanism, we are reminded of the Enlightenment's very human story. Salon gatherings and clandestine pamphlets, friendships and feuds, and people risking prison for a pamphlet or exile for a principle. Ideas could overthrow thrones in that age. Its legacy lives on every time an informed public holds a tyrant accountable. A youngster is taught science without superstition, various individuals sit down to talk and debate rather than fight, and we choose light over darkness. The French Enlightenment was truly a turning point in human history. Long before emperors wore purple or legions marched in formation, the land that would become Rome was a collection of mosquito-infested marshes and limestone hills where farmers argued over water rights and cattle thieves operated with impunity. The year was approximately 800 BC, and the Italian peninsula was a patchwork of tribes who shared little beyond their mutual suspicion of strangers. The Tiber River carved its lazy path through central Italy, creating natural ford points that became magnets for travellers, traders and trouble. One particular crossing, roughly 15 miles inland from the Mediterranean, offered something rare, reliable passage even during the spring floods. But what made this location extraordinary wasn't just geography, It was salt. In the ancient world, salt held a significant value in monetary terms. The Via Salaria, the Salt Road, would later become one of Rome's most crucial arteries, but in these early days it was simply a worn path that connected the salt pans near the river's mouth to the mountain communities inland. Control of this route meant control of wealth, and the various hill tribes understood this fundamental truth. The Palatine Hill rose about 150 feet above the marshy river valley, offering commanding views of the surrounding countryside. Archaeological evidence suggests continuous habitation here from at least the 9th century BC, with post holes and pottery fragments telling the story of a community that valued both security and commerce. These weren't primitive cave dwellers, they were sophisticated farmers and herders who understood metallurgy, pottery, and the intricate politics of trade relationships. But the Palatine wasn't alone. 6 other hills dotted the landscape: the Aventine, Capitoline, Caelian, Esquiline, Quirinal, and Vimichal. Each supported its community, its customs, and its interpretation of the divine will. The residents of these settlements spoke various dialects of what we now call Latin, but their differences were more profound than language. They worshipped different gods, followed different leaders, and maintained different relationships with their neighbours. The Capitoline Hill, smaller but strategically positioned, served as a natural citadel. Here, springs of fresh water bubbled up from underground sources, creating an oasis that attracted not just humans but the wildlife they hunted. Wild boar, deer, and various birds made the wooded slopes their home, while the wetlands below teemed with fish and waterfowl. This abundance did not occur by chance. It resulted from the careful stewardship of individuals who had an intimate understanding of their environment. Trade relationships extended far beyond the immediate region. Amber from the Baltic, copper from Cyprus, and exotic pottery from Greek colonies all found their way to these hilltop communities. In return, the inhabitants offered agricultural products, livestock, and their services as middlemen in the complex web of Mediterranean commerce. They weren't isolated barbarians, they were active participants in an international economy. The social structure of these early communities was more complex than traditional narratives suggest. Women held significant property rights and religious authority, as evidenced by elaborate burial goods and votive offerings. Children were valued members of society, not merely economic assets, and elderly individuals were respected for their knowledge and experience. This wasn't a society built on military conquest, it was built on consensus, negotiation, and mutual benefit. Religious practices centered around natural phenomena and ancestral spirits. Sacred groves dotted the hillsides, where community members made offerings to ensure prosperous harvests, successful hunts, and protection from disease. These weren't primitive superstitions, they were sophisticated theological systems that provided meaning, structure, and social cohesion. The concept of divine favour earned through proper behaviour would later become central to Roman identity. The climate was slightly different then, with more rainfall and denser forests. The Tiber ran cleaner and deeper, supporting a thriving ecosystem that provided both sustenance and transportation. Seasonal flooding was predictable and manageable, creating fertile soil for agriculture, while also serving as a natural defence against potential invaders. By 750 BC, these 7 hills supported a combined population of perhaps 3,000 people, enough to create a vibrant community, but small enough that most residents knew each other by name and reputation. Leadership was fluid based on achievement, wisdom, and the ability to build consensus rather than hereditary privilege or military prowess. While popular imagination focuses on the Romans themselves, the true architects of early Roman civilization may have been their enigmatic neighbours to the north, the Etruscans. These sophisticated people, whose language remains partially undeciphered, despite centuries of scholarly effort, controlled much of central Italy and possessed technological and cultural advantages that would profoundly shape the emerging Roman identity. The Etruscans weren't simply another Italian tribe, they were urban planners, engineers, and artists whose influence extended across the Mediterranean. Their cities featured sophisticated drainage systems, multi-storey buildings, and public spaces that demonstrated in us an advanced understanding of civic organisation. Most importantly for the Roman story, the Etruscans understood that the concept of confederation refers to independent city-states united by common interests while still maintaining their local autonomy. Etruscan merchants regularly travelled the salt roads, bringing with them not just goods but ideas. They introduced improved metallurgy techniques, advanced pottery methods, and architectural innovations that transformed the primitive hill settlements into something approaching true towns. The distinctive red tile roofs that would become synonymous with Roman architecture were actually Etruscan innovations, as were the sewage systems that made dense urban living possible. But the Etruscan influence went deeper than technology. Their religious practices, based on interpreting divine will through natural omens and ritual sacrifice, provided a framework that the Romans would adapt and expand. The concept of the pomerium, the sacred boundary of a city, came from Etruscan tradition, as did the practice of consulting augurs before making important decisions. These weren't primitive superstitions, but sophisticated systems for building social consensus and legitimizing political authority. The Etruscans also understood something that would become central to Roman success: the integration of conquered peoples rather than their simple subjugation. Etruscan cities welcomed talented foreigners, intermarried with neighbouring tribes, and adopted useful customs from their trading partners. This flexible approach to identity and citizenship would later become Rome's greatest strength. Archaeological evidence from the 8th century BC shows increased Etruscan influence on the Seven Hills. Pottery styles change, burial practices evolve, and architectural techniques become more sophisticated, but the result wasn't simple cultural colonization. It was selective adoption of useful innovations by communities that maintained their essential character and independence. The political structure of Etruscan cities provided a model for Roman development. Rather than autocratic kingship, the Etruscans practiced a form of limited monarchy, where rulers were chosen by councils of elders and held accountable for their decisions. Kings were expected to consult advisors, respect traditional customs, and justify their actions through religious ritual. This balance between authority and accountability would become fundamental to Roman political theory. Etruscan women enjoyed remarkable freedom and influence, participating in public banquets, attending religious ceremonies, and maintaining their names and property after marriage. These behaviours contrasted sharply with Greek practices and may explain why Roman women, despite later restrictions, retained more legal rights and social influence than their counterparts in other ancient civilizations. The Etruscan economy was sophisticated and diversified. They controlled iron mines, operated international trading networks, and developed advanced agricultural techniques that increased both productivity and sustainability. Their influence on Roman farming methods was profound. It introduced crop rotation, improved ploughing techniques, and the systematic use of fertilizers. The Roman villa system, which would later dominate Italian agriculture, had its roots in Etruscan estate management. Military technology and tactics also flowed southward from Etruria. The Etruscans had adapted Greek hoplite warfare to Italian conditions, creating flexible formations that could operate effectively in the peninsula's varied terrain. They understood the importance of engineering in warfare, building roads that facilitated troop movement and developing siege techniques that made fortified positions vulnerable. These innovations would later become hallmarks of Roman military superiority. By 700 BC, the Seven Hills had become a regional centre that attracted attention from Etruscan city-states looking to expand their influence. Rather than direct conquest, however, the Etruscans seemed to prefer a more subtle approach: intermarriage with local elite families, the establishment of trading partnerships, and the gradual introduction of Etruscan customs and technologies. This process created a unique hybrid culture that was neither purely Latin nor solely Etruscan, but something entirely new. The inhabitants of the Seven Hills began to see themselves as distinct from their neighbours, not because of their differences, but because of their ability to successfully integrate the best elements from multiple sources. This adaptability would become Rome's defining characteristic. The religious implications of this cultural mixing were profound. Etruscan divination practices merged with local traditions to create new forms of religious expression that emphasized both personal piety and public responsibility. The concept that the gods demanded not just worship but ethical behaviour became central to Roman religious thought, distinguishing it from the more transactional religious practices common elsewhere in the ancient world. The conventional story of the Sabine women's abduction makes for dramatic storytelling, but archaeological evidence suggests a far more complex and intriguing reality. The Sabines, a hill people who controlled much of the mountainous region northeast of the Seven Hills, weren't victims of Roman aggression. They were partners in a remarkable experiment in political and social integration. The Sabines possessed something the emerging Roman community desperately needed: agricultural expertise and population. The limestone hills around Rome were challenging to farm effectively, but the Sabines had developed techniques for terracing, irrigation, and soil management that could transform marginal land into productive fields. More importantly, they had a social system that complemented rather than competed with Roman customs. Extended family groups which controlled specific territories and resources organised Sabine society. Leadership was gerontocratic, with decisions made by councils of elderly males who had proven their wisdom through successful management of family fortunes. This system provided stability and continuity, but sometimes lacked the flexibility needed to respond to changing circumstances. The Romans, with their more merit-based leadership selection and willingness to experiment with new approaches, offered something the Sabines valued: innovation balanced by respect for tradition. The integration process wasn't sudden or violent, but gradual and voluntary. Intermarriage between Roman and Sabine families created kinship networks that crossed ethnic boundaries, while shared religious observances and joint trading ventures built economic interdependence. The famous assault of the Sabine women may have been a ritualized ceremony that formalized pre-existing marriage agreements rather than an act of violent kidnapping. Archaeological evidence supports this interpretation. Pottery styles, burial practices, and architectural techniques show gradual blending rather than sudden replacement. Sabine religious practices were incorporated into Roman ritual, while Roman political innovations were adapted to Sabine social structures. The result was a hybrid culture that was stronger and more sophisticated than either parent tradition. The Sabines brought with them knowledge of animal husbandry that transformed Roman agriculture. They understood selective breeding, pasture management, and the integrated farming techniques that made Mediterranean agriculture sustainable. The Roman emphasis on cattle as a measure of wealth, preserved in words like pecuniary, from pecus, meaning cattle, reflects Sabine influence on Roman economic thinking. But perhaps most importantly, the Sabines introduced the concept of tribal organisation that would become central to Roman political structure. Sabine society was organised into the tribes based on kinship and territory, with each tribe responsible for specific civic duties and privileges. This system provided a framework for incorporating new populations while maintaining social cohesion and political stability. The fusion of Roman and Sabine cultures created new forms of religious expression that emphasized community responsibility and mutual obligation. Sabine agricultural festivals merged with Roman trade celebrations to create seasonal observances that reinforced social bonds while ensuring economic cooperation. The Roman calendar, with its emphasis on agricultural cycles and community celebrations, reflects this synthesis of urban and rural values. Military organisation also benefited from Sabine integration. While the Romans understood the importance of discipline and training, the Sabines contributed knowledge of mountain warfare and defensive strategies that proved invaluable in the difficult terrain of central Italy. The Roman legion's flexibility and adaptability owed much to Sabine tactical innovations. The political implications of this cultural merger were profound. The Sabine emphasis on consensus building and respect for age balanced Roman tendencies toward competition and innovation. The result was a political system that could make decisive choices when necessary while maintaining broad support for communal decisions. This balance between efficiency and legitimacy would become a hallmark of Roman governance. By 650 BC, the distinction between Romans and Sabines had become largely meaningless. Families claimed ancestry from both groups, religious practices drew from both traditions, and political leadership reflected the merged community's values rather than ethnic origins. The Seven Hills had become home to a truly integrated society that was neither Roman nor Sabine, but something entirely new. This successful integration established a pattern that would define Roman expansion for centuries. Rather than simple conquest and subjugation, Rome developed a model of incorporation that preserved local customs and leadership while creating loyalty to the larger community. The Sabine synthesis provided both the blueprint and confidence for this approach. The economic benefits of integration were immediately apparent. Combined Roman and Sabine territories controlled important trade routes, provided diverse agricultural products, and offered the population density necessary for major construction projects. The first permanent bridges across the Tiber, the earliest paved roads, and the beginnings of the sewer system all date from this period of cultural fusion. Women's roles in this merged society reflected both tradition's values while creating new possibilities. Sabine women's traditional authority in family matters combined with Roman women's economic independence to create a social position that was remarkably advanced for its time. This synthesis would influence Roman law and custom for centuries. The traditional narrative of Roman kingship focuses on legendary figures like Romulus and Numa Pompilius, but the archaeological record suggests a more complex and intriguing story. Early Roman political development reflected not autocratic rule, but experimental governance that balanced competing interests while maintaining community cohesion. The kings weren't absolute monarchs, but chief executives whose authority derived from their ability to build consensus and deliver results. The institution of Roman kingship evolved from practical necessity rather than divine mandate. As the population of the Seven Hills grew and their economic relationships became more complex, the informal leadership structures that had served smaller communities became inadequate. Someone needed to coordinate public works, mediate disputes, and represent the community in dealings with outsiders. The solution was a form of limited monarchy that borrowed elements from both Roman and Sabine traditions, while creating something uniquely effective. A council representing the various tribal and family groups that made up the community chose Roman kings rather than hereditary ones. This selection process, called the interregnum, involved careful negotiation and extensive consultation to ensure that the chosen candidate commanded broad support. Kings were expected to consult advisors, respect traditional customs, and submit major decisions to popular approval. This wasn't democracy as we understand it, but it was remarkably participatory for its time. The powers of early Roman kings were carefully circumscribed. They commanded the military during wartime and oversaw public works during peace, but they couldn't impose new taxes, change fundamental laws, or make major policy decisions without consent from the tribal councils. Their authority was religious as well as political. They served as chief priests and were responsible for maintaining proper relationships with the gods, but even this religious authority was shared with specialized colleges of priests and augurs. Archaeological evidence indicates that the design of early Roman public buildings facilitated this participatory governance. The forum, the central public space, was arranged to accommodate large gatherings where citizens could hear speeches, participate in debates, and vote on important issues. The architecture emphasized accessibility and transparency rather than royal grandeur, reflecting the community's commitment to inclusive decision-making. The economic role of early kings was particularly important. They oversaw the construction of infrastructure projects that required coordinated effort: roads, bridges, drainage systems, and public buildings, but they also regulated markets, mediated commercial disputes, and negotiated trading agreements with neighbouring communities. The king's house was both a residence and a business centre, where merchants, farmers, and craftsmen could seek redress for grievances and negotiate contracts. Military leadership was perhaps the most crucial royal responsibility. The early Roman army wasn't a professional force, but a citizen militia organised by tribal affiliation and led by elected officers. The king's role was to coordinate these diverse units, plan campaigns, and negotiate treaties. Success in warfare enhanced a king's prestige and authority, while military failures could lead to removal from office. This accountability to results, rather than birthright, distinguished Roman kingship from more autocratic systems. The religious dimensions of kingship were equally complex. Roman kings served as intermediaries between the human and divine communities, responsible for ensuring that proper rituals were performed and that the god's will was correctly interpreted. But this religious authority was balanced by colleges of priests who possessed specialized knowledge and could challenge royal interpretations of divine intent. As a result, a system of checks and balances was established to prevent any individual from claiming absolute authority. Women played important roles in early Roman political life, though their influence was often exercised indirectly. Royal wives were expected to participate in religious ceremonies and often served as advisors on matters affecting family life and social customs. Elite women from powerful families could influence the selection of kings through their kinship networks and their control of economic resources. This female influence would persist throughout Roman history, even as formal political participation became more restricted. The transition between kings was carefully managed to prevent civil conflict. When a king died or was removed from office, power reverted to the tribal councils until a new candidate could be selected. This interregnum period emphasized that royal authority came from the community rather than from divine appointment or hereditary right. The new king received his power through formal installation ceremonies that required popular approval and religious sanction. By 600 BC, this system of limited monarchy had created a stable and prosperous community that controlled a significant portion of central Italy. The population had grown to perhaps 10,000 people, living in increasingly sophisticated settlements that featured permanent buildings, paved streets, and public amenities. Trade relationships extended throughout the Mediterranean, while agricultural productivity supported both population growth and urban development. The success of early Roman political innovation attracted attention from neighbouring communities, some of which adopted similar systems of consensual monarchy. What took place wasn't cultural imperialism but voluntary imitation of effective governance techniques. The Roman model demonstrated that authority could be both effective and accountable, powerful and legitimate, and concentrated and responsive to popular will. The legal system that developed during this period reflected the same balance between authority and participation. Kings could issue edicts and make judicial decisions, but these were expected to conform to traditional customs and could be appealed to tribal councils. The emphasis was on practical problem-solving rather than abstract legal theory, creating a flexible system that could adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining fundamental principles of fairness and reciprocity. The period from 600 to 500 BC marked a dramatic transformation in the character and ambition of the Seven Hills. Under kings who were either Etruscan by birth or heavily influenced by Etruscan culture, the loose confederation of hill communities became a true city with the infrastructure, institutions, and imperial ambitions that would define Rome for centuries to come. The arrival of Etruscan-influenced leadership wasn't a foreign conquest, but the logical result of increasing integration between Roman and Etruscan elites. Intermarriage, business partnerships, and cultural exchange had created a cosmopolitan aristocracy that moved freely between Roman and Etruscan cities. When these individuals assumed leadership in Rome, they brought with them the urban planning expertise, architectural knowledge, and political sophistication that transformed a collection of hilltop villages into a Mediterranean metropolis. The most visible changes were architectural and engineering. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's enormous sewer system, was begun during this period, a massive undertaking that required sophisticated understanding of hydraulics, engineering, and project management. This development wasn't just a practical improvement, but a statement of ambition. Rome intended to support a population density that would make it competitive with the great cities of the Mediterranean world. The Forum was completely redesigned during this period, transforming from an informal gathering place into a monumental civic centre. The new Forum featured permanent buildings for government functions, covered markets for commerce, and ceremonial spaces for religious observances. The architecture was distinctly Etruscan in style, but adapted to Roman social customs, creating public spaces that facilitated the participatory governance that remained central to Roman identity. Temple construction during this period reveals both the wealth and the religious sophistication of the transformed community. The Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus on the Capitoline Hill, begun around 580 BC, was one of the largest religious buildings in the Mediterranean world. Its construction required the importation of materials and craftsmen from across the region, demonstrating Rome's growing commercial reach and economic strength. But the most significant transformation was demographic. The population of Rome grew from perhaps 10,000 to over 50,000 during this century, making it one of the largest cities in Italy. This growth came not just from natural increase but from immigration, as Rome attracted merchants, craftsmen and farmers from across central Italy. The city's reputation for tolerance, opportunity and effective governance made it a magnet for ambitious individuals from throughout the region. The social implications of this rapid growth were profound. Traditional kinship-based organisation became inadequate for managing such a large and diverse population. The solution was the development of more sophisticated administrative systems that combined territorial and functional organisation. Citizens were registered by both tribal affiliation and residential district, creating multiple forms of identity and belonging that helped maintain social cohesion despite increasing diversity. Military organisation evolved dramatically during this period. The citizen militia of earlier times was supplemented by more professional units that could campaign for extended periods. The famous Roman manipular system, with its emphasis on flexibility and unit cohesion, was developed during this period as a response to the complex military challenges facing an expanding city-state. Rome was no longer just defending its immediate territory, but pursuing active expansion throughout central Italy. Economic structures became increasingly sophisticated. Rome developed the first true banking system in Italy, with institutions that could finance large-scale construction projects, international trade ventures, and military campaigns. The city's strategic location at the intersection of major trade routes made it a natural commercial centre, while its growing population provided both a market and a labour force for increasingly complex economic activities. The legal system was formalised during this period, with the first written laws replacing the informal customs that had previously governed community life. These laws reflected the cosmopolitan character of the transformed city, incorporating elements from Roman, Sabine, and Etruscan legal traditions, while creating new approaches to problems that arose from urban density and cultural diversity. The 12 tables, which were likely compiled a bit later, reflected the legal thinking that evolved during this transformative century. Religious life became more organised and institutionalised. The informal folk practices that had served smaller communities were supplemented by more formal priesthoods, elaborate ritual calendars, and monumental architecture that demonstrated the community's devotion to the gods. But Roman religion retained its practical character, emphasising the maintenance of proper relationships between human and divine communities, rather than abstract theological speculation. The role of women in this transformed society was complex and changing. While formal political participation became more restricted as the city grew larger and more militarised, elite women retained significant influence through their control of property, their roles in religious ceremonies, and their positions in family networks that remained crucial to political and economic success. The tension between traditional female authority and evolving urban customs would remain a characteristic feature of Roman society. International relations became a major concern during this period. Rome established formal diplomatic relationships with Greek cities in southern Italy, Carthaginian traders in North Africa, and various Gallic tribes to the north. These relationships were commercial and cultural as well as political, creating networks of exchange that brought new ideas, technologies, and opportunities to the growing city. By 500 BC, Rome had become the dominant power in central Italy, controlling a territory that extended well beyond the original 7 hills. The city's population was ethnically diverse, economically sophisticated, and politically complex. The institutions developed during this period of rapid growth and cultural synthesis would provide the foundation for Rome's later imperial expansion and administrative achievements. The success of this change created ways of doing things that would shape Roman expansion for many years, bringing together different groups of people, using helpful ideas from conquered nations, balancing local independence with central control, and keeping traditional values even as things became much larger and more complicated. The legal system was formalised during this period, with the first written laws replacing the informal customs that had previously governed community life. These laws reflected the cosmopolitan character of the transformed city, incorporating elements from Roman, Sabine, and Etruscan legal traditions, while creating new approaches to problems that arose from urban density and cultural diversity. The 12 tables, which were likely compiled a bit later, reflected the legal thinking that evolved during this transformative century. Religious life became more organised and institutionalised. The informal folk practices that had served smaller communities were supplemented by more formal priesthoods, elaborate ritual calendars, and monumental architecture that demonstrated the community's devotion to the gods. But Roman religion retained its practical character, emphasising the maintenance of proper relationships between human and divine communities, rather than abstract theological speculation. The role of women in this transformed society was complex and changing. While formal political participation became more restricted as the city grew larger and more militarised, elite women retained significant influence through their control of property, their roles in religious ceremonies, and their positions in family networks that remained crucial to political and economic success. The tension between traditional female authority and evolving urban customs would remain a characteristic feature of Roman society. International relations became a major concern during this period. Rome established formal diplomatic relationships with Greek cities in southern Italy, Carthaginian traders in North Africa, and various Gallic tribes to the north. These relationships were commercial and cultural as well as political, creating networks of exchange that brought new ideas, technologies, and opportunities to the growing city. By 500 BC, Rome had become the dominant power in central Italy, controlling a territory that extended well beyond the original 7 hills. The city's population was ethnically diverse, economically sophisticated, and politically complex. The institutions developed during this period of rapid growth and cultural synthesis would provide the foundation for Rome's later imperial expansion and administrative achievements. The success of this change created ways of doing things that would shape Roman expansion for many years, bringing together different groups of people, using helpful ideas from conquered nations, balancing local independence with central control, and keeping traditional values even as things became much larger and more complicated. Religious institutions were reorganized to serve the new political system. The Rex Sacrorum, king of sacrifices, maintained the religious functions that had previously belonged to the king, but without political authority. Various priestly colleges oversaw specific aspects of religious life, ensuring proper relationships with the gods, while preventing any individual from claiming divine authority for political purposes. Religion remained central to Roman identity, but it was subordinated to constitutional government. The early republic faced serious challenges that tested its institutional innovations. The conflict between patricians, the traditional aristocracy, and plebeians, the common people, created social tensions that threatened political stability. The solution was the creation of new institutions that gave plebeians their representatives and protection against aristocratic abuse. The tribunate of the plebs, established around 494 BC, provided both a voice for popular grievances and a mechanism for resolving social conflicts without violence. Military organisation reflected republican values, while maintaining the effectiveness that had made Rome dominant in central Italy. Citizens were expected to serve in the army as both a privilege and a duty, but military service was balanced with civilian authority. Generals were elected officials with limited terms, not professional soldiers with independent power bases. The citizen-soldier ideal became central to republican ideology, distinguishing Rome from societies that relied on mercenary armies or professional military castes. Economic policies during the early republic balanced the need for revenue with respect for property rights and commercial freedom. The state owned significant territory acquired through conquest, which was leased to farmers and graziers for rental income. Public contracts for construction projects and tax collection created opportunities for private profit while accomplishing public purposes. This mixed economy, combining state resources with private initiative, provided both stability and growth. The integration of conquered peoples continued the patterns established during the monarchy, but became more systematic and extensive. Italian communities that submitted to Rome were incorporated as allies with specific rights and obligations rather than being treated as subjects. This policy created a confederation of loyal communities that provided both military strength and economic opportunity while maintaining local autonomy in internal affairs. Women's roles in Republican society reflected both traditional values and evolving circumstances, while formal political participation remained limited. Elite women exercised significant influence through their family connections and property holdings. The Roman matron became an idealized figure who combined domestic virtue with public responsibility, embodying the values that Romans believed distinguished their society from both autocratic monarchies and chaotic democracies. By 450 BC, the Roman Republic had created a constitutional system that was both innovative and stable. The balance of competing institutions prevented tyranny while maintaining governmental effectiveness. The integration of diverse social groups created loyalty to the state while preserving valuable traditions. The combination of military strength and diplomatic flexibility made Rome the dominant power in Italy, while establishing the foundation for Mediterranean expansion. This constitutional achievement wasn't the result of abstract political theory, but practical responses to specific challenges. The Romans didn't set out to create a perfect government, but to solve the problems of governing a large, diverse, and ambitious community. The success of their institutional innovations would influence political thinking for over 2 millennia. By 400 BC, Rome had evolved from a collection of hilltop villages into the dominant power in central Italy, but the most remarkable phase of its development was yet to come. The institutions, values, and strategies that had emerged during 3 centuries of growth and adaptation would now be tested on a Mediterranean stage against opponents who possessed wealth, sophistication, and military power that dwarfed anything Rome had previously encountered. The Gallic invasion of 390 BC, which resulted in the sack of Rome, was both a catastrophe and a catalyst. The traditional narrative emphasizes Roman humiliation and the heroic resistance of defenders on the Capitoline Hill, but the invasion's aftermath reveals more about Roman character than the event itself. Rather than retreating into defensive isolationism, Rome responded with a massive program of military, political and infrastructural innovation that transformed the city into a power capable of challenging the mighty empires of the Mediterranean world. The reconstruction of Rome after 390 BC reflected both practical necessity and imperial ambition. The Servian Wall, built during this period, enclosed not just the traditional 7 hills but a much larger area that could accommodate future population growth. This structure wasn't just defensive architecture, but a statement of intent. Rome planned to become much larger and more powerful than it had ever been. The wall's sophisticated design, incorporating Greek engineering techniques with Roman organizational efficiency, demonstrated the city's growing technical sophistication. Military reforms during the 4th century BC created a legionary system that would dominate Mediterranean warfare for centuries. The Manipular Legion, with its flexible organization and professional training, represented a fundamental innovation in military technology. Roman soldiers were citizen farmers who served from patriotic duty, but they were also professional warriors who trained regularly and campaigned for extended periods. This combination of civic motivation and military expertise proved superior to both citizen militias and mercenary armies. The Roman approach to expansion was equally innovative. Rather than simple conquest and exploitation, Rome developed a system of alliances and incorporation that transformed enemies into allies while extending Roman power throughout the Italian peninsula. Communities that surrendered were treated as partners rather than subjects, receiving protection and commercial privileges in exchange for military service and political loyalty. This policy created a confederation of over 150 allied communities that provided Rome with resources and manpower that no single city-state could match. The social war of the early 3rd century BC, when several Italian allies rebelled against Roman domination, tested this system of incorporation. The resolution of this conflict, extending Roman citizenship to all Italian allies, created a unified Italian state that was unprecedented in both size and social integration. Rome became not just a city but a nation, with citizens spread throughout the peninsula who shared common legal rights, military obligations and political loyalties. Economic development during this period provided the material foundation for imperial expansion. Roman control of Italian agriculture, combined with dominance of Mediterranean trade routes, created wealth that could finance massive military campaigns and public works projects. The Roman currency system, based on standardized weights and silver content, became the preferred medium of exchange throughout the Western Mediterranean. Roman merchants, protected by military strength and supported by diplomatic agreements, established trading networks that extended from Spain to the Black Sea. The Punic Wars against Carthage, beginning in 264 BC, represented Rome's emergence as a true Mediterranean power. These conflicts weren't just military campaigns, but comprehensive tests of Roman institutional capacity. The ability to finance decades of warfare, maintain political stability during military crises, and integrate conquered territories into the Roman system demonstrated that the city-state had evolved into something entirely new, an imperial republic capable of governing diverse peoples across vast distances. Between 264 and 146 BC, the Mediterranean world was conquered, marking the logical culmination of developments that had started centuries earlier on the 7 hills. Roman military superiority wasn't just a matter of technology or tactics, but reflected deeper institutional advantages: the ability to maintain citizen loyalty through participation in governance, the capacity to integrate conquered peoples through generous terms of surrender, and the flexibility to adapt strategies and policies to changing circumstances. Cultural and intellectual life flourished during this period of expansion. Roman contact with Greek philosophy, art and literature created a cosmopolitan culture that combined practical Roman values with sophisticated Greek theoretical knowledge. The emergence of Latin literature, beginning with writers like Ennius and Plautus, demonstrated that Roman civilization had developed its own distinctive voice, while remaining open to foreign influences. The governance of conquered territories required institutional innovations that extended republican principles to imperial administration. The provincial system, with its appointed governors and standardized legal procedures, provided effective government for diverse populations while maintaining central control. Roman law, originally designed for a single city-state, was expanded to accommodate the needs of a multicultural empire, while preserving its essential characteristics of practicality and fairness. Religious and cultural policies reflected the same balance between unity and diversity that characterized Roman political administration. Conquered peoples were allowed to maintain their traditional customs and beliefs while being gradually incorporated into Roman cultural patterns. The Roman pantheon absorbed foreign deities, Roman festivals incorporated local traditions, and Roman architecture adapted to regional preferences while maintaining distinctive Roman characteristics. By 146 BC, when Carthage was destroyed and Greece was incorporated into the Roman Empire, the transformation that had begun on the Seven Hills was complete. Rome had evolved from a collection of primitive settlements into the dominant power of the ancient world, controlling territories that stretched from Spain to Syria and from Britain to North Africa. This achievement wasn't the result of exceptional individual leadership or accidental historical circumstances, but the logical development of institutions, values, and strategies that had emerged during centuries of gradual adaptation and growth. The story of Rome's beginnings demonstrates that lasting civilizations aren't created suddenly, but develop through the accumulation of countless small innovations and adaptations. The farmers and herders who first settled the Seven Hills couldn't have imagined that their descendants would govern an empire that included over 50 million people. But the values and institutions they created, practical problem-solving, inclusive governance, military effectiveness, and cultural adaptability, provided the foundation for achievements that would influence human civilization for over 2 millennia. Harry S. Truman's roots trace to the quiet farmlands of western Missouri worlds removed from the polished corridors of Washington he'd one day inhabit. Born on May 8, 1884 in the small town of Lamar, he was the first child of John Anderson Truman and Martha Ellen Young. Modest beginnings shaped his earliest sensibilities. The family moved frequently, chasing opportunities across hard-scrabble farmland and short-lived ventures. Even so, the young Truman absorbed a relentless work ethic from dawn to dusk chores and gleaned an unvarnished sense of people's struggles. Little about his childhood forecasted the presidency that would thrust him into global crises. His boyhood was peppered with a penchant for reading, a borrowed copy of Plutarch's Lives or perhaps a Mark Twain novel capturing the spirit of Middle America. Unlike many peers, Harry devoured thick tomes about history and political philosophy. The spectacles perched on his nose earned him occasional teasing from schoolmates, but he shrugged it off. His father's farm demands forced him to develop stamina in a literal sense, wrangling mules or stacking hay, even as he contemplated the larger world beyond county lines. With no prestigious family name or wealth, further education was never assured. After finishing high school in the Independence College seemed an unreachable dream. Family finances and obligations rerouted him to an array of odd jobs, timekeeper for the Santa Fe Railroad bank clerk and farmhand. By his early 20s, Truman's curiosity about public affairs solidified. The world was chinnapping. Horse-drawn wagons met shiny new automobiles. The economy swelled and new technologies whispered of unstoppable progress. Yet southern Missouri's conservative climate rarely promised fast social or political transformation. Politically, a swirl of party machines, especially the Pendergast faction in Kansas City, state of Missouri, dominated local elections. Established dynasties overshadowed the notion that ordinary citizens could break into politics. Truman, while not outspoken about these realities, observed them closely. In the year 1905, the young man ventured to Kansas City, the state of Missouri. But his father's declining health compelled him to return to the Grandview farm due to family obligations. The life of a farmer was tough on body and spirit, especially in an era lacking modern machinery. But these years on the farm, some might argue, lay the foundation for Truman's later authenticity. He saw the cyclical nature of crops, the unpredictability of weather, and the straightforward handshake culture of small-town trades. The stoicism gleaned from failed harvests or broken equipment taught him resilience, a trait he'd lean on heavily decades later under unimaginably higher stakes. Then came 1917 and America's entry into World War I. Like many patriots, Truman enlisted. At 33, he wasn't a typical fresh-faced recruit, but his earnestness and unwavering sense of duty propelled him forward. Commissioned as an artillery officer, he found a surprising gift for leadership. Men who initially dismissed him as a four-eyed farm boy discovered a commanding presence. He enforced disciplines, but listened to grievances, forging an efficient battery that ultimately saw action in the muddy, shell-scarred fields of France. Under withering artillery, Truman kept his battery steady and morale intact. That success fueled a new self-confidence. If he could manage the emotional storm of war, maybe leading men, and later constituents, was not so implausible. Returning stateside in 1919, Truman married Bess Wallace, his longtime sweetheart from Independence. She was known for a steady temperament and a gentle reluctance for public life. Their union would provide her emotional grounding through the political turbulence ahead. At first, they tested civilian ventures. He tried opening a men's clothing store in Kansas City, but the post-war economy sank into recession. The store failed, leaving him in debt that took years to repay. Despite the financial strain, he refused to declare bankruptcy, demonstrating his adherence to the moral code of meeting obligations. Around this time, the Pendergast political machine offered a lifeline. Tom Pendergast, a powerful Democratic boss, recognized Truman's war hero reputation and unwavering loyalty. He suggested a run for county judge, a role more administrative than judicial in Jackson County. Truman, initially hesitant, realized politics could merge his sense of civic duty with a means to provide for his family. In 1922, he stepped onto the ballot. The campaign demanded he mingle with rural neighbours, chat in dusty general stores, and knock on thousands of doors. Over time, he honed an everyman approach. Direct, warm, unpretentious. Though overshadowed by bigger city names, Truman won. He soon discovered that politics demanded compromise. The press sniffed at him as a Pendergast puppet, but he set about improving county roads and public buildings, focusing on practical governance. It didn't make headlines in Washington, but local folk started trusting that Judge Truman might be the rare politician who balanced machine loyalty with genuine public benefit. This vantage from county-level duties, juggling budgets, awarding contracts, meeting local taxpayers, would form the bedrock of his pragmatic style, later defining how he navigated the halls of Congress and eventually the White House. Harry Truman's position as a Jackson County judge provided him with an intimate view of the political dynamics that shaped Kansas City and its surrounding areas. Contrary to modern assumptions, judge in that era didn't always require a law degree. The role resembled a county commissioner, managing budgets, overseeing infrastructure, and mediating local disputes. Truman's approach was straightforward: keep roads maintained, ensure budgets balanced, and minimize corruption where possible. Yet the Pendergast machine that backed him thrived on patronage, awarding contracts to friendly bidders. For Truman, the challenge was upholding integrity while not alienating the very network that had placed him in office. Throughout the 1920s, Truman earned a reputation for honesty that set him apart. He rarely indulged in the nepotism that others accepted as routine. Journalists covering local government perceived Judge Truman as a unique individual, a devoted member of the Pendergast team who genuinely aimed to promote the public welfare. He developed a method: maintain civil relationships with boss Tom Pendergast, but quietly push for efficient administration. This precarious balance drew occasional disapproval from reform-minded critics who felt he should break with the machine entirely. Truman reasoned that, from within, he could do more for constituents. In private, he admitted the tension gnawed at him, yet no obvious alternative route existed. The machine was the only ladder for local Democratic politicians. By the early 1930s, the Great Depression rattled every corner of America. Kansas City, state of Missouri, faced bank closures, mass unemployment, and breadlines. Truman, re-elected as a presiding judge in 1930, used New Deal funds to jumpstart local projects, bridges, public buildings, and new highways, attempting to pump lifeblood into the local economy. His sincere empathy for ordinary families, grounded in his experiences of economic hardship, coloured every decision. He oversaw a county relief program that, while not free of cronyism, often delivered real help to needy citizens. This bolstered Truman's standing as a conscientious official, though overshadowed by the iconic New Deal initiatives championed by President Franklin D. Roosevelt at the national level. The year 1934 brought a new opportunity. Pendergast decided to push Truman as the Democratic candidate for the US Senate. Though overshadowed by more prominent figures in state politics, Truman's quiet perseverance appealed to rural voters. On the campaign trail, wearing his trademark wide-brimmed hat and thick glasses, he visited farmhouses and small-town gatherings. He promised to back Roosevelt's programs, praising the impetus behind them. Meanwhile, suspicious voices hammered him as a Pendergast stooge. The boss's endorsement sealed the nomination, but winning the general election was no guarantee. Nonetheless, national frustration with the Republicans' handling of the Depression gave the Democrats a strong tailwind. Truman eked out a victory, heading to Washington at age 50. In the Senate, he was a small fish in a pond teeming with established whales like a Huey Long, Carter Glass, and Robert La Follette Jr., eager to prove his worth. Truman initially found himself overshadowed by Southern Democrats who dominated key committees. He stuck to the Commerce and Interstate Regulation Committees, quietly gleaning how legislative deals were forged. Mindful that he needed to rid himself of the Pendergast stigma, he tackled issues with a methodical zeal. One such moment arrived in 1939, when he chaired a subcommittee investigating railroad reorganization, applying his county-level budgeting lessons to a national stage. Colleagues noticed his meticulous approach. He seldom boasted, rarely sought headlines, but delivered results. The mid-1930s to late 1930s also saw the unravelling of Pendergast's empire. Accusations of tax evasion and corruption soared. In 1939, Tom Pendergast was convicted of tax fraud and imprisoned. Headlines implicated him and his associates in a massive graft. Truman, facing re-election in 1940, braced for the blowback. His opponents painted him as the senator from Pendergast, but Truman countered that he too disapproved of corruption and that his record stood independent. Voters, evaluating his actual performance, decided to give him another term. The tight race confirmed that his margin of victory lay in trust built by actual service, overshadowing the old machine label. In his second term, Truman's name surfaced more often, especially as storm clouds gathered in Europe. World War II erupted in 1939. By 1941, America was edging closer to involvement. Roosevelt's Lend-Lease policies and the ramp-up of defense industries demanded close oversight. Truman, sensing billions of tax dollars swirling into new factories, spearheaded a Senate committee to monitor war profiteering. The Senate Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program, more famously known as the Truman Committee, set out to ensure that war contracts were legitimate. Factories produced quality goods, and unscrupulous profiteers were exposed. This gave Truman a national spotlight. He visited defense plants incognito, scrutinizing paperwork. The committee earned praise for saving taxpayers giant sums. Press coverage portrayed him as a bulldog for accountability, not a grandstander but someone truly outraged by waste or exploitation. By 1943, the Truman Committee had propelled the senator from Missouri into the national consciousness. Pundits who once dismissed him as a backroom functionary now viewed him as a champion of good governance amid a massive global war. The White House noticed, too. Roosevelt, seeking to unify the Democratic Party for the 1944 election, faced the question of who should serve as vice president. His current VP, Henry Wallace, was viewed as too radical by party conservatives. Could Harry Truman, a moderate, pro-defense, corruption-fighting senator, be the compromise pick? The party bigwigs thought so. The stage was set for a twist in Truman's life, from being a steady second-term senator to possibly occupying the second highest office in the land, perched precariously near the centre of a global conflict. Harry Truman never aggressively pursued the vice presidency, but in the swirl of 1944 politics, he emerged as a near-consensus choice. Franklin D. Roosevelt, seeking an unprecedented fourth term, recognized that in a fractious Democratic Party, Henry Wallace polarized too many. Conservative Democrats demanded a replacement, and Truman's unassuming loyalty and his credibility in the war proved to be a suitable fit. When the Democratic National Convention convened that July in Chicago, backroom dealings sealed the arrangement. Truman famously claimed he woke up one morning as a senator and went to bed that night as the party's vice presidential nominee. Even then, he expressed reluctance, famously quipping that the role was largely ornamental, a spare tire on the automobile of government. The Roosevelt-Truman ticket triumphed in November 1944, riding on FDR's record as a wartime leader. The margin was narrower than earlier Roosevelt victories, reflecting war fatigue among Americans, but a victory was still a victory, and in January 1945, Truman took the oath as vice president. Within weeks, the Allies advanced on Nazi Germany, the Battle of the Bulge had ended, and the liberation of concentration camps approached. Meanwhile, the Pacific Theater raged on, with US forces inching closer to Japan. Truman found himself at the periphery of top-level discussions. Roosevelt, his health failing, still dominated the administration's strategic deliberations. Truman's main tasks involved presiding over the Senate and fulfilling ceremonial roles. He was rarely looped into the secrets of the Manhattan Project or the exact shape of post-war negotiations. Everything changed abruptly on April 12, 1945. Roosevelt died in Warm Springs, Georgia, after months of visibly declining vitality. A stunned Truman was summoned to the White House and took the oath of office as president in a small tent ceremony. He later recalled, "I felt like the moon, the stars, and all the planets had fallen on me." The man who had been in the dark about critical aspects of the war, particularly the atomic program, now became commander-in-chief of a global superpower in waiting. Advisors scrambled to brief him on ongoing strategies, secret weapons research, and the complexities of Allied negotiations with Stalin and Churchill. Truman's earliest decisions revolved around ending World War II. In Europe, victory seemed imminent, with Hitler's regime collapsing. VE Day, Victory in Europe, arrived on May 8, 1945, overshadowing the raw sense of Roosevelt's absence. Meanwhile, the Potsdam Conference in July saw Truman meet Winston Churchill, later replaced by Clement Attlee mid-conference, and Joseph Stalin. With the war in Europe settled, the conversation pivoted to dividing Germany into zones, shaping Eastern Europe's future, and extracting concessions from the Soviet Union about joining the war against Japan. Truman, a novice in the high-stakes diplomacy that Roosevelt had navigated, approached Stalin with caution. He gleaned that the Soviet leader had ambitions in Eastern Europe, a harbinger of post-war friction. Simultaneously, Truman faced a moral and strategic quandary in the Pacific. The Manhattan Project had succeeded. The atomic bomb was ready. Military planners estimated an invasion of Japan's home islands could cost a catastrophic number of Allied and Japanese lives. The question was whether dropping the bomb might force a swift surrender. Truman wrestled with the ethics, but ultimately authorized using atomic weapons, believing it would end the conflict more quickly. On August 6, 1945, a B-29 dropped the first bomb on Hiroshima. 3 days later, Nagasaki was hit. Japan announced surrender on August 15th. The effect was as unprecedented as it was terrifying. The world recognized a new era of nuclear capability. Truman justified his choice to the American public as a necessary evil, one that, in his view, saved more lives than it cost. Others debated the morality for generations to come, but the immediate aftermath was a wave of relief that the war was over. Emerging from the war's conclusion, Truman found an altered planet. The Soviet Union and the US stood as rival superpowers. Europe lay in ruins. Asia wrestled with new independence movements, and the nuclear age overshadowed all. Many Americans wanted a return to domestic normalcy, hoping to spend energy on economic revival. But the unravelling alliance with Stalin's USSR hinted at a new conflict in the making. A Cold War of ideologies, spies, and proxy battles. Truman, the accidental president, would have to craft policies that shaped this precarious world. In 1946, as the rest of the Allied powers demobilized, the Soviets entrenched in Eastern Europe. Winston Churchill, no longer Britain's Prime Minister, visited the US and declared an Iron Curtain had descended across the continent. Truman recognized the need for a doctrine to counter Soviet expansion, albeit short of direct warfare. The seeds of the containment strategy took shape, culminating in what would be known as the Truman Doctrine, pledging support to countries threatened by the communist subversion. With minimal foreign policy background, he relied on seasoned figures like George Marshall, Dean Acheson, and others to devise new frameworks for the global stability. Meanwhile, on the domestic front, the challenge of reconverting the economy from wartime production to peacetime soared. Labour strikes in Flecken and demands for civil rights tested Truman's leadership. As 1947 approached, Truman's tenure had only begun. The decisions about nuclear arms, the aid programs for war-ravaged allies, and the looming confrontation with Soviet policies in Europe and Asia, these would define not just his presidency, but the entire global order. Once a quiet senator overshadowed by Roosevelt's magnetism, Truman had stepped into the spotlight. He was about to introduce a new vocabulary to American statecraft, the Marshall Plan, the Berlin Airlift, and the seeds of NATO, forging an era where the United States embraced superpower responsibilities unthinkable a mere decade earlier. In the tumultuous post-war climate, Harry Truman found his presidency pivoting on two broad fronts: foreign policy crises and domestic upheaval. Fresh from the euphoria of victory over fascism, Americans soon recognized that a new tension with the Soviet Union dominated world affairs. Eastern Europe lay under communist influence, and Stalin's grip tightened across Poland, Hungary, and others. These developments spurred Truman's administration to articulate a more defined stance. In March 1947, he presented to Congress what became known as the Truman Doctrine. The United States would aid nations resisting subjugation by armed minorities or outside pressures. Though triggered by crises in Greece and Turkey, the doctrine signalled a broader commitment to containing communism. Skeptics worried about entangling America in endless foreign struggles, but Truman insisted that inaction would yield greater perils. Soon after, Secretary of State George Marshall proposed the European Recovery Programme, colloquially the Marshall Plan. War-ravaged Europe faced famine and economic collapse, conditions ripe for communist infiltration. Marshall's plan offered massive financial aid to rebuild infrastructure, revitalise industries, and stabilise currencies. Truman championed this approach as simultaneously humanitarian and strategic. Western Europe's swift reconstruction under the plan created an economic boom, forging stable democracies less vulnerable to Soviet influence. This bold initiative reshaped America's global role. No longer isolationist, it was now the engine of a nascent Western alliance. Domestically, Truman encountered an equally formidable challenge. Millions of veterans returned, seeking jobs and affordable housing. Labour unions, having postponed strikes during the war, now pressed for raises in an inflationary climate. The Republican resurgence in the 1946 midterms gave the GOP control of Congress, complicating Truman's legislative ambitions. He advanced what he dubbed the Fair Deal, a suite of proposals aiming to expand upon Roosevelt's New Deal, national health care, civil rights measures, aid to education, and a higher minimum wage. Yet these ran headlong into congressional opposition, with Republicans and conservative Southern Democrats blocking large segments. The result, incremental progress, overshadowed by persistent gridlock. Matters of race also percolated. Despite Roosevelt's colourblind rhetoric during the war, African Americans faced persistent discrimination. In 1948, Truman issued an executive order to desegregate the armed forces, a bold move that outraged many Southern politicians but signalled a new federal stance on civil rights. He also called for an end to poll taxes and for legislation banning lynching, though those proposals stalled in Congress. Civil rights leaders applauded him as the first modern president to make such a stand, though it carried political risks in the upcoming election. The 1948 presidential race shaped up as a daunting one for Truman. Many believed he was doomed to defeat. Even within his party, Southern Dixiecrats broke off, championing Strom Thurmond in the protest of civil rights, while Henry Wallace, a former vice president, led the Progressive Party from the left. The Republican nominee, Thomas Dewey, exuded confidence. Pollsters and newspapers predicted a sure Republican victory, but Truman embarked on a legendary whistle-stop campaign across the country by train, hitting small towns and big cities with fiery speeches. He hammered the Do-Nothing Congress for blocking his Fair Deal measures, championed the average Indian citizen's needs, and exuded an underdog energy that resonated with voters. On election night, the Chicago Tribune famously printed its "Dewey defeats Truman" headline prematurely. The actual result? A surprise Truman victory, securing his place in the White House for a full term. Historians still marvel at this upset, attributing it to Truman's relentless grassroots appeal and Americans' preference for continuity in uncertain times. Even after this triumph, the Cold War's drumbeat intensified. In 1949, the Soviets tested their first atomic bomb sooner than Western intelligence had anticipated. China's civil war ended with Mao Zedong's communist victory, another blow to US hopes of containing communism. Within the US, paranoia about Soviet infiltration soared, prompting investigations of alleged spies in government. Accusations by Senator Joseph McCarthy of communist sympathizers in the State Department gained traction, fueling an era of blacklists and loyalty oaths. Truman, initially dismissive of McCarthy's claims, found the climate overshadowing more moderate approaches to subversion. The so-called Red Scare impacted the national mood, making Americans suspicious of any perceived left-leaning activity. Simultaneously, the Berlin crisis escalated. In 1948 to 1949, Stalin blockaded West Berlin, hoping to force the Allies out. Truman answered with the Berlin Airlift, a logistical marvel ferrying supplies by air to 2 million Berliners. Round the clock, cargo planes soared over Soviet-occupied zones, bringing food and coal. The operation's success showcased Truman's willingness to stand firm without triggering direct war. By mid-1949, the blockade ended, proving Western unity triumphant. Yet Germany's formal partition into East and West underscored that the global divide was no fleeting spat. It crystallized an iron curtain across Europe. Truman's presidency thus served as the crucible forging NATO, established in 1949, to unify Western defence. By 1950, the stage was set for the next major conflict. In Korea, Communist North invaded the South, prompting UN-led intervention. Truman, fervent to stop aggression, but wary of another world war, authorised forces under General MacArthur. The Korean War would define his final years in office, intensifying domestic debates over how to contain communism without triggering nuclear catastrophe. So, from the vantage of the early 1950s, Harry Truman, once a relatively obscure senator, had become the architect of containment, the man behind the fair deal, and the figure bridging FDR's global legacy with a precarious new order. His next steps would further test both his presidency and the tolerance of a public increasingly fatigued by unending conflicts abroad. June 1950 jolted the Truman administration when North Korean forces, under Kim Il-sung, surged across the 38th parallel, overwhelming the ill-prepared South Korean army. Within days, Seoul fell. The UN Security Council swiftly condemned the aggression, a rare instance where the Soviet Union's absence from the Council, due to boycotting over China's seat, allowed a unanimous resolution to pass. Truman responded promptly. He committed US air and naval support, soon dispatching ground troops. Technically, the conflict was a police action rather than a declared war, but thousands of American servicemen found themselves in brutal combat across the Korean peninsula. General Douglas MacArthur, a decorated World War II figure, assumed command of UN forces. At first, the situation was dire. Allied lines shrank to a small defensive pocket around Pusan. Then came the bold Incheon landing in September 1950, a brilliant amphibious operation that outflanked North Korean supply lines. MacArthur's troops recaptured Seoul, reversing North Korea's gains. Buoyed by success, MacArthur pushed north, crossing the 38th parallel with Truman's tentative endorsement. The objective evolved from merely repelling the invasion to toppling the Kim regime entirely, or so the general believed. Yet a new threat loomed. Communist China warned it would not tolerate foreign armies on its border. Truman's advisors debated whether unifying Korea by force was feasible or wise. Crossing into the far north could lead to Chinese intervention, many warned. MacArthur, brash and confident, discounted such warnings. By late 1950, Chinese volunteers poured across the Yalu River, launching a massive counter-offensive. American and Allied forces reeled southward in a grim winter retreat. Public shock at this sudden reversal battered Truman's popularity. As casualties mounted, a rift yawned between MacArthur, who demanded expanded war, potentially bombing Chinese bases, and Truman, who insisted on avoiding a broader conflict. MacArthur, disregarding presidential directives, publicly criticized Washington's caution, effectively undermining Truman's authority. In April 1951, Truman made a fateful decision. He relieved MacArthur of command. The uproar was immediate. MacArthur was a national hero, welcomed home by throngs chanting his name. Meanwhile, critics accused Truman of weakening the war effort, but Truman, committed to civilian control of the military, stood firm. He believed that letting a general define foreign policy threatened the very core of democracy. Despite the controversy, the Korean War ground on. Armistice talks started in mid-1951 but dragged on for months, even as battles flared along entrenched lines near the 38th parallel. While US public support for the war waned, Truman's White House wrestled with spiralling defense costs, anxious to avoid overextension. Some saw parallels to the frustration in World War I trenches: minimal territorial gains, high casualties, and endless negotiations. By 1952, many Americans had grown disillusioned. The war overshadowed domestic progress on the fair deal. Political opponents hammered Truman for what they saw as a stalemate in Asia, tying it to claims of infiltration by communist sympathizers at home. Fed by these tensions, the 1952 presidential election shaped up. Truman, battered by criticism, decided not to run for another term. He had served nearly 8 years after Roosevelt's death, plus the partial term. Instead, the Democratic Party nominated Adlai Stevenson II, who faced Dwight D. Eisenhower, the popular general from World War II. Eisenhower's promise to go to Korea and end the war resonated deeply with a weary public. Truman, overshadowed, simply hoped the conflict might find resolution. In January 1953, he left office with approval ratings near historic lows, overshadowed by the drawn-out Korean struggle and the McCarthy-era's relentless accusations of communist infiltration in the government. Yet even as he vacated the White House, Truman insisted that the containment strategy was correct. He recognized that waiting passively would yield expansions of Soviet or Chinese communism, which he believed threatened global stability. The Berlin airlift, the Marshall Plan, the formation of NATO, and aid to Greece and Turkey stood as cornerstones of what he considered necessary steps. The Korean War, while painful, in his view had halted a potential chain reaction of communist conquests in Asia. The public and policy circles fiercely debated whether the high cost justified the war. Returning to Independence, Missouri, Truman embraced private life without many of the trappings modern presidents would later enjoy. He had minimal pension, no Secret Service detail initially, and took up everyday routines, morning walks, visits to his library, and lively discussions with passers-by. Over time, Americans softened toward him. The same man once reviled for MacArthur's firing and for the loss of China found belated appreciation as a symbol of plain-spoken decency. Journalists occasionally visited his modest home to chat about world events. He deflected speculation about regrets, typically remarking that under the same conditions, he'd do much the same. The aging man, in his signature fedora, projected an air of calm that belied the turmoil he once navigated. In the broader sense, the years following 1953 revealed that the Cold War strategies Truman helped pioneer would endure across presidencies, shaping US foreign policy for decades. The notion that America must lead alliances, prop up threatened governments, and maintain a robust military footprint owed much to the architecture he and his advisors sketched. Controversies over nuclear arms, covert interventions, and moral trade-offs would continue to swirl. Meanwhile, the so-called Truman Doctrine in simpler times evolved into myriad forms, from Vietnam to the Middle East. Whether favourable or unfavourable, the boundaries Truman established during the initial years of the Cold War established a superpower's worldwide stance. After leaving the presidency, Harry Truman quietly returned to the same unpretentious Independence neighbourhood he'd left behind. Reporters marvelled that, unlike many political figures who retreated into comfortable consultant gigs or lavish perks, Truman strolled about as though unchanged. He personally answered the phone at his home, penned his letters at a small writing desk, and took daily constitutionals through the neighbourhood. When neighbours encountered him, he was as likely to talk about local weather as global affairs. However, his historical decisions carried significant weight, despite the sense of normalcy. In 1953, the Korean War's armistice took effect, largely shaped by his successor, Eisenhower, who carried forward negotiations that Truman's administration had begun. Though the conflict remained technically unresolved, the ceasefire established the demilitarized zone, freezing the peninsula's division. Critics contended that a final peace was never achieved under Truman's watch, yet defenders argued that halting North Korean advances preserved South Korea's future. As years passed, the ongoing partition cemented a legacy of tension in East Asia, intimately linked to Truman's stand against communist aggression. In the realm of civil liberties, the McCarthy era's fervour gradually subsided. Senator McCarthy overreached and was eventually censured by his colleagues. Retrospective analyses revealed the climate of fear had led to blacklists and ruined careers with scant evidence of actual subversion. From his vantage point, Truman felt vindicated about firing MacArthur and resisting extremes. He had insisted that constitutional processes matter more than a general's personal convictions or a demagogue's accusations. Yet the climate had left scars on the Democratic Party. Truman's own brand of moderate liberalism, heavy on foreign policy hawkishness and domestic incremental reforms, had receded under the weight of political realignments. Truman's financial situation post-presidency was precarious. At that time, ex-presidents received no pension. Except for a small army pension from his service in World War I, he faced burdensome living costs. A modest book deal for his memoirs helped, but it was not extravagant. He refused to cash in on corporate lobbying or serve on boards he considered morally dubious. Eventually, Congress passed the Former President's Act in 1958, partly spurred by Truman's circumstance, providing a pension and resources for office staff. He disliked taking charity, but recognised the policy served future ex-presidents more than himself. Meanwhile, he poured energy into his presidential library, determined that the story of his administration, warts and all, be accessible to scholars. His memoirs, published in 2 volumes, 1955 and 1956, revealed a candid, plain-spoken narrative of events. He offered no apologies for the atomic bomb decisions, emphasising that the abrupt end to the Pacific War saved countless Allied and Japanese lives. On the controversies surrounding recognition of Israel, Truman's swift acknowledgement of the new state in 19 was a watershed moment in Middle East politics. He insisted it was the moral path despite opposition from key advisors. Indeed, this quiet, steadfast approach characterised his recollections. He may have been overshadowed by FDR or disliked by flamboyant generals, but in times of crisis, he did what he believed was necessary. Over time, public perception of Truman shifted from unremarkable caretaker to gutsy decision-maker. Revisionist historians started praising the Truman Doctrine's clarity, the Marshall Plan's success in rebuilding Europe, and the pragmatic approach to containing Soviet influence. They noted how he integrated civil rights stances into mainstream democratic ideology, setting the stage for the more comprehensive reforms of the 1960s. Younger politicians, from John F. Kennedy onward, acknowledged a debt to Truman's legacy, that the presidency was about forging alliances, championing domestic fairness and preserving a stable global order. Not all revered him. Some leftist critics hammered the extremes of anti-communist actions, while others on the right called the stalemate in Korea evidence of half-hearted war. Yet a nostalgic sentiment gradually emerged, painting Truman as a leader of a simpler, more honest era. Truman's personal life in his later years revolved around devotion to Bess, who remained reclusive, preferring not to appear in public. The couple's daily routine included quiet breakfasts, visits to the library, and an occasional drive. Grandchildren brought new joy. Sometimes foreign dignitaries or scholars would drop by, seeking the older man's perspective. He offered unvarnished answers, peppered with plain-spoken Missourian humour. There were no illusions or frills in his answers. Journalists noticed that he rarely exploited the spotlight, preferring to let official archives and librarians handle big historical queries. By the 1960s, the Cold War had escalated to new crises: the Berlin Wall, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Vietnam's deepening conflict. Truman watched with concern. He occasionally wrote letters to current officials, carefully disclaiming that he was not meddling, merely offering the wisdom gleaned from the post-World War II crucible. Presidents of both parties recognized the significance of a living repository of post-war policy decisions, sometimes hosting him at White House gatherings. Though not an official advisor, Truman's moral authority soared. People perceived him as the final figure from a crucial period of transition, the establishment of the atomic age, the emergence of containment, and the delicate balance between social justice and political realism. In December 1972, at the age 88, Harry Truman passed away. The state funeral in Independence was modest, reflecting his personal style. Presidents, foreign dignitaries, and ordinary Americans paused to salute a man whose improbable journey took him from a Missouri farm to the White House's epicenter. Eulogies recalled him as the champion of the Marshall Plan, the father of containment, the unlikely victor of 1948, and the president who integrated the military. Over time, his name became shorthand for fortitude under pressure. Though buck stops here, in his own famous phrase, it stands as an emblem of personal accountability that, for better or worse, shaped the modern presidency and the free world's post-war order. Fast forward to the present, and Harry Truman's memory stands as a fascinating study in leadership. He was a product of small-town America, shaped by the unvarnished realities of farm labour and local politics. He lacked formal college degrees or aristocratic lineage, initially seeming an improbable figure to guide the world's most powerful nation. Yet guided by personal ethics and a knack for directness, he navigated global crises unmatched in scale. Historians often place him among the near-great presidents, an honour marking how significantly he steered the US in the aftermath of World War II. One of the most potent lessons gleaned from his presidency lies in how he approached big decisions. Truman rarely wallowed in indecision. Faced with the atomic bomb's moral quagmire, he concluded swiftly to use it, Faced with Soviet expansion, he launched the Truman Doctrine. Even the firing of General MacArthur, a national hero, illustrated a principle: no individual stands above civilian authority. Many leaders might waffle or fear public backlash, but Truman's style was to weigh advice, pick a course, and then bear the consequences. That unwavering approach still informs discussions about how leaders handle emergency powers. His era also cements the notion that personal authenticity can matter more than rhetorical polish. Unlike FDR's patrician confidence or JFK's glamour, Truman's persona was straightforward, sprinkled with folksy phrases. Critics at times derided his style as hickish or unrefined, but millions of Americans identified with it, seeing in him a mirror of their anxieties and aspirations. Political culture in the 21st century, saturated with scripted soundbites, often yearns for that raw sincerity, even if the complexities are far more complicated than a single personality trait can address. Another dimension of Truman's story pertains to the permanent changes in US governance. He presided over the creation of the National Security State, CIA, NSA, and the mushrooming Defense Department. He also oversaw the near-permanent mobilization of the economy to feed the Cold War's demands. This shift from a more isolated republic to a globally engaged superpower was not wholly his alone, but he carried forward the impetus. The ongoing debate about how much government surveillance or global policing is justified owes a debt to the structures built under Truman. His own personal discomfort with certain expansions, such as loyalty oaths, testifies to the moral dilemmas entwined with these transformations. Civil rights also saw impetus under his watch, though this took decades for the full effect to unfold. His desegregation of the armed forces in 1948 was one of the earliest executive acts dismantling institutional racism. Though overshadowed by the more dramatic battles of the 1950s and 60s, it laid a crucial precedent. Black veterans who served in integrated units carried new expectations for equal treatment, fueling the civil rights movement. This example underscores that incremental changes, championed even by leaders not known primarily as civil rights crusaders, can pivot historical momentum in ways invisible at the time. Modern presidents, from both parties, occasionally invoke Truman's name when justifying bold stances. They highlight his willingness to buck popularity for principle or highlight how, under crisis, he harnessed executive power to contain threats. Some hail him as the father of American internationalism, forging alliances and frameworks like NATO. Others cringe at the memory of the bombings and the loyalty purges. That duality, heroic to some, morally fraught to others, mirrors the complexity of the 20th century itself. For the typical American family, though, the memory of Truman might conjure images of that iconic 1948 photo with the newspaper headline, "Dewey defeats Truman," or the black and white footage of him announcing Japan's surrender. Libraries across the country preserve diaries from grandparents who felt uncertain about sending their sons to Korea, reading day-by-day news of the Truman War. The narrative resonates. A low-profile man confronted with outsized responsibilities, forging a path that was neither perfect nor doomed, but shaped by moral convictions and a refusal to shirk tough calls. In the end, Harry Truman's life serves as a testament to the unexpected emergence of leadership and the resilience and determination of common men in the face of extraordinary events. For a generation battered by depression and war, he was a reassuring presence. For modern society grappling with new global threats, from climate crises to cyber conflicts, his blueprint of strategic alliances, unwavering moral lines, and willingness to face unpopularity might hold valuable lessons. Indeed, his story stands as a testament to how the unassuming can transform into pivotal figures once fate thrusts them into the spotlight. As the decades roll on, the modest Missourian who saw himself simply as a public servant remains emblematic of how steadfast character can guide a nation through perilous times and reshape the very meaning of American leadership. Picture yourself standing in the shadow of the Parthenon, the Mediterranean sun beating down on marble columns that have witnessed 25 centuries of human folly. You're about to embark on a journey through ancient Greece's most peculiar judicial practices, a world where justice wasn't just blind, but occasionally completely unhinged. Before we embark on this journey of strangeness, Keep in mind that the Greeks who devised these ancient punishments believed they were perfectly reasonable. After all, when your civilization invented democracy, philosophy and theatre, why not get creative with criminal justice too? The ancient Greeks didn't mess around when it came to maintaining order. Their approach to punishment was like their approach to everything else: dramatic, philosophical, and occasionally bordering on the theatrical. They believed that punishment should fit not just the crime, but also serve as a spectacular lesson for society. Think of it as ancient reality television, except the consequences were decidedly more permanent. You might assume that ancient punishments were simply brutal affairs involving dungeons and executioners. While the Greeks certainly had their share of harsh sentences, they also possessed an almost artistic flair for crafting punishments that were psychologically sophisticated, symbolically rich, and sometimes downright bizarre. They understood that true justice required more than mere physical suffering. It demanded a kind of poetic appropriateness that would resonate through the ages. Take the concept of hubris, for instance. The crime wasn't just excessive pride, it was a cosmic offence against the natural order. When someone committed hubris, the punishment had to match the grandiosity of the transgression. The situation led to some remarkably creative judicial solutions that would make modern legal scholars scratch their heads in bewilderment. The Greek city-states each developed their own flavour of justice. Athens, with its democratic ideals, favoured punishments that involved public humiliation and civic exile. Sparta, ever practical, preferred methods that were both efficient and educational. The island communities developed their own maritime-themed penalties that reflected their seafaring culture. What's particularly fascinating is how these punishments reflected Greek values and worldview. They believed in the interconnectedness of all things, that a person's actions rippled outward to affect the entire community. Therefore, punishment wasn't just about deterrence or retribution, it was about restoring cosmic balance. When someone disrupted the social fabric, the punishment had to be equally disruptive, but in a way that ultimately reinforced societal norms. You'll notice as we explore these tales that the Greeks had a particular genius for matching the punishment to the personality of the offender. They studied human nature with the same intensity they applied to mathematics and astronomy. This psychological sophistication meant that punishments were often tailored to exploit the specific weaknesses or character flaws that led to the original crime. The role of shame in Greek society cannot be overstated. While many ancient cultures relied primarily on physical pain or death as deterrents, the Greeks understood that social ostracism could be far more devastating than any bodily harm. They weaponized embarrassment with surgical precision, creating punishments that would haunt offenders long after any physical wounds had healed. Religious considerations also played a crucial role. The Greeks lived in a world populated by capricious gods who demanded respect and proper ritual observance. Many punishments had religious dimensions, designed to appease divine wrath or demonstrate piety to the community. This spiritual element added layers of meaning that transformed simple legal consequences into profound moral statements. As we journey through these 7 tales of Greek judicial creativity, you'll encounter punishments that range from the ingeniously appropriate to the utterly mystifying. Some will make you laugh at their absurdity, others will make you wince at their cleverness, and a few might make you wonder if the ancients were right. Each story reveals not just how the Greeks dealt with lawbreakers, but also how they understood human nature, social responsibility, and the delicate balance between individual freedom and collective welfare. These were not merely punitive measures, they were tangible manifestations of philosophical ideas, akin to theatrical performances on the public stage. This grand tour of Greek judicial creativity begins in classical Athens, the birthplace of democracy, where a citizen's social reputation could quickly determine their fate. The Athenians had elevated public shaming to an art form that would make modern social media pile-ons look like gentle suggestions. Imagine being an Athenian citizen in the 5th century BC, when your reputation was literally your most valuable possession. The Athenians understood something that modern psychologists are only now rediscovering. Social exile can be more devastating than physical punishment. They developed a sophisticated system of shame-based penalties that targeted the very core of Greek identity, one standing in the community. Ostracism was the most famous, but it may not be what you think. Every year, Athenian citizens could vote to temporarily exile one prominent person for 10 years, not because they'd committed a specific crime, but because they'd become too powerful or influential. Picture the ultimate democratic timeout, where success itself became grounds for punishment. The person could return after a decade with full rights restored, but their political career was effectively ruined. The experience was akin to losing a beloved job, with the entire city functioning as your human resources department. But ostracism was just the beginning. The Athenians developed an entire spectrum of shame-based punishments that demonstrated their profound understanding of human psychology. Take the practice of atimia, literally meaning dishonour. At stake wasn't just losing face, it was a legal status that stripped away citizenship rights while leaving the person physically present in the community. You could walk the streets of Athens, but you couldn't vote, hold office, or even speak in court to defend yourself. You became a ghost haunting your life. The genius of atimia lay in its graduated nature. Different crimes resulted in different levels of dishonour. A tax evader might lose the right to hold office, but could still participate in religious festivals. Someone who shirked military duty might be barred from the agora, the bustling marketplace that was the heart of Athenian social life. The punishment was precisely calibrated to the offence, like a master craftsman adjusting the tension on a lyre string. One particularly creative form of Athenian justice involved the use of public monuments to shame. When someone committed fraud or betrayed the city, their punishment might include having their crime literally carved in stone and displayed in a prominent location. Unlike modern criminal records that gather dust in filing cabinets, these marble testimonials to poor judgment stood in the busiest parts of the city for generations. Imagine having your worst moment chiselled in granite and placed where everyone you know would see it daily. The Athenians also pioneered the concept of financial punishment as social surgery. They didn't just fine people, they structured fines to maximise social impact. A wealthy merchant caught cheating might have to pay not just compensation to his victims, but also fund a public festival or donate a warship to the navy. The punishment transformed private wrongdoing into public spectacle, forcing the offender to buy their way back into society's good graces through conspicuous generosity. Perhaps most ingeniously, Athens developed punishments that turned social connections into instruments of justice. If you were found guilty of certain crimes, your philetae, your tribal kinsmen, would collectively bear some responsibility for your actions. These individuals created an entire network of social surveillance and intervention. If your cousin knew he might share in the consequences of your failure, he would reconsider lending you money for a questionable business venture. The Athenian approach to punishment reflected their belief that crime was primarily a social disease rather than individual moral failure. They treated criminals like patients who needed to be reintegrated into the community rather than simply eliminated from it. Their approach required a surgical precision in their penalties. Cut too little, and the offence would fester. Cut too much, and you'd destroy the patient along with the disease. Women faced their own unique forms of social punishment in Athens. Since they were already excluded from most public life, traditional forms of civic dishonour were ineffective. Instead, Athenian law developed elaborate systems of domestic shame. An adulteress might be barred from participating in religious festivals, the one area of public life where women could shine. She would become invisible at the very moments when her community gathered to celebrate their shared identity. The Athenians understood that effective punishment required an audience. Many of their penalties were designed to be witnessed and discussed, turning the entire city into a theatre of justice where every citizen was both spectator and potential performer. Such an approach wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was recognition that social bonds require constant maintenance, and occasionally that maintenance required public demonstrations of what happened when those bonds were broken. Now shift your perspective from the bustling democracy of Athens to the stark military efficiency of Sparta, where punishment wasn't just about justice, it was about forging the perfect warrior society. If Athens was a theatre of social drama, Sparta was a laboratory of human endurance, and their punishments reflected this fundamental difference in values. You've probably heard about Spartan military training, bullying, but you might not realise how their approach to criminal justice was simply an extension of their educational philosophy. The Spartans believed that every experience, pleasant or painful, should serve to strengthen the individual and the state. Their punishments weren't just penalties, they were lessons disguised as suffering, designed to create better citizens through carefully calibrated adversity. Consider the fate of Spartan cowards, perhaps the most despised criminals in this warrior society. Rather than execution or exile, which would simply remove the problem, Spartans subjected cowards to a fate worse than death. They were required to live among their fellow citizens while bearing visible marks of their shame. They were required to shave half their beards, don distinctive clothing, and refrain from taking part in communal meals or exercises. Imagine being permanently labelled as the only person who failed while everyone else succeeded. Constant reminder of what not to become. Such behaviour wasn't random cruelty. The Spartans understood that courage was contagious, but so was cowardice. By keeping cowards visible but dishonoured, they created living examples that reinforced brave behaviour in everyone else. The punishment served multiple functions simultaneously. It deterred future cowardice, provided ongoing education for young Spartans, and offered the remote possibility of redemption for the offender. Theft in Sparta received perhaps the most paradoxical punishment in ancient Greece. Instead of punishing the act of stealing, they punished individuals for being caught while stealing. Their decision wasn't because Spartans encouraged theft, but because they valued cunning and stealth as military virtues. A successful thief demonstrated skills that could be useful in warfare or espionage. However, catching them revealed either poor planning or inadequate execution, flaws that could prove fatal in battle. The punishment for caught thieves was brilliant in its educational value. The public flogging they endured was not merely a form of retribution. Peers administered the beating in front of the entire community, transforming punishment into a performance. Young Spartans learned about both the acceptable limits of cunning and the consequences of failure. Some historians record that particularly stoic thieves who endured their punishment without crying out were eventually praised for their endurance, transforming shame into honour through sheer toughness. Spartan women, who enjoyed far more freedom than their Athenian counterparts, faced correspondingly unique punishments. A woman who failed in her duties as a mother might be required to participate in public ceremonies where her shortcomings were richly acknowledged. But true to Spartan efficiency, these ceremonies were designed to be educational rather than merely humiliating. Other women learned from observing both the punishment and the offender's response to it. Perhaps the most psychologically sophisticated Spartan punishment involved the practice of perio-esai degradation. Citizens who violated certain laws might be reduced to the status of perioko, free residents who lacked full citizenship rights. This punishment was particularly devastating because it was hereditary. Your crime wouldn't just affect you, it would impact your children and their children. The Spartans understood that the threat of generational consequences was a powerful deterrent, especially in a society that prized family honour above individual achievement. The Spartans also developed unique punishments for military failures that went beyond individual cowardice. If a unit underperformed, the Spartans might assign them to domestic duties normally reserved for their enslaved population, known as helots. Warriors would find themselves cooking, cleaning, and maintaining equipment instead of training for battle. They intended the role reversal to be so psychologically uncomfortable that it would motivate better performance in the future. What made Spartan punishment particularly effective was its integration into their broader social system. Unlike other Greek cities where punishment was often an interruption of normal life, in Sparta it was woven into the fabric of daily existence. Training exercises regularly included elements of controlled suffering, making the transition from education to punishment almost seamless. The Spartans recognized that their society's survival depended on everyone understanding and accepting their role in the collective defense of the state. Punishments were therefore designed to reinforce social hierarchy and shared values rather than simply deter specific behaviors. Every penalty served as a reminder of what the community expected and what happened when those expectations weren't met. Their approach was remarkably forward-thinking, in its recognition that punishment should serve multiple purposes simultaneously. Modern criminologists still struggle to balance deterrence, rehabilitation, and social cohesion in their recommendations for criminal justice reform. The Spartans integrated all three goals into a system that, while harsh by modern standards, was internally consistent and remarkably effective at maintaining social stability. Your journey through Greek judicial creativity now takes you to the scattered islands of the Aegean, where communities surrounded by endless blue develop their own distinctive approaches to punishment. When you're living on a small island where everyone knows everyone else's business, and escape is only possible by boat, traditional forms of justice require some serious adaptation. Island communities faced unique challenges that shaped their approach to criminal justice. You couldn't simply exile someone to another city-state when the nearest land might be days away by sail. Similarly, Maintaining prisons was impractical when every resource had to be imported or carefully conserved. This geographic reality forced Greek islanders to develop some of the most creative punishments in the ancient world. Take the island of Chios, famous for what you might call democratic suicide. When someone committed a serious crime that disrupted community harmony, they were given a choice: face trial with potential execution or drink hemlock voluntarily in a public ceremony. The twist was that the community would gather to witness the event, and the condemned person was expected to give a speech explaining their actions and accepting responsibility. The speech wasn't just punishment, it was therapy for the entire community, allowing them to process the crime and its consequences collectively. The genius of this system was that it transformed the most serious punishment into an act of personal choice rather than community violence. The criminal maintained some dignity while still paying the ultimate price, and the community avoided the psychological burden of executing one of their own. It was like a tragic play performed for an audience of friends and neighbours, with real stakes but a cathartic resolution. Maritime crimes received particularly inventive punishments that reflected the islanders' relationship with the sea. Pirates caught in island waters might be sentenced to sea walking, essentially an early form of keel hauling, where the offender was dragged behind a ship through rough waters. But the creative part wasn't the physical punishment, it was the symbolic element. The condemned pirate would be dressed in the finest clothes stolen from their victims, transforming them into a grotesque parody of wealth before the sea reclaimed, both criminal and treasure. Some islands developed elaborate rituals around the punishment of theft, particularly theft of fishing equipment or boats, crimes that could threaten the survival of the entire community. The thief might be required to fast for several days, then swim to a designated rock formation offshore, while the community watched from the beach. If the thief successfully completed the swim, the community considered their punishment complete and welcomed them back. If they failed, well, the sea had rendered its verdict. This trial by ordeal wasn't arbitrary cruelty. It served multiple psychological and social functions. The physical challenge tested the offender's commitment to redemption, while the community's witness meant everyone participated in the resolution of the crime. The successful completion of the trial demonstrated both divine approval and personal transformation, making reintegration into society psychologically easier for everyone involved. Island communities also refined their methods of punishment by using isolation instead of exile. On larger islands, criminals might be required to live alone on the uninhabited portions of the land for specified periods. They would be provided with minimal supplies and tools, forcing them to survive through their skills while remaining technically within the community's territory. Villagers would check on them periodically, creating a system of monitored solitude that combined punishment with rehabilitation. This form of punishment was particularly effective because it addressed one of the root causes of many crimes: the inability to function independently within social constraints. By forcing criminals to survive alone, the community was essentially providing intensive training in self-reliance and resource management. When the punishment period ended, the offender often returned with enhanced skills and a deeper appreciation for community support. The islands also developed unique approaches to dealing with adultery and other sexual crimes. Rather than the violent punishments common in mainland Greece, island communities often employed ritualized humiliation that involved the entire population. The guilty parties might be required to walk through the village wearing distinctive garments that identified their offence, while the community sang traditional songs that told stories of similar transgressions and their consequences. These musical punishments served multiple purposes. They provided emotional release for the community, educated young people about sexual mores, and gave the offenders a structured way to acknowledge their wrongdoing. The songs often included verses about redemption and forgiveness, creating a pathway back to respectability that was both public and personal. Perhaps most remarkably, some islands developed seasonal punishments that aligned with their agricultural and fishing cycles. Some islands banned serious offenders from participating in specific seasonal activities, such as the olive harvest, fishing seasons, or religious festivals which defined community life. These restrictions created a rhythm of punishment and reintegration that matched the natural cycles of island life. The effectiveness of island justice lay in its recognition that small communities couldn't afford to lose members permanently, but they also couldn't tolerate behaviour that threatened group survival. Your exploration of Greek punishment now leads you into the realm where justice meets divine will, where the gods themselves were believed to participate in the judicial process. At places like Delphi, where the famous oracle delivered cryptic prophecies, the lines between earthly law and heavenly judgment became beautifully, bizarrely blurred. You need to understand that for the ancient Greeks, crime wasn't just a violation of human law, it was a disruption of cosmic order that demanded divine attention. This belief led to some of the most psychologically sophisticated punishments in the ancient world, where offenders faced not just human consequences, but the perceived wrath of immortal beings with very long memories and creative approaches to vengeance. The oracle at Delphi occasionally prescribed punishments that were as enigmatic as her prophecies. When someone committed sacrilege or violated religious law, they might be told to carry water to the dry place, or feed the hungry stones. These weren't random instructions, they were elaborate metaphorical punishments that required interpretation and often years to complete properly. Consider the case of a merchant who cheated temple pilgrims. Rather than simple restitution, the oracle commanded him to count every grain of sand on the sacred beach and return when the number matches the stars. This wasn't literally possible, of course, but the merchant spent 3 years attempting the task, during which time he experienced profound personal transformation. He learned humility, developed patience, and became more familiar with the infinite nature of divine justice. When he finally returned to ask for clarification, the priest declared his punishment complete, not because he'd finished the impossible task, but because he'd become someone who would never commit the original crime again. Religious punishments often involved what you might call divine comedy, situations where the punishment was so perfectly matched to the crime that it revealed a kind of cosmic humour. A priest who had been selling false blessings was required to tend a garden where nothing would grow, spending each day caring for barren soil while contemplating the difference between genuine and counterfeit spiritual nourishment. After months of fruitless labour, he finally understood that his fraudulent blessings had been equally barren, and genuine remorse led to his eventual forgiveness. Some punishments required offenders to reenact mythological scenes, turning classical literature into rehabilitation therapy. An individual guilty of hubris might be required to spend time each day recreating Sisyphus's eternal task of rolling a boulder up a hill, but their version would be temporary and educational rather than eternal and torturous. The physical labour was less important than the symbolic understanding, learning through repetition what it meant to struggle against impossible odds and find meaning in the effort itself. The Greeks also developed elaborate purification rituals that served as both punishment and redemption. These weren't simple religious ceremonies, but complex psychological processes that could take years to complete. An offender might be required to visit specific sacred sites throughout Greece, performing designated tasks at each location while following strict behavioural guidelines. These ritual journeys were brilliant in their psychological sophistication. They removed criminals from their familiar environment, forced them to interact with strangers who knew nothing of their crimes, and provided structured opportunities for reflection and personal growth. Many offenders reported that the journey changed them more profoundly than any conventional punishment could have. Temple punishments often involved service to the gods, specifically designed to address the spiritual dimension of the crime. Someone who had broken an oath might be required to serve as a temple messenger, carrying sacred communications between different religious sites. These conditions forced them to repeatedly handle and deliver messages of truth and commitment, literally surrounding themselves with the values they had violated. The genius of religious punishment lay in its recognition that many crimes stemmed from spiritual emptiness or disconnection from community values. Rather than simply inflicting suffering, these punishments provided opportunities for genuine transformation. Offenders were given the chance to rebuild their relationship with the divine, while also serving their human community. Most remarkably, the design of some religious punishments made them impossible to complete without divine intervention. Such an approach wasn't cruelty. It was recognition that some offences were so serious that human effort alone couldn't provide adequate redemption. The punishment became a form of extended prayer, where the offender had to genuinely seek divine forgiveness to achieve resolution. Often, these impossible punishments entailed paradoxical tasks that defied conventional solutions. An offender might be told to find the beginning of a circle, or speak a word that has never been spoken. The resolution came not through completing the task, but through understanding its impossibility and accepting the need for grace beyond human achievement. What made divine punishment particularly effective was its integration of personal transformation with community healing. Religious offences harm not just individuals, but the entire community's relationship with the walls. The elaborate punishments demonstrated to everyone that the offence was being taken seriously, while providing a pathway for restoring cosmic balance. Now, as you continue your journey through Greek justice, you will enter the realm of philosophical punishment, where thinkers such as Plato and Aristotle theorized about justice and completely redesigned it. In this intellectual landscape, punishment became an opportunity to explore the deepest questions of human nature, moral responsibility, and the purpose of society itself. Picture yourself in ancient Athens, where philosophy wasn't an abstract academic discipline, but a practical tool for creating better human beings and more just communities. The great philosophers approached criminal justice with the same analytical rigour they applied to mathematics and ethics, producing punishments that were as intellectually sophisticated as they were practically effective. Plato's Republic outlined punishments that were essentially educational programs designed to cure the soul rather than simply inflict suffering. He believed that crime resulted from ignorance, not factual ignorance, but a fundamental misunderstanding of what would truly make a person happy and fulfilled. Therefore, punishment should be therapeutic, helping criminals discover the error in their thinking and choose better paths forward. Consider how this philosophy translated into practice. A thief in Plato's ideal city wouldn't just return stolen goods and pay a fine. They would be assigned to study with philosophers who would help them understand why they believed stealing would improve their lives. They would engage in structured dialogues designed to reveal the contradictions in their reasoning and guide them toward more productive ways of meeting their needs. This wasn't soft treatment. It was incredibly demanding. Imagine being required to examine every assumption you've ever made about right and wrong, to defend your choices in front of brilliant thinkers who could expose every flaw in your logic. Many criminals found this intellectual punishment more challenging than physical suffering because it required them to confront the reality of their own poor judgment. Aristotle took a different but equally sophisticated approach. He believed that virtue was a habit developed through practice and that criminal behaviour resulted from bad habits that could be corrected through proper training. His punishments were like moral exercise programs, designed to strengthen the ethical muscles that had grown weak through misuse. An Aristotelian punishment might require a dishonest merchant to spend time each day practicing small acts of honesty, gradually building up to more significant challenges. The merchant would start by accurately describing the quality of goods to customers, then progress to admitting mistakes or offering fair prices without negotiation. Each day would bring new opportunities to practice virtue until honest behaviour became as natural as the original dishonesty had been. The Stoic philosophers contributed their own unique perspective on punishment. They held the belief that external circumstances could not truly harm a person unless they actively chose to do so. This belief led to punishments that focused on internal transformation rather than external suffering. A Stoic judge might sentence someone to spend time each day contemplating their crime and writing about what they learned from the experience. These written reflections weren't just busy work. They were sophisticated psychological exercises designed to help offenders develop emotional resilience and moral clarity. The daily practice of examining their thoughts and motivations gradually built the inner strength needed to resist future temptations. Many of these philosophical journals survived and offer intriguing details about the criminal mind's journey toward redemption. Through the development of group punishment schemes, certain philosophical schools transformed criminal justice into a form of community education. When someone committed a crime, they would be assigned to participate in philosophical discussions with other offenders, exploring questions related to their specific types of wrongdoing. These weren't support groups in the modern sense, but rigorous intellectual workshops where participants had to defend their ideas and examine their beliefs under scrutiny. The cynics, known for their rejection of social conventions, created punishments that challenged offenders to question the assumptions underlying their crimes. Someone caught cheating in business might be required to live as a beggar for several months, experiencing firsthand the insecurity and desperation that drove many people to dishonesty. The outcome wasn't just punishment. It was immersive education in the social conditions that contributed to crime. Most remarkably, some philosophers designed their punishments to be voluntary and self-administered. Offenders would be given detailed instructions for programs of self-examination and moral development, then trusted to carry them out without supervision. The community would check their progress periodically, but the real accountability came from the offender's own conscience and commitment to improvement. This approach recognized that lasting change had to come from within rather than being imposed from outside. External punishment might deter future crimes through fear, but only internal transformation could eliminate the desire to commit crimes in the first place. The philosophers understood that true justice required changing hearts and minds, not just behaviour. The effectiveness of philosophical punishment lay in its recognition that crime was often a symptom of deeper problems, confusion about values, poor reasoning skills, or lack of purpose and direction. By addressing these root causes, philosophical punishments offered genuine solutions rather than temporary deterrents. Modern cognitive behavioural therapy owes much to these ancient Greek innovations in using intellectual exercises to change destructive patterns of thinking and behaviour. As your journey through the bizarre punishments of ancient Greece draws to a close, you find yourself standing once again in the shadow of the Parthenon, but now with a deeper appreciation for the complex civilization that created both architectural marvels and judicial innovations that continue to influence our understanding of justice today. The ancient Greeks bequeathed us something far more valuable than simply colourful stories of unusual punishments. They demonstrated that justice could be creative, therapeutic and transformative rather than merely retributive. Their approach to criminal justice was fundamentally optimistic. They believed people could change, communities could heal, and society could improve through thoughtful application of consequences that served multiple purposes simultaneously. You've seen how different Greek communities adapted their approach to punishment based on their unique circumstances and values. Athens emphasized social reintegration through controlled shame. Sparta focused on strengthening both individual character and collective defense. Island communities developed solutions appropriate to their geographic isolation. Religious authorities integrated divine will with human judgment, and philosophers treated crime as an educational opportunity. This diversity wasn't accidental. It reflected the Greek understanding that justice must be tailored to specific contexts rather than applied uniformly regardless of circumstances. They recognized that what worked in a military society, like Sparta, might be counterproductive in a commercial democracy like Athens. This flexibility and willingness to experiment with different approaches provides helpful lessons for modern criminal justice systems struggling with similar challenges. Consider how Greek innovations anticipate modern developments in criminology and psychology. Their recognition that shame could be more powerful than physical punishment predated our understanding of social psychology by millennia. Their use of community involvement in the justice process foreshadowed restorative justice programs. Their emphasis on rehabilitation and transformation anticipated the therapeutic model of criminal justice that emerged in the 20th century. The Greek insight that punishment should serve education rather than mere deterrence remains revolutionary even today. Most modern criminal justice systems still struggle to balance punishment with rehabilitation, often emphasizing one at the expense of the other. The Greeks demonstrated that this was a false choice. Punishment could be educational, and education could be punitive if properly designed and implemented. Perhaps most importantly, the Greeks understood that effective justice required community participation. Crime wasn't just a matter between offender and victim, but a disruption of social fabric that required collective healing. Their punishments were designed to engage the entire community in the process of restoration, ensuring that everyone learned from each instance of wrongdoing. This communal approach to justice offers a stark contrast to the increasingly impersonal nature of modern legal systems, where justice is administered by professional bureaucrats with little connection to the communities affected by crime. The Greek model suggests that justice is too important to be left entirely to specialists. It requires the active participation of ordinary citizens who understand local conditions and relationships. The creativity of Greek punishment also challenges our assumptions about the purposes of criminal justice. Rather than focusing primarily on deterrence or retribution, they emphasize transformation and education. They ask not just how can we prevent this crime from happening again, but also, how can we use this opportunity to create better people and stronger communities? Their willingness to experiment with different approaches, from the theatrical humiliation of Athens to the military discipline of Sparta to the philosophical dialogue of the academies, demonstrates the value of treating justice as an ongoing experiment rather than a fixed system. They were constantly learning from their experiences and adapting their methods based on what worked and what didn't. Modern criminal justice reformers are rediscovering many Greek innovations: therapeutic courts that address underlying causes of criminal behaviour, community service programs that connect offenders with the people they've harmed, and restorative justice processes that emphasize healing over punishment. These contemporary developments suggest that the Greeks were onto something profound in their approach to justice. As you reflect on these ancient stories, consider how they challenge contemporary assumptions about crime and punishment. The Greeks remind us that justice is not a natural phenomenon with fixed laws, but a human creation that reflects our values, priorities, and understanding of human nature. Their bizarre punishments were actually sophisticated attempts to solve timeless problems. How do we maintain social order while preserving individual dignity? How do we deter crime while offering opportunities for redemption? How do we balance the needs of victims, offenders, and the broader community? The Greek legacy in criminal justice is not a set of specific practices to be copied, but an approach to thinking about justice that remains relevant across cultures and centuries. They taught us that punishment can be art, justice can be creative, and even serious crimes can be learning opportunities. Their most important lesson may be that justice, like democracy and philosophy, requires active participation from thoughtful citizens willing to experiment with new approaches and learn from both successes and failures. The bizarre punishments of ancient Greece were not the products of primitive brutality, but sophisticated attempts by civilized people to create a more just society, an aspiration that remains as relevant today as it was 25 centuries ago. The faded colour photographs from 1938 Germany present a paradox. Smiling families at lakeside resorts, industrial workers leaving modern factories with steady paychecks, and cultural festivals celebrating regional traditions. These images clash dramatically with the historical narrative many have internalised. Yet for millions of ordinary Germans, the late 1930s represented not darkness descending, but rather a bewildering economic renaissance. Horst Müller, a machinist from Duisburg, represented a typical experience. After years of humiliating unemployment during the hyperinflation of the Weimar Republic, by 1938, he supervised 12 workers in a steel manufacturing plant. His salary afforded him simple but previously unimaginable luxuries: a small radio, occasional restaurant meals, and a savings account for his family's future. Politics we discussed little, his surviving letters reveal. The feeling was, why question what seems to be working? Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels built this economic transformation, dubbed the German economic miracle, on unsustainable foundations, massive military spending, accumulating foreign debt, and fiscal sleight of hand disguised by the appropriation of Jewish assets and later plundering of foreign resources. But for ordinary Germans like Müller, these macroeconomic realities remained abstracted from daily experience. The contrast with the traumatic post-World War I years proved powerful enough to garner genuine, if contingent, popular support. The regime's cultivation of Volksgemeinschaft, people's community, fostered a paradoxical environment where many Germans simultaneously experienced new forms of social mobility while witnessing increasing exclusion of designated outsiders. Organisations like Kraft durch Freude, Strength Through Joy, offered working-class Germans unprecedented access to leisure activities previously reserved for the wealthy, subsidised cruises, concert tickets, and spa treatments that fostered a sense of national unity and advancement. Helga Schneider, a secretary at a Berlin insurance firm, recorded in her diary, "Attended the Berlin Philharmonic for the first time. Father would never have imagined his daughter in such surroundings. It is strange to think about how much has changed in 5 years. This sense of social transformation created genuine attachment to the regime among many who had previously felt marginalised. The educational system underwent swift transformation. Curriculum changes emphasised Germanic cultural contributions while gradually diminishing humanistic education. Teachers navigated complex allegiances, with many quietly preserving older educational traditions while superficially complying with the ideological mandates. Students found themselves caught between competing value systems, traditional parental values versus new ideological imperatives in classrooms and youth organisations. Religion, contrary to simplified historical accounts, maintained considerable influence. While some Nazi officials envisioned eventually eliminating religious institutions, the pragmatic reality saw complex accommodations. The 1933 Concordat with the Vatican temporarily stabilised Catholic state relations, while Protestant churches fragmented between the regime-aligned German Christians and the oppositional confessing church. Most Germans maintained religious practices, creating compartmentalized belief systems that allowed simultaneous adherence to traditional faith and new ideological commitments. Media transformation proceeded rapidly after 1933. State control of radio broadcasting, film production, and print media created an information environment where alternative perspectives became increasingly inaccessible. Foreign radio broadcasts remained technically available but were criminalized in 1939. The sophisticated propaganda apparatus under Goebbels didn't simply fabricate reality, but rather selectively emphasize certain facts while suppressing others, making critical evaluation increasingly difficult for average citizens. As international tensions mounted through 1938 and 9, ordinary Germans responded with complex emotions. The bloodless annexations of Austria and the Sudetenland generated genuine nationalist pride, yet war fears remained pronounced. The generation that had experienced the catastrophic losses of the First World War harboured deep anxieties about renewed conflict. When mobilisation orders finally arrived in August 1939, contemporary accounts reveal more resignation than enthusiasm, a stark contrast to the jubilant crowds of August 1914. As German forces massed on the Polish border, the foundations for catastrophe were set. The economic miracle had created genuine material improvements without sustainable foundations. Ideological indoctrination had proceeded unevenly, but had successfully isolated critical perspectives. Most crucially, the moral framework for evaluating leadership decisions had been systematically undermined. Millions of ordinary Germans became participants in extraordinary crimes, setting the stage. On September 27, 1939, Warsaw capitulated to German forces. As Feldwebel Sergeant Karl Degenhardt wrote home, "The campaign ended so quickly, many of us still have the food rations we packed 3 weeks ago. My company lost just 2 men. Father's stories of the Somme seem like tales from another universe." The Polish campaign established a psychological pattern that would prove devastating in the coming years. Military success came so swiftly and at such minimal cost that it fundamentally altered German perceptions of warfare itself. Unlike the protracted trench warfare of 1914 to 1918 that had traumatized a generation, blitzkrieg victories reinforced a dangerous misconception that modern warfare could be limited, decisive, and relatively bloodless for the victors. This perception would later make the grinding attritional warfare on the Eastern Front all the more psychologically devastating. The domestic experience of these early victories created an atmosphere that historians now term performance legitimacy. The regime's ability to deliver military successes temporarily overshadowed critiques even among those Germans harbouring private reservations. Newsreels showing German forces entering Paris in June 1940 generated authentic national pride across political divides. As one social democratic underground activist reluctantly confessed in a monitored conversation, "I detest everything about them, but I never imagined I would live to see France defeated in 6 weeks." Occupation policies across Western Europe initially reflected strategic restraint more than ideological moderation. In countries deemed racially acceptable, like Denmark, Norway, and parts of France, occupation authorities established what historians now term soft hegemony, maintaining fundamental control while allowing substantial autonomy in non-military matters. This calculated approach minimized resistance while extracting economic benefits at sustainable levels. Food rationing in Germany remained remarkably generous through 1940 and 1941 compared to WBE standards, creating an illusion of economic sustainability. German civilians received approximately 2,400 calories daily during this period, a stark contrast to the turnip winter of 1916 and 17, when rations fell below 1,000 calories. This relative abundance stemmed from systematic exploitation of occupied territories, particularly Poland, where caloric intake for non-Germans was deliberately depressed to support German consumption. The ethical implications of this comfort remained largely invisible to ordinary Germans. Military success transformed the relationship between the Wehrmacht and the regime. Before 1939, the officer corps had maintained a certain institutional distance from Nazi ideology, preserving vestiges of traditional military values. The unexpected triumph over France shattered this detachment. General Wilhelm Keitel reflected the institutional shift when he declared in July 1940, "The Führer has proven himself a military genius beyond the comprehension of traditional strategy. We are privileged to serve in this historic mission." This subordination of professional military judgment to Hitler's intuitive decision-making would have catastrophic consequences when facing the Soviet Union. Tourism represents an overlooked aspect of early war experiences. Between 1940 and 1941, over 150,000 German civilians visited Paris as tourists, staying in requisitioned hotels and enjoying preferential exchange rates that made luxury goods affordable to middle-class Germans for the first time. Photographs show German families posing at the Eiffel Tower while wearing their best clothes, an experience of imperial tourism that normalised occupation and created an emotional investment in continued German dominance. The absence of significant Allied bombing during this period maintained an artificial barrier between military fronts and civilian experience. Luftwaffe pilot Helmut Bergmann wrote home in October 1940, "We fly daily against England, while our cities remain untouched. The present seems a different kind of war entirely than what grandfather described." This separation of combat from home front experience would collapse dramatically in subsequent years. Educational institutions intensified ideological components as victories accumulated. Chemistry lessons incorporated examples from poison gas development. Mathematics problems calculated bomb trajectories, and literature classes studied only approved texts emphasizing Germanic cultural superiority. This curricular transformation accelerated pre-existing tendencies while systematically eliminating alternative perspectives. Preparations for Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, in early 1941 revealed the first serious resource constraints. Strategic materials like rubber, certain metals, and petroleum products faced increasing restrictions. These limitations were presented to the public as temporary sacrifices necessary for the final great campaign that would secure Germany's resource needs permanently. This framing established a psychological pattern that would persist even as military setbacks accumulated. Present difficulties were always portrayed as temporary obstacles before inevitable victory. As German forces prepared to invade the Soviet Union in June 1941, a fundamental transformation had occurred in German society. Military success had created genuine popular investment and continued expansion. Economic benefits derived from conquest had established material dependencies on the continued occupation. Professional institutions had surrendered critical independence to align with perceived historical momentum. Most crucially, alternative perspectives had been systematically eliminated from public discourse, creating an information environment where even pragmatic assessment of risks became nearly impossible. The German invasion of the Soviet Union on June 22, 1941, proceeded with such initial momentum that victory appeared inevitable. By early October, Army Group Center had encircled massive Soviet formations at Vyazma and Bryansk, capturing over 600,000 prisoners. German newsreels proclaimed the Soviet military effectively destroyed as a fighting force. Maps displayed in public spaces throughout Germany showed dramatic eastern advances represented by flags and arrows sweeping toward Moscow. This visual propaganda created a widespread expectation that the war would end by Christmas 1941. This expectation made the subsequent winter crisis all the more psychologically devastating. Letters from soldiers on the Eastern Front revealed a shocking transformation. Lieutenant Werner Haas wrote in September 1941, "The campaign proceeds faster than we can follow on our maps." By December, his tone had fundamentally changed. "We sleep in holes scraped in frozen ground. Our equipment fails in this cold. The enemy keeps coming with fresh troops from somewhere." This abrupt reversal shattered confidence across military ranks and created the first significant credibility gap between frontline reality and home front perceptions. The logistical systems sustaining German forces collapsed under the dual pressures of distance and weather. Railway gauges in the Soviet Union differed from European standards, requiring extensive conversion work. Soviet scorched earth policies left few usable resources in captured territories. Most critically, equipment designed for Western European conditions failed catastrophically in extreme cold. Tank engines wouldn't start, weapon lubricants froze, and soldiers suffered frostbite due to inadequate winter clothing. These failures revealed fundamental flaws in German planning assumptions about the campaign's duration and nature. Herbert Richter, a supply officer with the Sixth Army, documented the deterioration. "Our requisition system assumed short transportation distances and rapid victory. We now operate beyond all planned parameters. improvising daily solutions to impossible problems. The German advance stalled not primarily from enemy action, but from internal systemic failures that revealed planning short-sightedness. On the home front, the winter of 1941 and 2 marked the first significant erosion of civilian morale. The Winter Relief Collection, Winterhilfswerk, took on desperate urgency as authorities scrambled to collect warm clothing for freezing troops. This emergency measure inadvertently signalled to observant civilians that the campaign faced unforeseen difficulties. Helene Schmidt, a schoolteacher from Dresden, recorded in her diary, "We are told to donate our warmest items for men fighting in Russia. If the situation was as favourable as reported, why would they need our civilian coats so urgently?" The declaration of war against the United States following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor received surprisingly little attention in German Wikipedia compared to Eastern Front developments. This deliberate minimization reflected leadership awareness that adding another major power to the conflict represented a strategic catastrophe. The few Germans with international perspective recognized the implications immediately. Economist Heinrich Brüning wrote privately, "American industrial capacity alone makes our position ultimately untenable. This decision ranks among history's biggest miscalculations." Resource constraints became increasingly visible throughout 1942. Rubber shortages led to the disappearance of civilian tyres. Metal collection drives stripped public spaces of decorative elements. Textile rationing introduced increasingly synthetic fabrics into clothing. These material changes represented daily reminders that the promised short, victorious war had transformed into something far more demanding. Government messaging shifted accordingly, emphasizing resilience rather than imminent triumph. The character of the Eastern Front's fighting degraded moral constraints with shocking rapidity. Surviving letters reveal this transformation. Infantry soldier Friedrich Kellner wrote in July 1941, "We conduct ourselves as a disciplined force representing European civilization." By October, his perspective had shifted drastically. The things occurring here defy description. We have entered a conflict beyond conventional military understanding. This moral degradation stemmed partly from ideological indoctrination, but equally from the extreme conditions troops encountered: constant partisan threats, logistical desperation, and survivalist psychology. The first significant industrial bombing of German cities in 1942 shattered the psychological separation between military fronts and civilian experience. The Lübeck raid of March 1942 destroyed 30% of the historic city centre, raising vivid awareness that Germany itself had become a battleground. Civil defence preparations intensified, with civilians spending increasing time in shelters and basements. Work productivity suffered as sleep deprivation became endemic in targeted areas. Medical systems showed increasing strain throughout 1942. Hospital trains returning from the Eastern Front overwhelmed facilities designed for much lower casualty ration. The wounded became visible throughout German cities. Their presence contradicted official narratives of manageable military challenges. Dr. Elisabeth Kruger, working at a Berlin military hospital, noted, "We receive men with injuries indicating prolonged exposure before treatment, frostbitten limbs requiring amputation, infections advance beyond normal progress. Something is clearly failing in our frontline medical systems. By late 1942, rationing expanded to previously protected categories. Coffee disappeared entirely, replaced by ersatz substitute versions made from roasted grains. Meat allocations dropped below 300 grams weekly. Bread quality deteriorated as wheat flour was extended with potato starch and other fillers. These daily deprivations created a visceral understanding that Germany faced increasing constraint rather than approaching victory. The Stalingrad encirclement in November 1942 represented the decisive psychological turning point, though its full implications weren't immediately comprehended. The regime attempted to frame the situation as a temporary setback within a still viable larger strategy. Radio announcements emphasized heroic resistance rather than strategic catastrophe. This messaging temporarily delayed full public recognition of the disaster's magnitude, but couldn't prevent information leakage through millions of concerned families with relatives in the encircled forces. As 1942 concluded, German society had entered a fundamentally different relationship with the war. The certainties of 1940 had evaporated. Material conditions deteriorated visibly. Information management became increasingly difficult as gaps between official narratives and observable reality widened. Most significantly, the psychological momentum had reversed, rather than anticipating imminent victory. Both military personnel and civilians began adjusting to an open-ended struggle with no clearly articulated endpoint. The foundations for eventual collapse were now firmly established. By early 1943, the confirmation of the Stalingrad disaster forced a fundamental recalibration of German wartime consciousness. The announcement of the Sixth Army's destruction couldn't be disguised as a tactical setback. Over 90,000 men had been lost in a single catastrophic defeat. 3 days of official mourning were declared, an unprecedented acknowledgement of military failure. Public spaces displayed black crepe decorations, while theatres, cinemas, and restaurants closed temporarily. This organised grieving ritual marked a decisive transition point in how Germans understood the war's trajectory. The regime's response centred around Joseph Goebbels' famous Total War speech at the Berlin Sportpalast on February 18, 1943. This carefully choreographed event represented a sophisticated attempt to transform military disaster into psychological mobilisation. When Goebbels asked his audience, "Do you want total war?" the enthusiastic affirmative response captured on film reflected not necessarily ideological fanaticism, but rather a psychological mechanism that social psychologists now term escalation of commitment, having invested heavily in the war effort. Many Germans responded to setbacks by increasing rather than questioning their investment. Civilian life underwent accelerated militarization throughout 1943. Work weeks extended to 60-plus hours in armament industries. Women previously exempted from labour service received conscription notices. Children's education increasingly focused on practical war contributions rather than academic content. 16-year-old Eric Kastner recorded his experience. School now consists primarily of salvage collection, air raid response training, and agricultural labour assignments. Actual classroom instruction occupies perhaps 10 hours weekly. Material conditions deteriorated as resource allocation shifted decisively toward military priorities. Civilian clothing production virtually ceased. Families adapted by endlessly modifying existing garments. A dark joke circulated. How do you recognise a 1943 fashion design? It's made from curtains with the rod holes still visible. Building maintenance ended for non-essential structures, with weathering damage left unrepaired. Public transportation operated on reduced schedules, leading to overcrowded vehicles. These daily frictions created cumulative psychological strain that affected productivity and social cohesion. The Allied bombing campaign intensified dramatically, reaching sustained strategic levels by mid-1943. The Hamburg firestorm of July 1943, Operation Gomorrah, killed approximately 37,000 civilians and destroyed over 250,000 homes in a single concentrated attack sequence. The psychological impact extended far beyond Hamburg itself. Citizens throughout Germany now understand that similar destruction could visit their communities at any time. Air raid precautions consumed increasing energy and resources, with substantial portions of the population experiencing chronic sleep deprivation from nighttime alerts. Private correspondence reflects this deteriorating psychological climate. Ursula Maurer, a municipal office worker in Stuttgart, wrote to her evacuated children, "One lives from alert to all-clear signal, sleeping in daytime hours when possible, carrying critical documents and valuables everywhere. Normal life rhythms have dissolved entirely." This perpetual stress state contributed to declining health metrics across the civilian population, with stress-related ailments increasing dramatically. Food security became an increasing concern as agricultural production suffered from manpower shortages and fertilizer constraints. Urban residents established informal networks with rural connections, arranging weekend trips to farming areas for direct food purchases or barter exchanges. Authorities tolerated this technically illegal circumvention of rationing systems, recognizing its necessity for maintaining minimal nutrition standards. By late 1943, official rations provided approximately 1,500 daily calories for normal consumers, technically sufficient for survival, but inadequate for workers performing physical labour. Information management became increasingly challenging for authorities. The Reich Security Main Office documented growing defeatist conversations in public spaces, while intercepted private correspondence revealed declining confidence in official narratives. Rather than direct censorship, which would acknowledge information problems, authorities responded with intensified propaganda, emphasizing miracle weapons under development and potential divisions among Allied powers. These narratives lost credibility among segments of the population who had access to alternative information sources, especially those who could listen to forbidden foreign radio broadcasts. Religious institutions experienced a notable revival during this period. Church attendance increased significantly in both Protestant and Catholic congregations, with religious authorities carefully balancing spiritual comfort against regime opposition. Pastor Dietrich Bonhoeffer's secret seminary activities represented the most organized theological resistance, but thousands of local clergy provided more subtle moral alternatives to official worldviews. This religious revitalization represented a significant cultural current running counter to the regime's totalitarian aspirations. The family unit underwent profound transformations as female-headed households became the norm rather than the exception. With most working-age men in military service, women assumed unprecedented responsibilities managing family finances, making educational decisions, and maintaining property. This practical experience contradicted official gender ideology, while creating post-war expectations that would prove impossible to reverse. Sociologist Elizabeth Heinemann terms this the negotiated patriarchy, nominal adherence to traditional gender roles while practical circumstances required their systematic violation. By late 1943, German society existed in a state of contradictory consciousness. Official rhetoric maintained victory remained achievable, while daily experience provided mounting evidence of unsustainable decline. This cognitive dissonance produced social behaviours that external observers often misinterpreted as fanaticism, but actually represented adaptive mechanisms for navigating impossible contradictions. German society had entered a condition of paradoxical functionality, maintaining productive activity while fundamental systems degraded beneath the surface. This tenuous equilibrium would face even greater challenges as military reversals accelerated in the coming year. The Allied landings in Normandy on June 6, 1944, shattered a critical psychological bulwark. Since 1940, German propaganda had emphasized the impregnability of the Atlantic Wall defensive system. Elaborate media reports had showcased massive concrete bunkers, underwater obstacles, and dense minefields supposedly making invasion impossible. When Anglo-American forces established a viable beachhead despite these defences, the credibility gap between official claims and observable reality widened irreparably. Heinz Guderian later wrote, "The psychological impact of the successful invasion exceeded its immediate military significance. It demonstrated that nothing proclaimed impossible by our leadership was actually beyond Allied capabilities." The assassination attempt against Hitler on the July 20th, 1944 revealed deep fractures within the German elite that had been carefully concealed from public view. The involvement of senior military officers, aristocrats, diplomats and civil servants contradicted the image of unified national purpose carefully cultivated since 1933. The regime's response, approximately 5,000 executions and 7,000 arrests, represents an unprecedented internal security crisis requiring substantial resources diverted from military needs. This internal purge particularly devastated professional military leadership, removing experienced officers during a period of maximal external threat. Industrial production achieved paradoxical peak outputs in mid-1944, despite intensifying Allied bombing. Albert Speer's rationalization initiatives, coupled with the exploitation of approximately 7.6 million foreign forced labourers, temporarily offset resource limitations. This production miracle created false confidence among some leadership circles while masking fundamental systemic vulnerabilities. The transportation infrastructure supporting this industrial output, particularly railways and canals, faced increasing disruption from precision bombing, creating distribution bottlenecks that left finished weapons stranded at production facilities. Foreign workers represented an increasingly visible presence throughout Germany, creating complex daily interactions that contradicted racial ideology. By 1944, approximately 1/4 of the German workforce consisted of foreign nationals, some voluntary workers from Allied or neutral countries, others conscripted labourers, and still others concentration camp inmates allocated to industrial enterprises. While official policy mandated strict separation, Practical necessity required working relationships that sometimes developed into human connections despite severe penalties. Factory supervisor Wilhelm Hauser recorded, "Theory dictates minimum interaction with Polish workers. Reality requires teaching them machinery operation, which inevitably leads to conversation beyond technical matters." The Soviet summer offensive, Operation Bagration, beginning June 22, 1944, destroyed Army Group Center, inflicting losses from which the Wehrmacht never recovered. The scale of this disaster surpassed even Stalingrad. With approximately 350,000 German casualties in a 5-week period, the psychological impact was magnified by the timing, occurring simultaneously with the Normandy campaign. It created inescapable awareness that Germany faced overwhelming pressure on multiple fronts without adequate resources for effective response. Military communications from this period reflect dawning recognition of inevitable defeat among field commanders, though such assessments remained criminalized if expressed officially. Civilian evacuation programs expanded dramatically as the eastern territories became threatened. Approximately 1.8 million Germans fled from East Prussia, Silesia and other eastern regions in late 1944, creating massive resource demands for temporary housing, food distribution, and administrative services in receiving areas already under severe strain. These refugee populations brought first-hand accounts of the military collapse that contradicted sanitized official information, accelerating awareness of the strategic situation among Western German populations previously insulated from direct war effects. Transportation systems approached systemic failure by autumn 1944. Allied bombing specifically targeted railway junctions, bridges, and canal locks, creating cascading disruptions throughout the logistics network. Coal deliveries to urban areas became increasingly unreliable, leading to heating restrictions even before winter weather arrived. The ripple effects extended through all sectors. Industrial production declined despite available raw materials and labour. Food distribution suffered despite adequate harvests in some regions. Military units received decreasing supply percentages despite prioritization efforts. This logistical unravelling represented the practical manifestation of strategic defeat that theoretical analyses had predicted months earlier. Propaganda messaging underwent subtle but significant evolution, emphasizing endurance rather than victory. The concept of holding out durchhalten replaced previous narratives of inevitable triumph. References to historical examples of national resilience became prominent, particularly the 7 Years' War when Frederick the Great's Prussia had survived, despite seemingly hopeless military circumstances. This messaging shift implicitly acknowledged the deteriorating situation while attempting to maintain civilian cooperation with increasingly desperate measures. The Volkssturm, People's Storm Militia, established in September 1944, represented both practical military desperation and psychological manipulation. By conscripting males between 16 to 60 previously exempted from service, authorities gained approximately 175,000 poorly trained personnel while simultaneously creating broader investment in continued resistance. The psychological calculation proved partly successful. Families with Volkssturm members felt an increased commitment to defence measures despite recognition of the overall strategic situation. This force was militarily ineffective but played a socially significant role in maintaining civil functioning during the accelerating collapse. Christmas 1914 marked a poignant psychological milestone. Despite unprecedented material shortages, families maintained holiday traditions with remarkable determination. Surviving records show elaborate efforts to create meaningful celebrations, decorations manufactured from salvaged materials, gifts fashioned from repurposed items, special meals assembled from hoarded ration portions. This determination reflected not necessarily ideological commitment, but rather psychological necessity, maintaining cultural continuity amid disintegration. The contrast between these intimate celebrations and the catastrophic military situation, the Ardennes offensive had already stalled, created a dissociative experience that many survivors later struggled to articulate coherently. As 1944 concluded, German society existed in multiple contradictory realities simultaneously. Military defeat had become mathematically inevitable given resource disparities and territorial losses. Yet daily life continued with remarkable functionality in areas not directly affected by combat. Institutional structures maintained operational continuity despite leadership losses and resource constraints. Individual Germans navigated impossible ethical dilemmas with varying degrees of compromise and resistance. This complex condition, functioning organisations within a failing system and ethical individuals within a criminal state, defies simplified historical categorisation and continues to challenge historical understanding decades later. January 1945 marked the beginning of comprehensive system collapse. The Soviet Vistula-Oder offensive, launched on January 12th, represented warfare of unprecedented ferocity on German soil. Civilized behaviours deteriorated rapidly on all sides. Johannes Henschel, a municipal administrator in East Prussia, documented the psychological environment. Survival replaced all other considerations. Those with transportation fled westward immediately. Those without became desperate beyond description. Civil authority ceased functioning entirely within hours. This dissolution of organised society occurred with shocking rapidity in eastern regions, creating behavioural dynamics that institutional structures had previously constrained. The refugee crisis reached catastrophic proportions. Approximately 8.5 million Germans fled westward during the war's final months, most during harsh winter conditions with minimal provisions. The Baltic Sea evacuation Operation Hannibal moved approximately 2 million civilians from East Prussia and surrounding regions despite Soviet submarine attacks that produced maritime disasters like the Wilhelm Gustloff sinking, 9,400 deaths. These desperate population movements created overwhelming humanitarian challenges and hindered effective defence preparations in the western regions that were receiving this influx of people. Allied bombing reached maximum intensity during this period, targeting mid-sized cities previously spared systematic destruction. The Dresden firebombing of February 13 to 15, 1945, killed approximately 25,000 civilians and devastated a city swollen with refugees. Similar attacks struck Pforzheim, Würzburg, and dozens of smaller communities with limited military significance. This final bombing phase created profound psychological trauma that post-war German society struggled for decades to process adequately. The apparent purposelessness of destruction at this late stage generated lasting moral questions that transcended typical war narratives. Resource systems collapsed entirely. Food distribution became localized and irregular. Municipal water and sanitation services functioned intermittently. Electricity availability declined to a few hours daily in most regions. Medical supplies disappeared from civilian facilities. Currency effectively lost practical value, replaced by direct barter arrangements for essential items. Despite these catastrophic conditions, remarkable instances of organizational continuity persisted. Hospital Administrator Ruth Elke documented, "We maintained surgical services despite lacking basic antiseptics. Staff performed procedures during daylight hours due to frequent electricity failures. Instead of using supply systems, staff gardens provide food to patients. Medicine continues amid societal collapse." Military-age males faced impossible choices. Desertion rates increased dramatically despite field executions for undermining military morale. Approximately 30,000 German soldiers were executed for disciplinary violations during the war, with the majority occurring during these final months. Many soldiers sought medical excuses, self-inflicted injuries, or unauthorized home visits rather than formal desertion. Others continued fighting despite recognizing strategic hopelessness, motivated by unit cohesion rather than ideological commitment. This complex response pattern defies simple categorization as either fanaticism or resistance. Most participants navigated impossible ethical terrain with limited available options. Leadership psychology deteriorated markedly. Hitler's physical decline accelerated following the July 1944 assassination attempt, with witnesses describing trembling hands, shuffling gait, and increasing detachment from operational realities. His strategic directives became increasingly divorced from military capabilities, often ordering non-existent units to conduct impossible operations. This leadership collapse created a vacuum filled by competing power centres. Himmler, Bormann, Goebbels, and various military factions pursued contradictory agendas while maintaining nominal loyalty. This fragmentation prevented coordinated surrender negotiations that might have limited final phase destruction. The concentration camp system underwent frantic evacuation as Allied forces approached, producing notorious death marches with extraordinary mortality rates. Camp guards forced inmates to walk westward in harsh winter conditions with minimal provisions. executing those unable to maintain pace. Approximately 250,000 prisoners died during these evacuations. German civilians and communities along these routes faced moral decisions about intervention, assistance, or passive observation, choices many would later struggle to explain satisfactorily during post-war accounting. This final phase of systematic atrocity occurred amid broader societal disintegration, creating complex moral entanglements between perpetrators, victims, and bystanders. Children experienced particularly severe psychological trauma during this period. With schools closed indefinitely, normal developmental structures disappeared. Many youths assumed adult responsibilities managing households with absent parents. The Hitler Youth Organization transformed from ideological indoctrination into practical military auxiliary, with teenagers operating anti-aircraft batteries, serving as courier runners, and providing emergency services during bombing raids. This militarization of childhood created lasting psychological effects that psychiatrists would document for decades afterward. Religious resources provided crucial psychological support for many Germans during this terminal phase. Church attendance reached unprecedented levels despite building damage and clergy shortages. Improvised worship services occurred in basements, bunkers, and damaged sanctuaries. Theology emphasized apocalyptic themes, while providing frameworks for understanding suffering outside political narratives. Pastor Ernst Neuwirth recorded, "People who never previously showed religious interest now crowd our damaged church. They seek meaning system that transcends immediate catastrophe." This religious revival represented significant movement away from state ideology toward alternative value frameworks. As Allied forces penetrated deeper into Germany, civilian encounters with Western troops often contradicted propaganda expectations. Wehrmacht veteran Heinrich Böll later wrote, "American soldiers distributing chocolate to children did more to demolish Nazi ideology than 12 years of opposition could accomplish. These direct interactions revealed enemy monsters as recognizably human, accelerating psychological separation from regime narratives." Soviet zone experiences often proved dramatically different, with widespread atrocities creating lasting trauma that shaped post-war political alignments. Hitler's suicide on April 30th, 1945, followed by Germany's unconditional surrender on May 8th, created the formal endpoint of the Nazi state. However, the psychological process of regime collapse had occurred unevenly across German society over the preceding months, and would continue long afterward. Military historian Joachim Fest noted, "Germany experienced not one surrender, but thousands of local capitulations occurring at different moments for different reasons." This fragmented ending created inconsistent experiences that complicated post-war memory formation and accountability processes. The war's conclusion found German society in catastrophic material condition. Approximately 20% of housing stock had been destroyed, transportation infrastructure had collapsed, industrial production had ceased almost entirely, food production had fallen to approximately 35% of pre-war levels. Beyond physical devastation, the psychological condition proved equally damaged. Collective trauma, disrupted identity formations, and moral compromise created lasting effects that would shape German development for generations. The societal challenge transitioned from military conflict to fundamental questions of physical survival, ethical reconstruction, and cultural meaning-making amid unprecedented devastation. The immediate post-surrender period created experiences that defied conventional categories of peace or post-war for most Germans. Daily existence centered on basic survival challenges rather than political reorientation. Caloric intake in the British and American occupation zones averaged approximately 1,200 daily calories through 1945, and 6 above starvation levels, but producing chronic malnutrition and associated health conditions. Housing shortages forced multiple families into damaged dwellings designed for single households. Fuel scarcity made winter heating incomplete, while destroyed infrastructure limited basic sanitation. These material conditions created a persistent emergency mentality that hindered the community's ability to psychologically process recent events. The currency collapse produced economic conditions that normalized irregular transactions. The cigarette emerged as the functional monetary unit, with complex exchange rate systems developing spontaneously. A skilled worker's daily wage might purchase 2 cigarettes, which could be traded for £3 of potatoes or half a pound of butter on grey markets. This economic disruption particularly disadvantaged those lacking access to agricultural connections or valuable trade items, especially the urban elderly and war widows. Social worker Emma Wieskirch noted, "Those who survived bombing and invasion now face starvation amid technical peace. Many question whether survival itself constitutes victory." Denazification procedures created profound ambiguity for individuals navigating occupation systems. The classification categories, major offenders, offenders, lesser offenders, followers, exonerated, required complex documentation, character, witnesses, and narrative explanations of past activities. This process generated what historian Norbert Frey terms exculpatory creativity, retrospective reinterpretation of actions within acceptable frameworks. By 1948, approximately 25% of adult Germans had completed some form of denazification procedure, creating inconsistent accountability that satisfied neither justice requirements nor practical reintegration needs. Family reunification proceeded unevenly, as approximately 11 million military personnel returned from captivity over several years. Soviet prisoners, in particular, had extended detention, with the last of them returning only in 1945. These delayed homecomings created complex reintegration challenges, as families had established new functional patterns during men's absence. Psychologist Alexander Mitscherlich documented widespread reintegration syndrome, psychological difficulties as returning men encountered wives and children who had developed independence and decisional autonomy. Children often struggled with fathers they barely remembered or never knew, creating intergenerational communication barriers that persisted for decades. The Stunde Null and zero-hour concept emerged as psychological framework for managing recent past. This metaphor suggested complete historical rupture, dividing experience into separate before and after periods with minimal continuity. While historically inaccurate, this conceptualization provided psychological utility by allowing compartmentalization of uncomfortable memories and moral compromises. Historian Konrad Jarausch identifies the practice as protective periodization, creating mental boundaries that facilitated daily functioning while postponing genuine historical reckoning. This separation particularly manifested in family silence about Nazi-era experiences, creating what psychologists later termed the communicative gap. Many German households established implicit rules against discussing certain topics, particularly personal involvement in Nazi organizations, knowledge of atrocities, or moral compromises made during the regime years. Children born after 1945 often reported growing up with nebulous understanding of their parents' war experiences, receiving fragmentary or sanitized accounts that emphasize suffering rather than agency. This intergenerational silence created psychological inheritance patterns that psychoanalyst Nicolas Barbian called transmitted trauma. Younger generations experiencing emotional disturbances from events they never personally witnessed, but absorbed through family dynamics. The silence about the Nazi past within families reflected a broader societal pattern where public discourse focused overwhelmingly on German suffering, bombing, expulsion from Eastern territories, post-war hardships, while minimizing questions of complicity or responsibility. This selective memory approach allowed many Germans to navigate daily existence without crippling guilt, but created substantial barriers to genuine moral reckoning that would only be confronted decades later by subsequent generations. Charles Darwin, one of the most influential figures in science, is often remembered for his groundbreaking work on evolution. But his journey to understanding the origins of life on Earth was anything but straightforward. Born in 1809 in Shrewsbury, England, Darwin grew up in a world where scientific exploration was on the rise, but the idea of evolution was not yet widely accepted. His life was filled with scientific curiosity, challenging ideas, and a journey across the world that would forever alter the way humanity viewed itself. Darwin was born to a family of notable individuals. His father, Robert Darwin, was a wealthy physician, and his mother, Susanna, came from the Wedgwood family, known for their pottery business. Tragically, Darwin's mother passed away when he was just 8 years old, leaving a profound impact on him. His father, who had high hopes for him to follow in his footsteps as a physician, sent him to medical school at the University of Edinburgh when he was 16. But Darwin's interests lay elsewhere. He found the practice of medicine distasteful, particularly surgery, which he thought was barbaric. But it wasn't just medicine that failed to capture his imagination, it was the traditional academic curriculum. Instead, Darwin was drawn to the natural sciences, particularly geology and biology, subjects that were not typically emphasised in the medical field. He would spend his free time collecting specimens and studying the natural world around him. However, despite his deepening passion for natural history, Darwin did not excel in his medical studies. His father, frustrated with his son's lack of progress, sent him to Christ's College in Cambridge, hoping that he might find a new direction in life. It was there that Darwin's fascination with natural history truly took off. Under the guidance of influential professors, including botanist John Stevens Henslow, Darwin began to focus his attention on the study of nature, a decision that would eventually lead him to the discovery of the theory of evolution. During his time at Cambridge, Darwin formed a close friendship with Henslow, who encouraged him to pursue a career in natural history. Darwin graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1831 and, despite having no formal training in the field, decided to join the HMS Beagle on a voyage around the world. It was on this journey that Darwin would begin to develop his ideas about natural selection and the evolution of species. The voyage of the Beagle began in 1831 and lasted nearly 5 years, taking Darwin to places as far as South America, the Galapagos Islands, Australia, and Africa. The trip provided Darwin with an unparalleled opportunity to observe the natural world in its most diverse forms. He meticulously collected specimens of plants, animals, and fossils, and took detailed notes on his observations. It was during his time in the Galapagos Islands, however, that Darwin made a discovery that would change everything. He noticed that the finches on the islands were all similar, but had distinct variations in their beaks depending on the type of food available. This observation led him to question the idea that species were fixed and unchanging. Darwin began to develop a theory that species were not created in their present form, but evolved over time, adapting to the environment in which they lived. He proposed that the differences between species were a result of small changes accumulated over generations, with those organisms better suited to their environments surviving and passing on their advantageous traits. This idea, known as natural selection, became the cornerstone of Darwin's theory of evolution. Upon returning to England in 1836, Darwin began to work on his observations from the voyage. He spent the next several years analysing his findings, corresponding with other scientists and developing his ideas. It was a slow and meticulous process. He was reluctant to publish his ideas, knowing that they would be controversial. The scientific and religious communities of the time were heavily invested in the idea of creationism, the belief that life was created by a divine being in its present form. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged this deeply held belief, and he feared the backlash that would come with publishing his ideas. In 1859, after more than 20 years of research, Darwin finally published his most famous work, On the Origin of Species. The book outlined his theory of evolution by natural selection, and it quickly became one of the most influential scientific works of all time. The reaction to the book was mixed. Many scientists praised Darwin's work, recognizing the evidence he had gathered and the implications of his theory. However, the religious community was outraged, and the book sparked a fierce debate that continues to this day. One of the most significant aspects of Darwin's theory was its challenge to the traditional view of creation. Prior to Darwin, the widely accepted belief was that species were fixed and immutable, created by God. Darwin's theory of natural selection suggested that species could change over time, and that all life on Earth shared a common ancestry. This idea was revolutionary, and it provided a scientific explanation for the diversity of life on Earth that did not rely on divine intervention. Despite the controversy surrounding his work, Darwin continued to defend his theory and expand upon it throughout his life. In addition to his work on evolution, he made important contributions to fields such as geology, biology, and anthropology. He was also a vocal advocate for the importance of scientific inquiry and the need to question established beliefs. His work laid the foundation for modern biology and helped to shape the course of scientific thought in the years that followed. Darwin's personal life was not without its struggles. He suffered from various health problems throughout his life. including chronic illnesses that plagued him for much of his adulthood. Some historians believe that these ailments were a result of the stress and anxiety caused by the controversy surrounding his work. Darwin was also deeply affected by the death of his beloved daughter, Annie, in 1851. Her death, at the age of 10, profoundly impacted Darwin, and he became more reclusive in the years that followed. Despite these personal challenges, Darwin continued to work on his research and ideas. In his later years, he published several additional works, including The Descent of Man, in which he explored the implications of his theory of evolution for human beings. He also continued to correspond with scientists and researchers around the world, exchanging ideas and collaborating on scientific projects. Charles Darwin passed away on April 19, 1882, at the age of 73. His death marked the end of a remarkable life dedicated to understanding the natural world. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, a testament to the profound impact his work had on the scientific community and the world at large. His theory of evolution by natural selection continues to shape our understanding of biology, genetics, and the history of life on Earth. Though Darwin's ideas were controversial in his time, they have since become widely accepted and have fundamentally altered the way we view the natural world. His work has influenced generations of scientists, philosophers, and thinkers, and his legacy continues to live on today. Charles Darwin may not have had all the answers, but his relentless curiosity and dedication to scientific inquiry have left an indelible mark on human history. As we reflect on the profound impact of Darwin's life and work, it's important to consider not only his scientific contributions, but also the broader implications his ideas had on society. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged not just the scientific community, but also deeply held beliefs about human existence, our place in the world, and the origins of life itself. At the time Darwin published On the Origin of Species, the idea of evolution was not new. The concept had been suggested by other thinkers before him, such as Jean-Baptiste Lamarck and Alfred Russel Wallace. However, it was Darwin who provided the most compelling evidence and a cohesive theory of how evolution occurred, through natural selection. His work brought together ideas from various fields of biology, geology, and paleontology, making a case for evolution that was based on observable evidence, rather than conjecture or religious dogma. While the controversy surrounding Darwin's ideas was significant in his time, it's also important to understand how these ideas influenced the course of modern science. Today, the theory of evolution is a cornerstone of biology, and its principles apply to everything from genetics and genetics-based medicine to the study of animal behavior and the environment. Evolution has shaped how scientists understand the relationships between species, the mechanisms of genetic inheritance, and the patterns of life on Earth. But Darwin's influence extends far beyond biology. His ideas have left an indelible mark on philosophy, ethics, and even social sciences. For instance, Darwin's theory of natural selection has had a significant impact on discussions around human nature and society. His ideas were taken up by social theorists like Herbert Spencer, who coined the term survival of the fittest, though it's important to note that Darwin himself never used this term in relation to human society. In the years following the publication of On the Origin of Species, Darwin's ideas became increasingly important in various fields. The study of genetics, which would come to prominence in the early 20th century, provided further support for Darwin's ideas, as it became clear that inheritance patterns followed the principles of evolution. Additionally, the study of fossils and ancient life forms revealed a more complex and nuanced picture of the history of life on Earth, further validating Darwin's theory. However, despite the acceptance of Darwin's theory among the scientific community, challenges to his work have remained. One of the most enduring debates centres on the concept of human evolution. While the evidence for evolution among animals is overwhelming, questions about the specifics of human evolution, particularly the origins of human consciousness, continue to be explored and debated by scientists. While Darwin may never have fully anticipated the extent of his impact, his work laid the groundwork for numerous scientific advancements in the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries. His life serves as a reminder of the power of curiosity and the importance of asking bold questions, no matter how challenging the answers may be. As we continue to advance our understanding of life on Earth, Darwin's legacy continues to inspire new generations of scientists to think critically, explore deeply, and challenge established norms. Darwin's work was not without its personal struggles, as we have mentioned. His health issues, combined with the weight of the controversies surrounding his ideas, made his life difficult at times. Yet, his perseverance in the face of these challenges is something that stands as a testament to his dedication to science. Darwin's story reminds us that even in the face of opposition, persistence and a commitment to truth can lead to monumental discoveries that change the world. Looking at Darwin's life, it's clear that scientific discovery is not a lone pursuit. While Darwin's genius played a pivotal role in shaping his ideas, he was not working in isolation. He exchanged ideas with other thinkers, and his work was built upon the contributions of countless others, from the fossil discoveries of Georges Cuvier to the evolutionary ideas of Lamarck and Wallace. Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection was a product of collaboration and cumulative knowledge. His ability to synthesize diverse information into a comprehensive theory is part of what makes his work so enduring. As we think about the life of Charles Darwin, it's helpful to consider how his legacy continues to shape the way we view the world. The theory of evolution is more than just a scientific idea. It's a lens through which we can understand the complexity and interconnectedness of life. From the smallest microbes to the most complex animals, the principles of evolution offer us insight into the forces that have shaped life on Earth. And as we relax, letting these thoughts wash over us, it's also worth remembering that Darwin's journey was not just about intellectual achievement, it was also about a lifelong pursuit of understanding the natural world, a curiosity that led him to travel to remote corners of the world, observe the diversity of life, and contemplate the profound questions about existence that we all share. In the end, Charles Darwin's story is a reminder that the quest for knowledge is a never-ending journey, and that even the most revolutionary ideas come from a deep sense of wonder and exploration. His life encourages us to question, to observe, and to appreciate the mysteries of the natural world, all while being open to new ideas that challenge the status quo. It's important to consider not only his revolutionary scientific theories, but also the broader context in which his work unfolded. Darwin lived in a time of significant social, political, and intellectual change, and his ideas both reflected and contributed to these shifts. The 19th century was a period marked by advances in industrialization, the expansion of the British Empire, and the rise of new scientific disciplines. It was also a time when traditional beliefs about the natural world were increasingly being challenged, as new discoveries in fields such as geology, astronomy, and biology began to question the long-held notions of creation. In the years leading up to Darwin's voyage on the HMS Beagle, Europe was undergoing a scientific revolution. Scientists were increasingly looking beyond religious explanations for natural phenomena and seeking empirical evidence to understand the world. The work of figures like Sir Isaac Newton, who had established the laws of physics, and James Hutton, who had developed the theory of uniformitarianism in geology, set the stage for Darwin's own discoveries. Hutton's idea that the Earth was shaped by slow, gradual processes over time influenced Darwin's thinking on the gradual nature of evolution. Darwin's voyage aboard the Beagle in the 1830s was not just a scientific expedition, it was an intellectual journey that would shape his worldview. The places he visited, from the volcanic islands of the Galapagos to the diverse ecosystems of South America, provided him with a rich tapestry of evidence that would help him piece together the theory of evolution. However, Darwin's observations were not just about collecting data, they were about questioning the nature of life itself. As he witnessed the diversity of species and the variations within them, he began to realize that the differences were not merely superficial, but were the result of deep, underlying processes that could be understood through science. One of the most striking aspects of Darwin's work is the way he combined observation, experimentation, and theory. His meticulous attention to detail and his ability to synthesize information from various fields, botany, geology, zoology, and more, allowed him to develop a comprehensive theory of evolution. This interdisciplinary approach set Darwin apart from many of his contemporaries and paved the way for future scientific exploration. Yet, despite his groundbreaking ideas, Darwin was deeply aware of the potential repercussions of his work. He knew that the implications of his theory would challenge not only the scientific community, but also the broader cultural and religious views of the time. Darwin was not the first to suggest that species might evolve over time. Lamarck had proposed an early theory of evolution, and Wallace had arrived at similar conclusions independently. However, Darwin's theory of natural selection was different because it provided a mechanism for how evolution occurred. Unlike Lamarck, who suggested that organisms could pass on traits acquired during their lifetime, Darwin argued that natural selection, whereby the fittest individuals survive and pass on their advantageous traits, was the driving force behind evolution. Darwin's caution in publishing his ideas is often noted by historians. He spent more than 2 decades refining his theory before releasing On the Origin of Species, in part due to the anticipated backlash. When the book was finally published in 1859, it created a storm of controversy. While many scientists, particularly those in the emerging fields of genetics and paleontology, quickly embraced Darwin's ideas, the religious community vehemently opposed them. The idea that humans were not created in the image of God but were instead the result of a long process of natural selection was, and still is, a deeply contentious issue. This opposition did not deter Darwin, though. He continued to defend his ideas and engage in public debates, ultimately cementing his place as one of the most influential scientists in history. One of the reasons Darwin's theory has remained so influential is its ability to explain the complexity of life in a coherent and scientifically rigorous manner. Today, with the advent of modern genetics and molecular biology, Darwin's theory has been supported and expanded upon in ways he could not have imagined. The discovery of DNA and the understanding of genetic inheritance have provided a detailed mechanism for how traits are passed down through generations, supporting the concept of natural selection. In this way, Darwin's ideas have stood the test of time, evolving alongside new discoveries and technologies. Yet, despite the overwhelming evidence supporting Darwin's theory, there are still those who continue to reject it. The debate over evolution remains one of the most contentious issues in modern society, particularly in the United States, where creationism and intelligent design are still promoted by some as alternatives to the theory of evolution. This ongoing debate highlights the intersection of science, religion, and education, and underscores the enduring power of Darwin's ideas to spark discussion and challenge existing beliefs. As we consider Darwin's impact, it's also important to recognise the personal sacrifices he made for his work. His health, which had always been fragile, deteriorated further in the years following his publication of On the Origin of Species. Some historians suggest that Darwin's chronic illnesses were exacerbated by the stress of the intense public scrutiny and the isolation he felt from his scientific peers. In addition, the death of his daughter Annie, whom he was very close to, left him devastated and further deepened his reclusiveness. Darwin spent the remaining years of his life largely withdrawn from public life, focusing on his research and writing. Yet even in his seclusion, he continued to contribute to the scientific community, publishing additional works, including The Descent of Man, which applied his theory of evolution to human beings. Darwin's contributions to science were not limited to his work on evolution. He also made important discoveries in the fields of geology, plant biology, and zoology. His observations on the geology of the Beagle's voyage contributed to the development of uniformitarianism, the idea that the Earth's features were shaped by slow, continuous processes. His studies of barnacles and the fertilization of orchids also provided valuable insights into the world of natural history. Today, Charles Darwin is regarded as one of the most important figures in the history of science. His work has influenced fields ranging from biology and genetics to psychology, anthropology, and even philosophy. His legacy extends beyond his scientific contributions. However, Darwin's life is a testament to the power of curiosity, persistence, and critical thinking. It reminds us that even in the face of doubt and controversy, it is often the most challenging questions that lead to the greatest discoveries. As we close the story of Charles Darwin, we can take a moment to reflect on his journey, not just as a scientist, but as a person who dedicated his life to understanding the mysteries of the natural world. His work has changed the way we view life on Earth, and has opened up new avenues of inquiry that continue to shape our understanding of the world around us. You wake up to the sound of waves slapping against the hull like a worn hand patting a dog. The sun is still undecided about the day, filtering through the porthole in a lazy manner that evokes a desire to cover your head with a blanket and revert to the comforts of your own bed at home, except your bed back home didn't rock like a cradle being pushed by an enthusiastic toddler. The hammock beneath you has moulded itself to your body over the months, creating a cocoon that's surprisingly comfortable once you've trained your spine to bend in ways it was never meant to. You've become a contortionist in your sleep, which is either impressive or concerning. The ship creaks and groans around you, a symphony of wood and rope that you've learned to interpret like a musician interpreting music. That particular squeak means the mast is adjusting to the morning breeze. The gentle thump, thump, thump is just the ship's way of saying hello to the waves. And that ominous crack? Well, that's probably nothing. Probably. Your fellow pirates are stirring in their hammocks, creating a chorus of grunts and snores that would make any barnyard proud. Jenkins, for example, talks passionately in his sleep about his mother's apple pie, as if he were describing a hidden treasure. And there's Weatherby, whose snoring could wake the dead, which is actually quite useful when you need to scare off any ghostly visitors. You stretch, which is an art form when you're suspended between two hooks and trying not to dump yourself onto the deck like a sack of flour. The key is to do it slowly, like you're unfolding a map to treasure, except the treasure is just being able to feel your toes again. The morning routine aboard a pirate ship is remarkably similar to any other morning routine, just with more splinters and a significantly higher chance of someone singing sea shanties while brushing their teeth. You've learned to appreciate these quiet moments before the day truly begins, when the world feels manageable and your biggest concern is whether the ship's cat has decided to use your boots as a scratching post again. Speaking of the cat, Duchess, and yes, she insists on the title, has positioned herself in the one spot where the morning sun creates a perfect rectangle of warmth on the deck. She's mastered the art of looking both regal and utterly relaxed, which is frankly something you aspire to achieve yourself. Duchess doesn't worry about treasure maps or rival ships, or whether the biscuits have gone stale. She simply locates her own area of sunlight and fully embraces it. The smell of coffee drifts up from the galley, mixing with the salt air and the faint scent of tar that never quite leaves the ship. This combination should be unpleasant, yet it has somehow become as comforting as your grandmother's kitchen. Coffee on a pirate ship is serious business. It's the difference between a crew that can function and a crew that might accidentally sail into a reef because they thought it was a cloud. You finally manage to extract yourself from the hammock without performing an impromptu acrobatic routine, which is a small victory worth celebrating. Your feet find the deck with the practiced ease of someone who's learned to walk on a surface that's constantly trying to tip you over. It's like learning to dance with a partner who keeps changing the steps, but eventually you find the rhythm. The deck is already alive with the gentle bustle of morning preparations. It's not the frantic energy of battle or the intense focus of navigating a storm, but the steady, comfortable rhythm of people who know their place in the world, even if that place happens to be on a wooden box floating in the middle of nowhere. You make your way to the rail and look out at the endless expanse of ocean, painted in the soft colours of dawn. It's a view that never gets old, even when you're having one of those days where you wonder what possessed you to think that a life of adventure was better than a steady job with a predictable schedule and a roof that didn't leak when it rained. After coffee that could strip paint but somehow taste like liquid motivation, you find yourself face to face with the daily reality that every pirate learns, but no one ever mentions in the stories. Ships require an enormous amount of upkeep. It's like owning a house, except your house is constantly trying to sink and takes you with it when it fails. Today's task is rope work, which sounds simple until you realise that a ship has more rope than a circus, and most of it serves a purpose you're still trying to understand. There's rope for the sails, rope for the rigging, rope for tying things down, and rope for tying them up. There's probably rope for tying rope to other rope, though you haven't figured out the logic behind that particular system yet. You settle into the rhythm of splicing, your hands moving with the muscle memory that comes from months of practice. It feels meditative in a way, similar to knitting, but with the added benefit of preventing you from drowning. The rough hemp slides through your fingers, and you find yourself appreciating the simple satisfaction of creating something useful from something that was falling apart. Weatherby works beside you, humming a tune that might be a sea shanty or something he made up. His fingers move with the confidence of someone who's been doing this work since before you knew the difference between port and starboard. He is the type of individual who can effortlessly tie a bowline knot with his eyes closed, often doing so to demonstrate his skill. The sun climbs higher, turning the deck into a broad expanse of warmth that makes you drowsy despite the work. You've learned to value these instances of uncomplicated productivity, where your hands are occupied, but your thoughts are free to roam. There's something deeply satisfying about maintenance work, about keeping the ship running smoothly through small, careful actions. The ship's carpenter, Morrison, appears with his toolbox, which is less a box and more a portable workshop that he's somehow managed to fit into a space the size of a breadbasket. He's examining a section of the rail with the intensity of a doctor listening to a heartbeat, running his fingers along the wood grain like he's reading Braille. Carpentry on a ship is an art form that requires equal parts skill and creativity. You can't just run to the hardware store when something breaks. You must adapt and sometimes make wood do what it wasn't meant to do. Morrison has elevated his craft to a form of maritime magic, coaxing repairs from scraps and making the impossible seem routine. You watch him work, noting how he tests each piece of wood before committing to a cut, how he adjusts his approach based on the grain and the weather, and probably half a dozen other factors you haven't learned to notice yet. This work embodies the essence of craftsmanship, transforming raw materials and accumulated knowledge into something both functional and aesthetically pleasing. The afternoon brings sail maintenance, which is like doing laundry if your laundry was the size of a house and made of canvas thick enough to stop arrows. You spread the sail across the deck, searching for tears and weak spots with the methodical patience of someone who understands that a small problem ignored becomes a big problem at the worst possible moment. Needle and thread become your tools of choice, and you settle into the rhythm of mending. Each stitch is a small act of faith in the future, a belief that this sail will carry you safely to whatever destination awaits. The work is repetitive but not monotonous, requiring just enough attention to keep your mind engaged while leaving room for the kind of quiet contemplation that comes naturally when your hands are busy with familiar tasks. The other crew members work around you, each focused on their tasks but moving in a coordinated dance that comes from months of shared experience. There's Jenkins checking the water barrels, testing each one with the seriousness of a wine connoisseur. There's Hutchins examining the cannons with the tender care of someone grooming a beloved horse. By evening, the ship feels renewed, not just repaired, but somehow refreshed. It's a feeling that comes from putting in honest work, from taking care of something that takes care of you in return. The deck gleams in the setting sun, and every rope is properly secured, every sail properly mended, and every tool properly stowed. The galley is a marvel of efficiency crammed into a space that would make a closet feel spacious. The cook, a man called Biscuit Pete for reasons that become apparent the moment you taste his signature creation, has somehow managed to turn this tiny wooden box into a functioning kitchen. It's like watching someone perform surgery in a phone booth, except instead of saving lives. He's trying to make salt pork taste like something you'd voluntarily put in your mouth. You have come to appreciate Pete's artistry, although it took some time to realise that cooking on a ship is less about creating culinary masterpieces and more about preventing scurvy while using ingredients that have the shelf life of ancient cheese. The man can do things with hardtack that border on miraculous, transforming what is essentially edible cardboard into something that resembles actual food. The morning meal serves as an exercise in innovative problem solving. Pete takes yesterday's leftover stew, adds today's portion of salt pork, throws in some mysterious spices that he guards more carefully than treasure, and somehow produces something that not only fills your belly, but actually tastes like he meant for it to taste that way. It's a masterful blend of simplicity and alchemy. You eat with the focused attention of someone who's learned that mealtimes are precious things not to be wasted on conversation or contemplation. The food is hot, it's substantial, and it's infinitely better than anything you could produce yourself, which makes Pete something of a wizard in your estimation. The fact that he can do all this while the ship rocks and rolls like a carnival ride just adds to his mystique. After breakfast, the day stretches ahead with the comfortable predictability of routine. There's always something that needs doing on a ship, but it's rarely urgent enough to create panic. Instead, you settle into the steady rhythm of maintenance and preparation that keeps everything running smoothly. Today's project is organising the supply room, which is like playing a three-dimensional puzzle where all the pieces are different sizes and shapes and some of them smell questionable. Space is precious, necessitating every item to fit perfectly, and accessibility is crucial when you need something urgently. You work methodically, creating order from chaos one barrel and crate at a time. There's something deeply satisfying about this kind of work, about creating systems that make sense, and will still make sense when you need them most. It's the kind of task that lets your mind wander while your hands stay busy, creating the perfect conditions for the kind of daydreaming that makes long days pass quickly. The afternoon brings inventory duties, which sounds tedious but is actually quite fascinating once you get into the rhythm of it. Every item tells a story about where the ship has been and where it's going. The exotic spices speak of tropical ports and bustling markets. The rolls of silk hint at wealthy merchants and profitable trades. Even mundane items like rope and nails have their own stories to share about the practical realities of life at sea. You meticulously catalogue each item, aware that precise documentation can make the difference between being well prepared and unprepared during critical moments. It's detailed work that requires focus, but it's also oddly meditative, like counting beads on a rosary or stones on a beach. The ship's rhythm becomes your rhythm as you work. The gentle roll and pitch that once made you seasick now feels natural, like breathing. You've learned to use the ship's motion to your advantage, letting it help you move heavy items and find your balance in tight spaces. It's a dance you've mastered without realising you were learning the steps. Dinner is another of Pete's creative triumphs, this time involving fish that was caught this morning, and vegetables that have somehow remained fresh despite being stored in conditions that would challenge a root cellar. The meal is simple but satisfying, proof that good cooking is more about understanding your ingredients than having access to fancy equipment. You eat as the sun sets, painting the sky in colours that would make any artist weep with envy. The day feels complete in a way that has nothing to do with excitement or adventure, and everything to do with the deep satisfaction of useful work well done. The feeling of contentment with the simple rhythms of daily life at sea creeps up on you. The morning brings one of those days when the wind decides to take a vacation, leaving you floating on water so still it looks like polished glass. The sails hang limp and dejected, like laundry that's given up hope of ever getting dry. It's the kind of weather that makes you appreciate just how much your progress depends on forces completely beyond your control. In stories, pirates are always charging across the waves at breakneck speed, but the reality is that sometimes you just sit there bobbing like a cork in a bathtub, waiting for nature to remember that it has a job to do. These becalmed days test your patience in ways that storms never do, because at least in a storm you're busy trying not to die. You learn to adapt to the rhythm of waiting, which requires a unique kind of skill. Some of the crew break out dice and cards, creating small circles of concentration and friendly competition. Others take up projects that require time and attention, whittling, mending clothes, or writing letters they may never send. Finding a task to occupy your hands while accepting the fundamental truth that you will reach your destination is crucial. The ship takes on a different personality during these still periods. In the absence of the constant sound of wind and waves, you become aware of details often overlooked in the overall chaos. The subtle changes in temperature cause the wood to expand and contract. You hear the gentle sound of fish leaping in the distance. The rigging, adjusting to the ship's gentle movements, has an almost musical quality. You find yourself working on a project that's been waiting for just this kind of day, repairing a fishing net that's seen better decades. It's detailed work that requires patience and attention, perfect for when time moves like honey in winter. Each knot is a small meditation, each repair a minor victory against the forces that want to pull everything apart. Weatherby has stationed himself at the bow with his fishing line, approaching the task with the serious concentration of someone who understands that fresh fish can transform an ordinary day into something special. He's got the patience of a monk and the optimism of someone who believes that the perfect fish is always just one cast away. The afternoon sun turns the deck into a warm, comfortable workspace where you can spread out your projects and take your time with them. There's no rush, no urgency, just the steady progression of small tasks that make the ship a little more comfortable, a little more efficient, a little more like home. The ship's cat, Duchess, has claimed a spot in the shade where she can supervise the general activity while staying cool. She's mastered the art of looking both alert and completely relaxed, which is frankly an inspiration. Duchess doesn't worry about making progress or reaching destinations. She just finds the most comfortable spot available and makes it her own. You work on the net with the kind of focused attention that comes naturally when you have nowhere else to be and nothing else to do. Each section reveals new damage that needs attention, but also shows you how well the original craftsman knew his business. The repairs become a conversation between you and the unknown person who made this net. your modern knots joining his ancient ones in a pattern that's both functional and beautiful. The evening brings a slight breeze, just enough to give the sails something to work with. It's not much, but it's enough to create the illusion of progress, and sometimes the illusion is sufficient. The ship moves again, slowly but surely, as if it knows where it's going. Dinner is enhanced by Weatherby's successful fishing expedition, fresh fish that taste like the ocean but in the best possible way. Pete performs his usual magic, transforming simple ingredients into a feast fit for a celebration. The meal is consumed with the satisfaction of people who've earned their food through patience and persistence. As night falls, you realise that this day of apparent inactivity has actually been quite productive. Projects completed, skills practiced, and patience exercised like a muscle that gets stronger with use. The ship is in better condition than it was this morning, and so are you. Sometimes the best progress happens when you're not even trying to make it. Evening on a pirate ship has a different quality than evening anywhere else. As the sun settles into the horizon like a coin dropped into a slot, the crew begins to gather on deck in the natural way that people do when the day's work is done, and the night's rest is still hours away. This is a time for stories, although they are not the kind you might expect. The tales that get told aren't about buried treasure or sword fights or dramatic rescues. Instead, they're about the small human moments that make up a life at sea. Jenkins tells about the time he tried to cook dinner for the crew and nearly set the ship on fire, demonstrating that good intentions and basic competence are not always the same thing. Hutchins shares his ongoing battle with a particular piece of rigging that seems determined to untie itself, no matter how many different knots he tries. You've learned that every person on the ship has at least 3 different versions of themselves. There are 3 people: who they were before the sea, who they want to be, and who they are now. The stories that get shared in these evening gatherings are usually about the gaps between these versions, told with the kind of humour that comes from having survived your mistakes. Morrison, the ship's carpenter, has a gift for telling stories that sound completely unbelievable, but are delivered with such deadpan seriousness that you can't help but think they might actually be true. Tonight he's recounting his attempt to build a chicken coop on deck, only to discover that chickens and ships have fundamentally different ideas about what constitutes a stable foundation. The mental image of Morrison chasing escaped chickens around the rigging while trying to maintain his dignity is worth the price of admission. The social dynamics of a pirate ship are more complex than outsiders might imagine. You're not just a crew, you're a floating community, a small society that has to solve all the problems that any society faces, except you're doing it on a wooden platform surrounded by water with no option to leave if things get uncomfortable. The task requires a particular kind of diplomacy, a way of handling disagreements that acknowledges everyone's humanity while keeping the peace. You've learned to appreciate the unspoken rules that govern these evening gatherings. No one talks about the obvious things, the dangers, the uncertainties, the fact that you're all essentially homeless and have chosen this life partly because the alternative seemed worse. Instead, the conversation flows around safer topics, techniques for splicing rope, theories about weather patterns, and philosophical discussions about the best way to cook fish. The ship's musical instruments make their appearance as the evening progresses. There's a fiddle that's seen better decades, a drum made from a barrel and some stretched leather, and a wooden flute that produces a surprisingly sweet sound despite its rough appearance. The music that emerges isn't polished or professional, but it has a quality that connects everyone in a way that words sometimes can't. Weatherby has a surprisingly powerful singing voice, which he uses to lead the crew through songs that everyone knows but no one can remember learning. These aren't the dramatic sea shanties of legend, but the working songs that help pass time and coordinate effort. These songs are about simple, repetitive tasks such as hauling rope and raising sails, which keep the ship moving forward. You find yourself joining in, your voice blending with the others in a harmony that's more enthusiastic than accurate. This communal music making brings a profound sense of satisfaction, as it allows us to create something that transcends our individual contributions. It's a reminder that humans are social creatures, that we need these connections to feel complete. The evening winds down gradually, with no formal ending but a natural dispersal, as people drift off to their own private spaces. Some head below to write in journals or letters, others stay on deck to enjoy the night air and the spectacular display of stars that you can only see when you're far from any city lights. The ship settles into its nighttime rhythm, the gentle creaking and swaying that will lull you to sleep. As you make your way to your hammock, you reflect on the evening's conversations and realise that you've learned more about your crewmates in a few hours of casual talk than you might have in weeks of formal interaction. These evening gatherings are where the real business of building trust and understanding happens, where a group of individuals slowly transforms into something more like a family. This morning's different because it brings an unexpected lesson in navigation, courtesy of the ship's navigator, Old Sam, who isn't actually that old but got the nickname because he's been reading the stars longer than anyone else on board. Sam has decided it's time to share some of his knowledge, either because he's feeling generous or because he's realised that having backup navigators might be a good idea. You gather around the chart table, which is really just a flat surface that's been pressed into service as a classroom. Sam spreads out his charts with the reverence of someone handling sacred texts, which, in a way, they are. The hand-drawn maps symbolise the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of numerous sailors who have traversed these waters and survived to share their experiences. Sam's approach to teaching is practical and straightforward. He doesn't waste time with theoretical explanations when he can show you how to do something useful. You learn to read the wind patterns by watching the way the waves form and break. You discover that clouds can tell you about weather that's still hours away, and that the colour of the water often reveals what's happening beneath the surface. The afternoon is dedicated to knot tying, which sounds simple until you realise that there are dozens of different knots, each designed for a specific purpose. The bowline, for instance, creates a loop that is not only non-slip but also easily untied. The clove hitch is perfect for securing a rope to a post. The sheet bend connects two ropes of varying thicknesses. Each knot has its personality, its own particular combination of strength and flexibility. You practice with the focused attention of someone who understands that these skills might someday be the difference between life and death. Your fingers learn the movements through repetition, developing the muscle memory that will let you tie these knots in the dark, in a storm under pressure. It's meditative work, the kind of practice that quiets the mind while training the hands. Weatherby has appointed himself as your informal instructor in the art of splicing, which is like knot tying's more sophisticated cousin. Splicing involves unravelling the individual strands of rope and weaving them back together in patterns that create permanent joints stronger than the original rope. It's intricate work that requires patience and precision, but the results are both functional and beautiful. The ship itself becomes your classroom as you learn to read its moods and needs. Every sound means something. Every movement tells a story. The way the mast flexes in the wind, the angle of the deck when the ship heels over, the rhythm of the waves against the hull, all of these become part of your vocabulary, a language that speaks of wind and weather and the endless conversation between wood and water. You discover that maintenance is actually a form of education, each repair teaching you something about the ship's construction and the thinking that went into its design. When you replace a worn piece of rigging, you learn about the forces that cause the wear. When you patch a leak, you understand better how water finds its way into the smallest weakness. The evening brings a different kind of lesson, as Morrison demonstrates the finer points of woodworking, with tools that are both simple and sophisticated. He shows you how to read the grain of wood, how to work with its natural strengths instead of fighting against them. His hands move with the confidence of someone who's spent years learning to see what others miss, to find the hidden potential in raw materials. As your confidence grows, you begin carving, beginning with simple shapes that gradually become more complex. The wood responds to your touch, revealing its character through the resistance it offers and the way it accepts the blade. It's a conversation between craftsmen and materials, each cutting a word in an ongoing dialogue. You realise that you've learned more in these few hours than in weeks of formal instruction. The ship's experienced crew members have a gift for teaching through demonstration and gentle correction, sharing their skills in a way that makes learning feel natural and inevitable. New skills boost your confidence and value to the crew, but more importantly they connect you to the ship and its community. The final light of day paints the ocean in shades of gold and crimson, and you find yourself at the ship's rail, looking out at the endless expanse of water that has become your world. There's a moment of quiet contemplation that comes naturally at this time of day, when the work is done and the evening's activities haven't yet begun, when you can step back and consider the strange turns your life has taken. You think about the person you were before you came to sea, and how that person might react to seeing you now. The skills you've learned, the calluses on your hands, the way you automatically adjust your balance to match the ship's movement. These are all markers of transformation, evidence of how people change when they are placed in new circumstances and given time to adapt. The pirate's life, you've discovered, is less about adventure and more about adaptation. It's about learning to find satisfaction in simple accomplishments, to appreciate the small victories that keep life moving forward. The successful repair of a sail, the perfect splice in a rope, the moment when a difficult knot finally comes together. These are the real treasures, the daily rewards that make the larger challenges worthwhile. You've learned that community forms naturally among people who depend on each other for survival, but that it takes conscious effort to maintain that community over time. The evening gatherings, the shared meals, the informal teaching sessions, these are all ways of weaving individual lives into a larger tapestry, creating connections that go beyond mere cooperation. The ship creaks and sighs around you, settling into its nighttime rhythm with the familiar sounds that have become as comforting as a lullaby. You've learned to read these sounds, to distinguish between the normal settling of wood and rope and the unusual noises that might signal problems. This awareness has become instinctive, part of the background consciousness that keeps you alert to your environment. You think about the myths and stories that surround pirate life, and how different the reality has turned out to be. The romance of adventure is real, but it's found in unexpected places, in the satisfaction of honest work, in the beauty of sunset over open water, in the deep contentment that comes from being part of something larger than yourself. The treasure isn't gold or jewels, but the accumulation of skills and relationships and experiences that make you more than you were before. The stars begin to appear, first a few scattered points of light, then a magnificent display that stretches from horizon to horizon. You've learned to use these stars for navigation, but you've also learned to appreciate them for their beauty, for the way they connect you to something vast and eternal. The same stars that guided ancient sailors still shine down on you, making you part of a tradition that spans centuries. As you prepare to head below for the night, you realise that you've found something unexpected in this life at sea. Not the excitement and danger that the stories promised, but something more valuable, a sense of purpose, a feeling of belonging, a deep satisfaction that comes from honest work and genuine community. The ship has become more than a vehicle, it's become home. The hammock that once seemed foreign and uncomfortable now welcomes you with familiar embrace. The gentle rocking motion that once made you seasick now soothes you to sleep. The sounds of the ship and the sea that once kept you awake now form a peaceful symphony that carries you into dreams. You close your eyes and let the ship carry you forward into whatever tomorrow might bring, secure in the knowledge that you've learned to find contentment in the simple rhythms of daily life at sea. The pirate's life, when you're not looting, turns out to be remarkably similar to any other life, filled with routine tasks, small pleasures, and the ongoing challenge of building something meaningful from the raw materials of time and circumstance. The ocean continues its eternal conversation with the ship and you drift off to sleep, cradled in the arms of the sea that has become your teacher, your home, and your pathway to understanding what it means to live deliberately in a world that's constantly in motion. Ares was never the type of god to sit neatly in the lore of ancient Greece. Scholars often reduce him to a one-dimensional force of bloodlust, but his origins stretch into an older tapestry of mortal dread and shifting mythic structures. Long before he stood on Olympus, war itself existed. The roiling turmoil of Bronze Age conflicts shaped a primal deity, one who came to embody every surge of aggression in the human heart. Yet it wasn't always straightforward. A culture deeply familiar with the horrors and necessities of war formed something beyond a single note of violence. We picture the pantheon, Zeus the king, Hera the queen, Athena the strategic warrior, Apollo the golden archer, and so on. In that lineup, Ares is typically an outlier, unpredictable, quick to anger, sometimes portrayed as a brutish cousin no one fully respects. But in archaic traditions, he embodied the rawness of battle in a way that only a people who both feared and revered the bloodshed that either secured or destroyed their homes could comprehend. No harvest could be protected without swords, no city walls stood firm without warriors, and no spoils of victory existed without devastating defeats. Ares was the embodiment of that paradox, the proud figure who could inspire men to both valiantly defend their families and commit unspeakable atrocities. In these early conceptions, Ares was not simply a cartoon of unbridled cruelty. There's evidence that some city-states elevated him as a symbol of gritty valour. The Spartans, for instance, admired many aspects of martial prowess, though Athena's strategic cunning often overshadowed his more direct approach to conflict. Even so, it was Ares who symbolised the adrenaline and terror that overcame a battlefield moments before the first spear was thrown. He embodied the unadulterated strength of battle, a force as ancient as the clash of bronze weapons against wooden shields. Homer's epics cast a particular light on him, but even within the Iliad, his presence can be contradictory. One moment he's yelping from a wound inflicted by Athena, the next he's levelling entire phalanxes. This spectrum illustrates the capricious nature of war itself, ephemeral victories, devastating losses, and the hollowness that can follow even the most triumphant campaign. In many ways, Ares represented the chaos that no general's plan could fully tame. It's important to note that ancient worshippers were not naive about the price of war. Bloodshed came at a high cost. Temples dedicated to Ares were fewer compared to Athena's, indicating a cultural ambivalence. While Athena's tactical brilliance was easier to appreciate, Ares demanded acceptance of the darkest aspects of war. In desperation, people might invoke him, pleading for the strength to defend their homes and hearts. Yet they also prayed for protection from his fury, aware that uncontrolled combat risked swallowing both winners and losers alike. Between regional variants, Ares took on local traits. In some areas, he was worshipped as Enyalios, linked to the ear-splitting battle cries that preluded skirmishes. Other localities invoked him in rituals involving the binding of war's spirits, trying to keep violent impulses at bay. These complexities reflected the moral quagmire of mortal conflict, an interplay of necessity, pride, survival, and raw fear. Over time, Ares amassed titles that reflected both devotion and dread, serving as a constant reminder that the boundary between revered protector and menacing harbinger is often extremely thin. While modern retellings often trivialise him, archaic hymns and fragments reveal a god that mirrored the complicated psyche of a society dependent on war for expansion and survival. He wasn't a demon lurking at the edge of campfires, nor was he a glorious knight in shining armour. Instead, he occupied a realm of grey, where instincts of rage and honour coexisted. This realm, while brutal, was also strangely human. Conflict was embedded in daily life, raids, clan feuds, territorial disputes, and Ares was that small. Primal voice urging men onward when reason wavered. By the time classical myths fully evolved, that primal energy was fitted, somewhat uneasily, into the regal halls of Olympus. Surrounded by cunning gods and goddesses who valued wit, he became something of a misfit, the most mortal-like deity in his raw passions. In adopting him, the Greeks enshrined war within their divine family. They recognized that violence, while abhorrent, was also integral to how their worlds spun. Ares stood there as a living testament to the fact that civilization is built on the bones of the conquered. Those earliest conceptions set a tone that would reverberate through every subsequent portrayal. Ares, the unstoppable engine of conflict, simultaneously revered, feared, and occasionally pitied for a destiny bound to endless strife. If Ares embodied the screaming crescendo of conflict, then one might wonder how he behaved among gods celebrated for wily intelligence, justice, or cultural refinement. The image of the Greek pantheon at council, Zeus presiding, Apollo offering measured insight, Athena speaking with calculated reason, clashes with the idea of Ares pacing impatiently, eager for action. Indeed, many myths depict him as too headstrong for delicate planning, too impatient to grasp the subtle arts of negotiation. Yet this portrayal, while not wholly inaccurate, might obscure deeper textures to his mythic personality. Consider his kinship dynamics. He was the son of Zeus and Hera, both formidable in their own right. That heritage alone should grant him respect, yet the myths consistently show an heir as overshadowed, especially by Athena. Where she used logic to conquer, he used sheer force. Where she favoured cunning, he favoured brute strength. It wasn't just a clash of personalities, it reflected the Greeks' internal tension between strategy and aggression. Athena's popularity soared because her mode of warfare aligned with a sense of honourable wisdom. Ares, however, reminded the Greeks of war's uglier truths that still demanded acknowledgement. At times, these sibling confrontations bordered on comic. Homer describes Ares bellowing in pain when struck by Athena's spear, his pride wounded as much as his flesh. Yet beneath the humour lay a sobering reality. No matter how often cunning triumphs, there remains a force that neither wit nor reason can fully placate. In the cosmic scheme, Ares symbolised the unstoppable wave of violence that occasionally crashed through even the most fortified cities. He might lose a battle here or there, but conflict itself never truly vanished. Gods like Apollo or Hermes approached him carefully. They perceived him as a ferocious storm, both beneficial and hazardous to provoke. Hera, equally temperamental, maintained a complicated relationship with her son, alternating between chastisement and support, depending on her shifting alliances. Zeus, for all his might, sometimes expressed exasperation with Ares, calling him a pariah among the gods. The Thunderer accepted war as part of the cosmic order, even though it resented Olympus's civilized ambitions. In some accounts, Ares' relationships extended beyond family feuds. His union with Aphrodite remains one of the more intriguing pairings in mythology. The goddess of love, entwined with the god of war, often appears as a paradox. How can tenderness and aggression coexist? Yet their mythic affair echoes a universal truth. Passion and conflict can be intertwined aspects of human experience. War spurs impulses of possession, protection, and desire, while love can incite jealousies fierce enough to spark conflict. Aphrodite's involvement with Ares isn't just a sensational rumour about the gods' personal lives. It symbolises how love and war, seemingly at odds, intertwine in human affairs. Furthermore, Ares' offspring with Aphrodite and other partners reflect different shades of struggle. Some myths speak of Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, as his children, manifestations of the dread that precedes any battle. Others hint at Harmonia, harmony, a curious byproduct of love and war merging. This dichotomy reveals that for all his destructive tendencies, Ares participated in generating forces that could unify people. If only they learned to harness conflict's lessons, a battlefield can unite comrades as powerfully as it drives them to oppose an enemy. Outside these grand narratives, certain cult practices suggest that not every devotee saw Ares as irredeemably brutish. In some Greek regions, modest shrines were dedicated to him, places where warriors offered thanks for survival or supplicated for courage. While his worship never equalled Athena's broad acclaim, it served a ritual function in communal life. Soldiers recognised that, for all the talk of strategy, once spears flew and blood spattered the earth, raw fighting spirit might decide who lived and died. They turned to Ares for that final push. His image was not static. The city of Thebes once honoured him, linking him to its legendary founder. Arcadian villages performed complex rites blending fertility with battle lust. Through these examples, we glimpse how local traditions interpreted him not just as a mindless brute, but as a necessary power. War was seldom glorified, yet the Greeks knew that ignoring its presence was folly. Thus, Ares moved through their myths, never quite loved, never entirely shunned, an essential if uncomfortable relative at Olympus's table. Over time, as Greek culture embraced philosophies exalting reason and order, Ares' impulsive nature stood out even more. Yet he endured, unchanged in essence, reminding gods and mortals alike that conflict is sometimes an unavoidable part of existence. In a pantheon full of varied personalities, he was the stinging reality check, the raw surge of chaos no treaty or supplication could fully tame, and the rest of the immortals, though annoyed, amused, or appalled, had no choice but to allow him a seat at the feast. Though Ares belonged to the grand tapestry of the Greek pantheon, his reputation moved beyond mere mythic banter when mortals invoked him on actual fields of war. One of the most significant stages for such invocations was the long, grueling conflict of the Trojan War. This monumental clash blurred the boundaries between myth and history, as gods intervened in and out of mortal affairs. On those plains, Ares found himself embroiled in a drama where battles were fought not just for territory, but for the glory of reputations, and occasionally at the whims of meddling deities. In the Trojan War narratives, Ares was not a distant observer. He appeared directly on the battlefield, siding first with one army then the other, reflecting the chaotic nature of real warfare. Mortals pray for advantage, but war itself can pivot on a random arrow or a single emotional outburst. Ares represented that fickle momentum. One moment he'd empower Trojan warriors, the next he'd be seen clashing fiercely against them if the cosmic tides shifted. Homer's Iliad underscores how terrifying it was for mortals to witness Ares in his full war god fury. Armies might have boasted skilled generals and heroic champions, but none could remain truly fearless before a literal incarnation of bloodshed. Whenever he charged onto the field, the ground seemed to tremble. This gesture was more than poetic flourish. It symbolised how the mere prospect of unstoppable violence could unnerve even seasoned veterans. Yet, Ares was not invincible. The Iliad records moments where Athena tricked or outmanoeuvred him. She caused him to take a spear to the side, leading him to howl in pain and retreat to Olympus for healing. Such scenes reveal an essential dichotomy. War can be overwhelming, but cunning can wound brute force. In that sense, Ares embodied war's brutality, while Athena stood for strategy's triumph. The Trojan War's shifting alliances laid bare the uneasy truth that raw power alone doesn't guarantee victory. The war also highlighted that Ares was not universally beloved. Even his father, Zeus, scolded him for reckless meddling. Trojans and Achaeans alike found themselves cautious about calling on him. Indeed, his influence could be significant, yet his participation carried a cost. Unbridled violence has no favourites. It consumes everything in its path. In focusing on the Trojan War, we see that Ares' presence on the battlefield, while potent, came with a sense of looming catastrophe. Some Trojan War side stories cast Ares in more personal conflicts. Legend says that he intervened when one of his mortal sons joined the fray, or that he shed tears of rage when certain Trojan champions fell. These smaller tales highlight a surprising capacity for paternal grief, though overshadowed by his broader persona of carnage. They remind us that he was not an indifferent cosmic machine, but a god shaped by relationships, pride, and the complexities that come from seeing mortals engage in the art of killing, an art he himself personified. Conversely, certain Greek heroes believed that if they fought valiantly enough, Ares would grant them a special ferocity. A handful of them, hopped up on the adrenaline of battle, claimed to feel him surging in their veins. Yet in the Iliad's bigger picture, such touches were fleeting, overshadowed by the stories of how Athena guided heroes to more lasting triumph. In these tales, Ares remained a paradoxical force, both unstoppable and vulnerable to setbacks when faced with cunning or divine retribution. Outside the epic's main narrative, later poets added layers, some praising Ares for upholding an aspect of heroic masculinity, while others condemned him as the root of humanity's darkest impulses. The Trojan War amplified both those perspectives. On one hand, it needed his presence to stir armies and keep the frenzy alive. On the other, it was a testament to war's destructive nature, leaving a trail of burned cities, grieving widows and shattered dynasties. In short, the Trojan War stories brought Ares down from the distant halls of Olympus and thrust him into the grit of mortal existence. His involvement illustrated the raw power that can't be fully contained or directed, the impetus behind every destructive charge. As watchers and participants, ancient audiences saw that war was not just a concept but a living presence. Ares' actions offered a cautionary tale. Tapping into unbridled aggression can be a quick path to fleeting victories and catastrophic loss. Even among gods, war remains an unpredictable companion, and nowhere was that more apparent than on the bloody fields of Troy. Outside the epic swirl of Trojan battlefields, Ares' narrative also intersects with tales of passion, fatherhood, and the everyday churn of mortal life. His most famous love affair with Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, exemplifies how war can become entwined with desire. However, it was more than just a tale of romance between diametrically opposed forces. The childlike notion that love and war are opposites misses how deeply they interact. Ares and Aphrodite's bond revealed how conflict and attraction both simmer under mortal consciousness, driving individuals toward acts of devotion or destruction. Their liaison birthed multiple offspring, each embodying a particular face of war's emotional heft. Deimos, terror, and Phobos, fear, are the most famous, personifying the dread that grips soldiers before a charge. However, less renowned figures also emerged from Ares' line, Eros, in some versions, and Harmonia, indicating that out of conflict could come forms of unity or even love, albeit rarely. The ancient poets debated these genealogies, but they consistently underscored a central idea: the energies fueling war are not wholly divorced from those that spark affection or loyalty. Despite that, Ares was seldom depicted as a doting father. Epic conflicts and divine feuds overshadowed his paternal role. Some small myths, however, suggest moments of personal attachment. One tells of him avenging the death of a daughter by slaying her murderer. Another recounts him raging against a rival who dared insult his lineage. In these glimpses, we see that war's fury might also be a twisted expression of care, a readiness to destroy anyone threatening those under one's protection. In mortal eyes, such stories played out in real life. Soldiers, spurred by love for family, might descend into savage violence to defend them. Ares' fatherly instincts mirrored that fundamental human contradiction. People kill to protect what they cherish. As savage as that seems, it's an undeniable element of human conflict across centuries. In raising his spear for those he loved, Ares exposed a strain of loyalty overshadowed by more sensational accounts of his ferocity. Meanwhile, everyday worship of Ares remained measured. Very few large temples honoured him, but smaller cultic practices sprang up in city-estates contending with frequent warfare. Soldiers might sacrifice animals or lay symbolic weapons on makeshift altars, hoping to appease a god who could lend them ferocity or spare them from it. While Athens and Sparta revered Athena's strategic mind, individual warriors sometimes felt a more visceral connection to Ares' raw impetus. He believed that war drums and conflict chants were sacred, inspiring a trance-like fervour in combatants. Some historians argue that these rituals were psychologically vital, building unity before battle. In Greek culture, rousing songs and rhythmic marches might have invoked the presence of Ares, galvanising hearts against fear. This communal invocation was less about praising wanton destruction and more about anchoring courage in a face-off where hesitation could spell defeat. Beyond these rites, travellers' tales claimed that some remote villages honoured Ares with festivals combining martial contests with solemn remembrance of the dead. Rather than glorifying conquest, they recognised the dual face of war, victory and devastation. One tradition described men wearing battered helmets as they recited the names of lost warriors, a ritual to keep war's toll visible. Ares, as the core deity of combat, stood in the midst of these ceremonies, a reminder that behind each triumph lay the heartbreak of mourning families. Mythic genealogies also link Ares to fearsome beasts, a reflection of how war unleashes primal instincts. Wolves, vultures, and other scavengers were said to be under his domain, just as they often feasted on battlefields. In some stories, he even assumed the form of a monstrous boar or a phantom huntsman, intent on causing chaos. These metamorphoses illustrated how conflict can reduce humanity to a pack of territorial predators, fighting over resources and pride. Thus, while popular imagination frames Ares as a brute lusting for carnage, the fuller tapestry is more nuanced. He intersects with love, stands as a father, fosters communal rituals, and even emerges as a punisher of injustice when it aligns with his personal vendettas. Yet none of this fully negates his central nature, a living representation of war's capacity to enthrall, unite, destroy and protect. The contradictions run deep, reflecting the human psyche's capacity for both nurturing affection and ruthless violence. Therefore, Ares' story not only depicts ancient conflicts, but also represents every heart that has ever been torn between the embrace of love and the call of aggression. When Greek culture eventually interfaced with Rome, many gods found themselves reinterpreted under new names and contexts. Ares became Mars, but the Romans gave this war deity a different flavour, less of the raw carnage and more of the disciplined soldier. Despite the transformation, echoes of the original Ares persisted, reflecting the ways in which mythic figures adapt to the cultural needs of conquering powers. Mars became a city protector for Romans due to his power and order. Rome's legions prided themselves on strategy, discipline, and loyalty to the state. This emphasis on structure contrasted with the more chaotic Greek view of Ares. Yet behind the Roman veneer of organisation, the essence of warfare remained the same. Swords still drew blood, conquest still spawned grief, and fear soared as armies marched. In adopting Mars, Rome validated the necessity of war in building an empire, turning it into a civilizing force rather than a purely destructive one. Still, aspects of Ares bled through. Roman temples to Mars, while more prominent than Greek shrines to Ares, included rituals acknowledging the grim realities of combat. Soldiers prayed for victory, but also recognized the sacrifice demanded by war. Boot camp drills, strict codes of behavior, and elaborate triumphs for victorious generals illustrated the discipline that Rome grafted onto the older Greek model of conflict. Ares might have found it strange to see war so rigidly choreographed, but the underlying violence would feel familiar. Interestingly, Roman myth weaves Mars into the founding tale of Romulus and Remus, the city's legendary twin founders. This paternal link underscores how war, in Roman eyes, could also create worlds, not just destroy them. Ares' Greek narratives included fatherhood as well, but the Romans were bolder in presenting Mars as a generative force behind empire building. The maniacal edge was toned down, the fervour to conquer remained. Over time, Roman expansion carried Mars's worship from the British Isles to the deserts of Africa. Armies marched under his banner, carrying an icon that blended Ares' ancient fury with Roman efficiency. In legion camps, shrines to Mars often appeared near training grounds, reinforcing the close bond between the soldier's routine and the deity's domain. It was a stark reminder that no matter how advanced Roman engineering or governance became, it still relied on the martial spirit to maintain its vast territory. Nevertheless, the more civilized Mars, while overshadowing Ares in official propaganda, still harboured that kernel of merciless aggression. Soldiers who faced barbarian raids or harsh frontier wars sometimes abandoned the polished veneer of discipline. Accounts exist of punitive massacres and scorched earth tactics, revealing that beneath the Roman sense of order lay the same primal savagery known to the Greeks. Ares' original unpredictability surfaced whenever the flames of war grew uncontainable. Cultural shifts during the late Empire period further complicated these distinctions. As Christianity spread, official reverence for the old pantheon waned. Mars's temples fell into the partial disuse, or were rebranded, and the empire itself began to crack under external pressures. Conflicts raged along borders, revealing that even centuries of martial tradition could not stave off decline. Wars that once served expansion became desperate acts of defence, draining the treasury and morale. The figure of Mars receded, but the essence of war endured, echoing Ares' timeless reality that bloodshed never truly fades from human affairs. Later historians and scholars drew connections between Ares and Mars, picking apart how the latter was nobler. But at heart they remained facets of the same concept, conflict personified. Roman society placed a practical gloss on it, but could not mask the brutality embedded in conquest. The war gods soared high in ceremonies, while legionaries spilled blood on the distant fields. This duality, ritual homage and raw violence, kept the flame of Ares' Greek essence alive beneath Roman steel. In modern scholarship, some paint Mars as a sanitized reflection of Ares, while others insist that the difference is cosmetic. Both deities represent a fundamental recognition that order and chaos collide whenever armies meet. Both speak to humankind's ongoing entanglement with aggression, pride, and territorial ambition. The shift from Greek to Roman worship might highlight style over substance, but war's nature endures. Ares, in whichever name or uniform, remains a haunting reminder that power and discipline cannot fully tame the beast within the battlefield's heart. Long after the Roman Empire fractured, the figure of Ares lingered in cultural memory, carried through medieval scribes and eventually Renaissance humanists who rediscovered classical texts. In each retelling, Ares transformed yet again, sometimes demonized by Christian writers who equated him with the sins of violence and wrath, other times romanticized by revivalists seeking to channel ancient virtues. Throughout these shifts, Ares remained a cipher for humanity's conflicted relationship with war. During the medieval period, chivalric ideals placed a veneer of nobility over combat. Knights fought for honour, weaving in Christian piety. In that environment, Ares found little direct worship, but the ethos of battle still carried echoes of his domain. When crusaders marched, the fervour that gripped them had parallels to his ancient mania, albeit cloaked in religious justification. Chronicles might not mention Ares by name, yet the spirit of relentless aggression was alive in siege engines and cavalry charges. With the Renaissance came a resurgence of interest in Greek and Roman lore, spurring new discussions on classical deities. Ares appeared in treatises contrasting him with Mars, analysing the moral dimensions of warfare. Scholars debated, did the ancients see war as a necessary evil or an exalted path to glory? Ares' stories were passed for symbolic meaning, and his coarse passions seemed jarring against the Renaissance's admiration for harmony and proportion. Still, war raged across Europe in conflicts like the 30 Years' War, demonstrating that refined philosophies did not necessarily curb the reality of bloodshed. Meanwhile, artists and poets began portraying Ares in fresher contexts. Paintings of Ares and Aphrodite multiplied, each capturing the volatile mix of seduction and violence. Some Baroque composers wrote pieces referencing the spear of Ares, turning destructive force into musical allegory. In these works, the god of war became an aesthetic symbol rather than a religious figure, serving to dramatise the tension between unrestrained might and cultivated grace. As modernity emerged, nationalism took hold, forging new rationales for conflict. He's drifted away from religious or even moral interpretations, recast as a mythic emblem for militaristic pride. Nations invoked him indirectly, boasting of unstoppable armies. Political cartoons or propaganda posters might depict a warlike figure reminiscent of Ares, brandishing rifles instead of spears, fueling mass mobilization. Though few invoked his name, his spirit loomed in the grand mobilizations of the Napoleonic era, or the World Wars, when entire continents caught fire. In the intellectual sphere, critiques of war found renewed voice. Philosophers like Kant or Rousseau, each in their own way, grappled with the tension between man's capacity for reason and his penchant for violence. They might not have cited Ares specifically, but his essence was there, the recognition that conflict repeatedly shatters idealistic visions of peace. Attempts to create lasting treaties often crumbled under national rivalries, echoing Homeric narratives where no truce lasted long once egos flared. With the rise of psychology, Ares gained an unexpected new framework. Analysts probed the death drive or the innate aggression they believed resided in human nature. In that context, Ares became a metaphor for primal impulses buried deep within the psyche. Archetypal theorists labelled him an enduring symbol of the warrior within, an ancient blueprint for aggression that civilization struggles to contain. Writers and therapists used this angle to explore personal struggles, like anger management or PTSD, arguing that ignoring the Ares archetype could lead to unchecked violence or sublimated rage. In the late 20th century, pop culture reimagined him yet again. Films, comic books, and video games cast Ares as a villain or anti-hero, charging onto digital battlefields or cinematic showdowns. These portrayals often relied on superficial traits, bulging muscles, booming voices, and unstoppable bloodlust, while occasionally teasing at deeper complexities. Even so, the essence of the ancient god persisted, bridging centuries. Modern war narratives remain haunted by the same questions the Greeks wrestled with. Does conflict define us? Can it be transcended, or is it inherent to our being? Through all these evolutions, Ares never fully disappeared. His story threads through every epoch that grapples with violence and the uneasy admiration it can inspire. Whether demonized or glorified, he stands as a collective symbol for humanity's willingness to pick up weapons in pursuit of power, survival, or ideals. Whenever peace falters, the old war god stirs in the background, a reminder that the same primal force that hammered bronze swords millennia ago still courses through the veins of modern armies and everyday individuals alike. In considering Ares' full trajectory, one sees that he transcends neat categories of good or evil. He is, rather, a reflection of how humans conduct themselves when pushed to extremes, whether in ancient Greece, imperial Rome, medieval crusades, Renaissance treatises, or modern conflicts. The spectre of war has consistently hovered, sometimes worshipped, sometimes feared, always consequential. Ares, as an entity, clarifies that violence cannot be exercised by moral condemnation alone. It is woven into the very tapestry of human civilization. Modern commentators might describe him as a cautionary metaphor, a primal reminder of our capacity for both communal defense and savage destruction. Yet the older Greeks saw more than mere caution. They recognized war as a fundamental element of fate, unstoppable and often necessary. Armies marched not out of love for bloodshed, but because survival or ambition demanded it. Ares thus appeared both monstrous and essential, an uncomfortable contradiction that still resonates whenever diplomatic efforts fail. In the Pantheon's grand drama, Ares never fully fits. Athena, goddess of calculated tactics, earned widespread reverence. Apollo, with his luminous artistry, commanded spiritual devotion. Even Dionysus, the wild reveller, offered ecstatic release that could be twisted into mania. But Ares was war unvarnished, immediate, brutal, reeking of sweat and metal. The ancients lacked illusions about the cost of violence, but acknowledged its presence in forging empires and defending homes. A temple to Ares might be smaller, overshadowed by other deities, yet when swords were drawn, prayers to him rose with urgent fervour. From a cosmic standpoint, Ares is arguably the most human-like deity, subject to rage, prone to heartbreak, swayed by familial attachments, and all too familiar with the destructive impulses that swirl in mortal hearts. He fights, fails, and fights again. Myths like the Trojan War underscore that even divine power cannot bring about clean victories. War is messy. So is Ares. Time after time he rushes into conflict, battered by contending gods or turned aside by fate, yet never extinguished. The cycle continues, reflecting the unstoppable continuity of human violence across ages. Yet amid the cruelty, traces of compassion surface. Myths telling of Ares avenging or protecting someone dear reveal a twisted sense of care. Perhaps the moral puzzle lies in the fact that war and love are not diametrically opposite, but rather two extremes of human passion. Ares' famous liaison with Aphrodite stands as a mythic testament to how destructive impulses can tangle with desires for union, each fueling the other. Far from being a cheap storyline of taboo romance, it exemplifies the contradictory ways passion manifests in our world. In examining Ares' modern legacy, one sees that we still wrestle with the same archetype. Soldiers sacrifice themselves out of fierce loyalty to country, tribe, or cause. Leaders might vow peace, yet mobilize armies when threatened. People decry warfare's horrors, yet remain enthralled by the tales of valor and the adrenaline of conflict. Some even argue that competition, if not outright conflict, drives innovation and progress. Thus, the war god remains relevant, not because society idolizes mayhem, but because it struggles to escape it. Perhaps the true lesson Ares offers is about grappling with humanity's inner contradictions. We crave harmony, but prepare for battle. We condemn violence, yet permit it under certain rules. We honour heroes who defend the helpless, yet question the morality of conquest. Ares doesn't solve these contradictions, he illuminates them. By stepping into his realm, we confront the unstoppable surge that can erupt within any of us, individually or collectively, under fear, anger, or ambition. And that confrontation is neither gentle nor purely savage. It is human. Peace advocates might shudder at the thought of exalting a war deity, but ignoring him does little good. Recognizing Ares means recognizing that aggression is part of our lineage. Only through understanding that reality can we hope to channel it responsibly or mitigate its worst effects. In the end, Ares is not just the sword raised high or the shield clanging in defiance. He is the flicker of rage in the eye of someone cornered, the tremor of adrenaline before a decisive stand, the triumphant shout that echoes across a battlefield. War's form changes,